Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 14, the final round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm your host today, GM David Howell, and I'm joined once again by the multi-talented WGM Jennifer Shahade. Jen, it's great to be back with you. What a day of chess we're going to witness today in Toronto.
Oh my God, it's going to be so exciting. We are going to find a candidate for the Women's World Championship who's going to be facing Ju Wenjun for all those marbles. And I am definitely going to get buzzed for this one as my lovely husband just bought me a coffee. But seriously, David, it is fantastic to do this commentary with you. I actually learned a lot yesterday as the players aren't just playing for all the marbles, but they're also just playing really interesting chess and very high quality, thriving under pressure. Now, we do see this big discrepancy between the top two and the rest of the field, right, David? But
Mhm.
I think the chess actually belies that because they're all playing well.
That's right. It feels like a lot of players have played themselves into form. We do see Tan Zhongyi, the big favorite going into this final round, but she's not over that finishing line yet. She's on 8.5 points out of 13, but it all comes down to today. Lei Tingjie in second place can still catch her up, can still force a tiebreak if results go in her favor. We saw a chunk of players, kind of a whole group, on 6.5 as well, including one player who's won 4 in a row. So yeah, Jen, as you say, great quality chess. Nice to see the players fighting it out, even with less on the line. But there's a lot on the line for those in the first few places. 24,000 euros first prize. It's not about the money, though, for whoever comes first. It's about that chance to challenge for the World Championship against Ju Wenjun later in the year. Second place takes 18,000 euros. Third takes 12,000. And remember, every point matters. Every half point bags the players 1,000 euros, 1,750 euros even. So plenty still to play for. Yeah, it's all about first prize though, Jen.
But it's a very important initiative, I think, to have that bonus points for every win scored. I really love that tweak to the rules.
Mhm. Fully agree. Definitely gives the players more motivation to fight, to play, to keep going till the very end. And that brings us on to what we can expect from today. We, of course, still have 4 games, like every day, but it is a clash between Katerina Lagno and Vaishali. We mentioned 4 in a row. Vaishali just streaking through with all these wins in recent rounds. Lei Tingjie, a key game for her. She's in a must-win situation against Humphrey Koneru, even though the head-to-head not in her favor so far. Anna Muzychuk against Tan Zhongyi. If Tan gets a draw, she's through. She's dry. She's going to be the candidate for the next World Championship match, and Alexandra Goryachkina plays Nagul Salimova. Jen, I guess we'll be focused on those 2 big clashes, but plenty to enjoy today, looking ahead.
That's right. I mean, what an epic run by Vishali, 4 in a row, and she can't win this, but she can get the designation of, Grandmaster 5 in a row at the World Championship candidates. That would be a real incredible feat, and we'll have to check the record books for that one.
Yeah, that would be an incredible run. But while the games are ongoing today, this is your chance to win prizes. Everyone at home, please take part. It's your chance to win big. Here we see what is on offer if you dive in and vote. And before every round, we'll be going to each game on the FIDE Women's Candidates Events page. So if you want to find the social tab, pick your winner, go to go.chess.com/candidates vote. The games will be starting soon. Go win yourself some Chessable prizes. Go win yourself a Chess.com Diamond membership. This is your opportunity. In the meantime, we are back in the venue, the Great Hall, out there in Toronto. And this is our leader, Tan Zhongyi, with the black pieces against Anna Muzychuk. Jen, what are you expecting? Is she going to play solid? I guess one player who cannot play solid today is Lei Tingjie.
Oh no, she's going to try to mix it up. I think Anna Muzychuk's going to go for her bonus prize and her starring role as spoiler. So I'm not too worried. I think that we're going to have a dramatic round. And we are now seeing Lagno against Vishali, which just has that nice little sub story of whether or not Vishali can make it 5 in a row. But the drama definitely on those 2 boards of our Chinese players who have a chance to challenge for the crown. So, David, it is guaranteed to be an all Chinese World Championship, Women's World Championship final. And this is something we've seen a lot of. It does seem that when it comes to match play and candidates play, the Chinese women's team play even stronger than the ratings would suggest.
That's right. Actually, I feel all of the candidates here are really underrated. But as you say, Tan Zhongyi at, what is it, 25, 21, that really, really is deceptive. Doesn't it's kind of, I mean, doesn't show her true strength. As you say, I've seen her kind of in open tournaments taking down 26, 50 grandmasters. She can beat anyone on her day. And she's shown she's extremely consistent as well in this field. Only lost the one game so far out of 13. So yeah, actually, Jen, I feel if the top players in the world were playing in more opens, the women would be farming them for rating points, stealing the rating left, right, and center. All of them really vastly underrated. Several in this field, Goyachkina, Humpy, Anna Muzychuk, they've all been 2,600 plus in the past, all extremely
Yeah,
strong in their own right.
that's right. And Humpy herself said that she realized when she played more women's championships, she was going to lose her 2,600 because I guess the nature of chess is you're going to make some draws here and there. And it was just too difficult to be the highest rated one in these events, except potentially Ho Yufan. And yeah, she was just losing rating points, but she was okay with it because she wanted to become women's world champion. And she did become women's world rapid champion, did Humpy Canaro. So yeah,
Mm.
I totally agree. And by the way, the opening here, Annie Muzychuk has played uh, e4 as she always does, and then after c5, knight f3, we see the move a6. Now, as somebody who's played both the open Sicilian and the c3 Sicilian, I love playing c3 here because I feel like a6 is not a very good line against a c3 Sicilian. So it's always nice to have these things. And c4 is the other good move. Okay. I like
Mm.
c4 too. So touch the c pawn. You can't go too wrong in this one.
Yeah, you're right. Are you expecting her to touch the d pawn this time and play d4, go for a Maroczy bind?
Yeah, that's right. And I think this one makes sense too because a6 not necessarily it's definitely a thematic move against the Maroczy bind structure, but it's not maybe the second move that you would make. So yeah, that is exactly what she's done.
Yeah, are you surprised to see Tan Zhongyi? I mean, A6 on move two. We'll see how useful it is later, but it is kind of known to be very provocative. It's not kind of it doesn't have a drawish reputation or a solid reputation necessarily. In one of the biggest games of her career, at least in the grand scheme of things, do you think that's a wise choice? Is it a surprising choice? What do you make of this early opening?
I do think it's a little bit surprising, but you know, sometimes it's those aggressive openings that actually have some forced draws in certain nooks and crannies, right? And some liquidations. So sometimes there is method behind madness when people play aggressive openings when they need a draw. As as we know, one of the worst things you can do when you need a draw to clinch something is to try to play super passive and curl your pieces up in a wall. That never ends well.
That's true. Fortune favors the brave, as they say, and you got to be brave. You can't be too timid in the opening stage, especially. Like you say, Jen, playing for the draw is the recipe for disaster. I've been there. I've made that mistake multiple times myself throughout my career, and yeah, you just got to fight fire with fire and not back down. Tan Zhongyi, I mean, both players were looking away from the camera. Okay, we see in the background there's actually been a result in the other candidates tournament. Looks like a quick draw between Vidit and Alireza Firouzja. They're out of
Oh,
there. They're done.
okay. Okay. God, you I was like, what other game what game one of the games that involved one of the potential players to win? No, no, no.
No,
Okay.
luckily not. Um,
Okay.
yeah, of course. Yeah, lots to play for in that other section as well. Four potential winners over there, but one of our two potential winners on our screen here. Okay, Black's played e5. I guess there's two main moves. Either the white knight jumps back, or she beats me to it. She jumps forward. A knight and f5 will thrive, as they say, but this, as far as I know, does lead to really sharp forcing play. d5 from Tan. She's not backing down. She is being brave in this scenario where a draw suits her. Like you said, Jen, maybe there's some kind of forcing lines lurking beneath the surface here. She opens up, sacrifices a pawn to get white's knight.
Yeah.
Okay,
And there
captures.
we do see a quick capture there from Muzychuk.
Mhm. Okay, and I believe the black bishop will be captured as well. Yeah, I studied this many years ago, but I, without kind of coming to a conclusion, I think I kind of assumed that black was fine here because normally if black plays a6 on move two, this is exactly what they're hoping for. So I'm a bit surprised Muzychuk's gone into this rather than playing like c3, for example. You mentioned a bit earlier, renowned as being a really just decent antidote to black's setup. But yeah, maybe she's got something in mind. I guess the white knight can come out to defend the d pawn, which is attacked. But the f pawn is also hanging. Black will regain her pawn in the next move. Um, yeah, what's your early impression of this position? Have you looked at it before? Have you? I
No,
mean, just first glance. What do you
I
think?
would definitely, yeah. I do. It does appear that that Anna Muzychuk is pretty well prepared, as she is playing quite quickly in this. Um, I don't know. What do you think? You said you've played this for which side? You played this for black, right? Or
Well,
white?
I haven't played it, but I was studying it for the black side as a surprise weapon.
Ah,
But nobody allowed me to get the surprise in ever. So um, yeah, I thought black was okay. I didn't really like it because it felt like white. I mean, we mentioned it yesterday, Jen. You know me. I'm obsessed with my bishops. So white gets the bishop pair, semi-open position. It definitely felt like black was the one playing for equality, and normally I like to kind of keep a bit more spice alive early in the opening. But I thought black objectively was fine. Like such quick development, the bishop comes out to b4, the knight comes out to f6. Black quickly castles. Often you don't even get greedy and grab the pawn back yet because you'll regain the material balance later. Um, I mean, this was many, many years ago when I last looked at it. Maybe modern engines have something different to say, but the fact that Anna has slowed down now, at least a little bit, I'm wondering whether she's got a new idea up her sleeve or whether she's just mulling over the options. I guess white knight coming out, another natural move, maybe bishop d3 to defend this pawn.
bishop d3, but isn't the okay? But there's also the d pawn. You're saying that it
Mm,
after, so bishop d3, queen d5.
yeah, maybe just white castles and gets on with development. Knight c3 to come
Right.
next, hitting the queen. Yeah, can't remember which one the main move is, but it's one of these two from my failing
I wonder.
aging
I
memory.
wonder. I wonder if bishop d3, queen d5 castles, we could play like rook d8 or something, so that if knight c3, um, we could try something like a trade with knight f3 check, yeah, and just like going into that end game. Because I was thinking you would take with the queen here,
Yeah, and
and then I
option the
could take,
queens, I guess.
yeah, and then rook takes d3
Mhm.
because you have triple pawns now, but it doesn't seem like the engine's that worried about the triple pawns because white does have an advantage in development here.
Yeah, I mean, don't try this at home. Triple pawns, the Tower of Terror. Not normally great, but yeah, like you said, quick development, probably equal somehow. These positions always tend to be black's better pawn structure, kind of long term versus white's short term activity. But this would be, yeah, kind of, unless she's really well prepared, a strange line to go into with white. I agree. So, yeah, why not just develop the knight, defend this pawn? And Muzychuk, she chose to go into this with c4. She must have known that Tan would go into this forcing line, which is relatively well known, I believe. So it seems like a strange place to pause right now. But okay, I
Well,
guess
there's some.
just it's early days.
So there's a game I'm really excited to get your take on, David,
Mm.
because I know you're gonna love Lei Ting Chei's position.
Ooh,
It's just your
let's
cup of
jump.
tea.
Ooh, got me excited now. So let's go over and oh, you got my hopes up and then they were dashed. Was that? The sameish variation, I believe, with a3 of the Nimzo Indian, where white gets not triple pawns this time, but double pawns, Jan. This is
Well,
extremely aggressive. Yeah.
I just thought you'd like the two bishops for Lei Ting Chei, you know, like it's just so quick. It's already moved forward, and we have two bishops.
That's true. That's true. I'm a contradiction in myself, though. I love bishops, but I also like healthy pawn structures. So, ooh. Let's
Yeah.
just quickly recap for everyone at home. We saw a Nimzo Indian in this game, with the bishop coming out to b4 with a pin. White has half a dozen very kind of theoretical moves here. A3 is one of the most forcing. Used to have a dodgy reputation, but has come back into fashion. And yeah, after bishop takes b6, and white is going to build a big pawn center. Um, do you have much experience in this specific variation of the Nimzo Gen?
Well, I usually played, I played the Nimzo a little bit on the black side, but I wasn't usually particularly afraid of the A3 variation, but in general,
Mm.
I got into positions like this where they got that big center with the 2 bishops, and I have to say it was very difficult when you were playing with a good 2 bishops player because I felt, that they would often eventually mount a kingside attack, and it could be quite uncomfortable. So, that said, it doesn't sound like this is your favorite line against an IMZO, as you mentioned you like to keep the, pawn structure as well as the bishop. So do you play the queen C2 line?
I do. I
Yeah.
mean, you know me too well. You can read me like a book. Queen C2, just to show everyone at home. That would be the one of the main ways to kind of guarantee that you don't get double pawns. You will always now take back on C3 when possible with the queen. So this is one solid line. Also, it's come into fashion recently, Bishop D2, which to my eyes looks a bit slow, but the top players have been playing this way recently. But A3, yeah, it is a line. I think I don't hate it, but I think I'm in your boat, Jen. It's kind of from the black side, I've played this position, and I'm always scared. With the white side, I'm equally scared of the long term factors because of this double pawn formation. But I think we saw it in, for example, the last World Championship. Ding Liren playing this against Jan Nepomniachtchi. Actually, often you just give up a pawn on c4 and you just go for it. E4 might come, G4, G5 might come. Just play with pawns, play with bishops. It's
Well, that's the
really
idea
dynamic.
because she
Mhm.
does need to win in this game. But I understand why you like the queen C2 line because a lot of times black will play bishop takes C3 check anyway, and then you get the best of both worlds, eh?
Yeah, but maybe a slower type of position where it's harder to
Yeah.
build the big pawn center. So high risk but high reward from Lei. I think in a tournament situation, I do love it, just kind of as a fan rather than a player, because it guarantees fire on the board. And
That's
if
right.
Humpy, yeah, go
That's
on.
right. Oh, yeah, no, that's right. I completely agree with you because I think that queen C2 lines, they're wonderful as well. They score very practically well for white, but a lot of times black's actually the one who gets control over E4. So it's like black gets a grip on E4 and it's a more of a slower battle. Whereas of course now E4 is all about white.
Yeah, and key moment here. It feels like Humpy isn't that well prepared for this variation. She spent around 10 minutes on the clock. Black is at a crossroads. You mentioned e4. If I were black, I would just ignore it and kind of just castle and game goes on. Or maybe bishop a6. Or black does have the option of playing d5 to kind of cover the square, slow down white's advance. But d5 is always, you kind of play it with mixed emotions because you do allow white to undouble the pawn structure. And then, I mean, yeah, at least I would be extremely happy with white. No more weakness on the c4 square. So we'll see what lies in store here. Long think by Humpy. Maybe we go to the bird's eye view just to see the other openings, just to do a quick check on all the
Yeah.
games. What else catches your eye, Jen?
Well, Vishali game, I think, is worthy of taking a look at as we've got a very rich, what is it? And then it started as a Roy Lopez. Looks like it could have been an Italian, except you see that pawn on b5. Usually indicates that the bishop got chased around potentially. Although I don't know, this could definitely have occurred in Italian type structures too. Uh,
Mhm.
Nonetheless, usually very rich positions, and she's just played bishop g5, pinning the knight on f6. Okay. Well,
Yeah.
what's your take on this one?
hmm Yeah, it's a tough call. I've kind of played these positions my whole life with white and black, and it's another one of those where with white, I'm always kind of hesitant to put a bishop on g5 because h6, even if black plays g5, your bishop tends to get kicked back to a really bad square. But it's just it's a provocative move. It's asking black big questions as well. And with black, I've always been uncomfortable. It's like, do you just leave the pin? Do you just ignore it? Do you live with it? Or do you react and take big risk by opening up the black king? Maybe we just do a quick action replay as well in this one. You
Yeah,
mentioned
that's
the Roy Lopez. Yeah, the Italian. It's like, in my mind, the Roy Lopez, the Italian, they're kind of cousins or sister openings in a way. Bishop b5, very similar ideas. Bishop does get kicked, as you mentioned. And I always get confused with the exact variation names. I believe this is the Archangel, but there's different kind of words for it. When the black bishop comes out to c5, castles. A4, white gets the open file. Watch out for this one to become an important factor later. And okay, castles. If Vaishali wanted to play super safe, I guess she could have played h6, so she can't mind the pin that much. She castles on bishop g5. Jen, do you think we'll see it h6? Just to show viewers at home, do you think we'll see g5? Inviting
Mm.
maybe a piece sacrifice, but trying to kick the white bishop back.
When I was growing up playing chess, people always told me not to do this because it destroys your king cover. But these days, even with your king there, people are doing it a lot more often. Understanding that it's not only about pawn structure, but about the restricting your opponent's pieces. And the bishop on g3 usually turns out to be a bit of a lemon, as we used that word many times yesterday, even though I like lemons, even with the king on g8. Now, if the king were on e8, then we'd be even happier here because we haven't committed to castling yet, especially if, we hadn't ruled out the possibility of queenside castling. So that's something that you have to be super aware of. Now, there's definitely some cons for white, but I mean, for black, there's some pros and cons. The question is which one outweighs. But you can also wait to play g5 because there's no immediate threat with like bishop takes f6 or to put more pressure on the pinned piece. So you're actually not even forced to play it right away.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And Vaishali, she might just decide, normal moves would be bishop e6 or rook e8. B4 might be a useful move just to try and open up the black rook on b8. There's plenty of options here, but often at some point it's on the radar at least. And judging on current form, she's probably not lacking in confidence, so I wouldn't be surprised to see g5 appear. But yeah, as you say, it's a big risk. Just to put it on the board as well, sometimes it's always a bit of a coin toss whether it ever works, but sometimes you can get away with sacrificing the piece because this is almost an eternal pin. And yeah, you have to weigh this up really, really carefully for both sides. Of course, the evaluation bar says 0.0 is one of those positions. Who knows? And that's what Vaishali, she has to make a judgment call. She has to make a bit of a guess. This pin is extremely annoying for black to
That's
deal with long term.
right. Yeah, it's really tricky, these types of positions. I mean, on practical level, it can be nice for white because you can, you got two pawns for it. So in a blitz game, knight takes g5 is very juicy, but this is classical chess. Now, speaking of classical chess, yesterday I referenced briefly that Ken Reagan had pointed out on X that their women were playing extremely well according to the move quality, right? So he's trying to create a correlation between the move quality and performance rating. And guess what level the women are playing after 13 rounds?
Ooh, I would say every player is playing at least 100 points above their rating.
That is
Reveal
about
to me.
right. That's about right.
Okay.
2020. The average is 2630. So
Wow.
that is, and I believe the average rating of the tournament, you're probably right, is probably around 25-20 or something like that. We can find that later, but that is, yeah, that's something. I mean, that's a big discrepancy, and it really kind of goes to your point earlier about them potentially being underrated. And that historically, this has happened before. When there are small rating pools, sometimes they become deflated or inflated. And for some reason, it seems like in the women's chess history, it's definitely been deflated before. In fact, FIDE made a very controversial decision many years ago, before I had a FIDE rating, uh, to give every single woman in the world 100 rating points. Well, except for Susan Polgar, because she played against men. So they decided not to give it to her.
Ah, that's unfair. If you give it to one, you should give to all. But I
Yeah, or
agree.
they
Oh,
yeah,
sorry, go on.
I agree. Or you should make up some kind of formula, right? Like the idea is that the idea they were saying is that like the women who are only playing against women are deflated, right?
Yeah. And it's interesting, like it seems to have come full circle recently. Everyone under the 2000 rating, I believe, was given a bit of a boost just to try to cope with deflation. And I was actually thinking about that point yesterday, Jen, that you made, because Ju Wenjun, she played in the Tata Steel Masters in January against some of the best players in the world. And she gained a bunch of rating points. She beat a few of them. She made some really, really comfortable draws. And yeah, I mean, she's massively underrated. Most of these players are too. But in the meantime, h6, bishop h4 has happened as
Okay.
predicted. And maybe we leave Vaishali on this decision. Maybe we go back to the leader because a lot
Yeah.
of moves actually on that board.
Yeah.
Let's jump over.
Well, she did play knight to c3, the main move, and then after knight f6, she played bishop d3. So at this point, what's the prognosis if black were to grab that pawn? Instead, she played bishop e7, but if
Mm,
before that, what was the idea? Let's see.
yeah, very good
So,
question. Why not take this pawn?
so why can't we just be greedy?
I don't see a downside. I mean,
Maybe
I guess white castles?
maybe they just feel that you can take it later because white is gonna lose one of those pawns eventually. That could be the reason, right? Because it's not that easy to defend it, right? You can't really play bishop e4 comfortably, and bishop c4, there's always b5 and b4, right?
Hmm. Yeah, b5. If the white bishop ever defends, so yeah, a bit strange. I guess after knight takes d5, if white castles, maybe she's afraid that she might get hit by bishop e4 now, and some
Yeah,
tickling of the b7 pawn, but looks fine, looks tenable somehow. Okay, I guess she's still in preparation, Jen. Look at the clock times, 1 hour 34. She's gained 4 minutes, so she must know exactly what's going on, and this is the current position. I guess it's not running away, that food, as you mentioned. Nowhere
yeah,
to protect.
yeah. That's it. I think she just wants to get her king safe. And by the way, look at that chess barrette. I love it. It's really popping right now from this angle. It's really very
Exactly.
cool.
On point.
Is that an omen?
Yeah. Is it? Yeah, maybe it's bringing her luck as well. I used to wear a chess wristband that I used to think brought me luck. The more checkered squares, the better. That's my philosophy.
And by the way, there's actually a big mathematical report on the performance ratings. It's actually Ken Reagan, I think, posted it on my social media, but I can put it in the chat as well. If there's any mathematically inclined folks in the chat, and I know there are because yesterday you taught me the Manhattan distance, which is probably something I learned in high school and totally forgot about. And I looked it up, and it's exactly what I wanted to know. You're totally right. Yes, that's what I did after the show yesterday, Dave. And I looked up Euclidean versus Manhattan distance, and it's all thanks to our amazing chat. Thank you for reminding me of high school mathematics. Seriously, we forget that stuff, you know. I don't. Well, I don't know how it is in the UK, but
I mean, yeah, it's all a big blur. My teenage years, my my especially those maths classes when I was attending. I'm not sure how much I picked up, but yeah, chat. I mean, that's impressive. Thank you. Keep the wisdom coming, especially about the number crunching side of things. And Jen, that's why you're such a true professional. You went and researched these things afterwards. I just passed out. I was exhausted from all the action we saw we saw
well,
yesterday.
well, to be fair, I think it was like 2 a.m. for you after the chess, right?
Yeah.
you and Yeah, you and Robert has also in the Euro time zone. It's not an easy one for you, but now you know how we feel when we have to wake up at 4 in the morning when the tournaments are in your neck of the woods.
That's true. That's true. I'm not complaining. More chess is always better, no matter where in the world it's happening. Just a quick chess question before we maybe move on. But knight takes d5 is, I guess, the next move for Tan. So the move that comes to my mind would be rook e1 to create a counter threat against black's e pawn, which is undefended. To my eyes, this is the critical line, or at least the most natural move. What could Tan have up her sleeve here? She
I
might
see. So
might remain a
now,
pawn down.
yeah, huh? Because now knight takes e5, you can just take on e5 right away.
Yeah, maybe this is the plan anyway, though. Maybe she doesn't care about the e-pawn because now she wrecks the white structure. Now I guess she goes back. Unless there's another move. Whoa, could she be?
Yeah, the computer likes something else, but I wonder what it was.
Is it
Huh.
this move? I mean, like you, I saw the bar and knight c6 looks natural to me, but maybe bishop f6 based on this cool tactic.
Um, oh, very
Muzychuk.
cool. Yeah, that is neat.
Yeah, and it's really lucky that the white pawn sits on f5, because otherwise there would be a desperado bishop takes h7 check, discovered attack, winning the black queen. But luckily not possible, and black actually wins material here. So she's got tricks up her sleeve, Tan.
Can't we
Maybe
can't
this is
we
what.
uh can't we play bishop b2 or something here? And no, like nope, I can't. Use queen takes b2 and you're still threatening the two rooks. Yep. All right. Nice.
Oh, so okay, there's tricks. And after bishop f6, of course, it's not kind of essential to capture this knight, but after rook e1, for example, probably there's many moves to keep this one safe, but knight b5 looks safe to me. Attacking this pawn twice. White has an extra pawn, yes. White has the bishop pair as well, but these f pawns don't make a great impression. White's structure on the queen side doesn't make a great impression. I think Tan would draw this in her sleep against anyone in the world, and that's all she needs after all. So, okay, and Muzychuk doesn't go for this. We've, I think, stumbled across the reason. Bishop g5 instead. Ooh, calculation time. Can black regain her pawn before the knight gets chopped off and removed from the board?
Well,
She answers yes.
yes is the is the answer by Tan, as she is very confident.
Mm. Yeah, I see the bar is slightly on white side still. So Anna Muzychuk, despite spending a lot of time here, she keeps finding really good moves. Which one comes to mind now, Jen? Bishop takes bishop, knight takes knight. It's a coin toss, 50-50. I would be tempted to take this bishop. I don't know why. Forcing black to take back with the knight. I really want to get like f6 in to unleash an attack against the black king, but maybe it's just not enough. Maybe the black knight will just sit in front of its king and defend, and black is now, rather than a pawn down like earlier, now a pawn up. Yeah, it's so hard to evaluate, especially when you've got so many options, right? In these types of positions for white. Where to even start calculating? So knight takes d5 on the board. Yeah, here, for example, I would... Okay, we're actually going to get an answer. We see a move, I believe, from Anna Muzychuk. Okay, it is knight takes knight, and pieces are flying off this board. We're going to get opposite color bishops now after black's reply, which has just been played. Bishop takes g5. This is the current position. Jen will be back with us in a moment. Don't worry, anyone. She is just refreshing things. And yeah, it's a refreshingly tense position on this board as well. I'm expecting the move bishop to e4 just to keep white's strong knight sitting pretty in the center. White does have ideas like queen h5 in the near future. The black king not entirely out of danger, but I'm just looking at the clock times. 1 hour 34. She's literally gained nearly 5 minutes now, Tan Zhongyi, since this game began. One of the games of her life. Of course, she has been a women's world champion in the past, Tan Zhongyi. She wants her title back. This would be huge for her if she can get the required draw and get a match against Ju Wenjun. But yeah, extremely well prepared, impressive stuff. We know what she was doing last evening. We know what she was doing this morning, potentially before the game. She was preparing this exact opening, this exact game. So Anna Muzychuk, the onus is on her with white to keep the game alive, to keep fighting. I think that starts with bishop e4. Maybe the white knight drops back as well. Okay, bishop e4 on the board. Yeah, plenty of tension. Rare to see all four squares on the board, in the center at least, occupied like this. A bit of a standoff, a bit of a traffic jam, but either way, looks roughly balanced for now due to the presence of opposite colored bishops. Okay, the moves keep flowing. G6 now. I did mention white's main idea was to bring the white queen out to h5, maybe with an attack on the king side. So Tan preemptively prevents that. G6 a really nice move. And yeah, there's threats now to simply take this pawn. She's removing white's double pawn. That's the downside, but she's also preventing any attack. That's the upside. And I believe we're rejoined by Jen. We've had a few moves. Welcome back. Okay. Okay. In the meantime, G6 on the board. We will have Jen back in a second. I promise everyone. You're stuck with me in the meantime. And G6. G6 on the board. I'm expecting white to take, but actually this gets really, really complicated if Tan Zhongyi is in the mood for fire on the board. She could even consider playing f5 in that position. I'm not sure how sound that is, but f takes g6. I mean, being hit by preparation here is terrifying, especially for Anna, who's down significantly on the clock. But Jen, I think this time it's safe to welcome you back. You've come back at the right moment. It's getting really sharp in this clash, in this key game for the round.
Yeah, and look at how well prepared she is as knight takes d5 somehow was, so fast and it somehow booted me off the show. It was such a powerful move. But knight takes d5 also quickly played. Bishop takes g5. I'm catching up now and we have g6 on the board. And the question now is what does white have, if anything? Because black's just saying, well, now I'm even on pawns, and if you take on g6, I can. Well, you were just looking at that, right? What did you decide on after
Yeah, here,
after takes on g6? H takes would be the kind of instinctual move, right?
yeah. I mean, originally, I think in a blitz game, I would play H takes G6 every time, just because it looks safe. But then I'm a bit afraid that white hits with F4, and it gets a bit sharp, double attack, and this knight a bit
Mm.
destabilized. Of course, the eval bar doesn't really care. But I mean, the move that came to mind as well, Jen, and this one, I mean, I'm not as well prepared here as Tan Zhongyi, clearly, but F5 does also kind of require some calculation. Really sharp hitting the bishop, which defends the knight. And it looks like white is about to deliver checkmate after like queen h5, for example, but black can probably just play h6 and does look weird for the black king. Who cares? But black might win a piece if white isn't careful.
Oh, very
Terrifying
sharp.
preparation.
I feel like I can really see the fact that you studied these lines because I think like it's kind of like this Sveshnikov type positions, right?
Hmm.
And you,
Exactly.
you mentioned that you worked on this as a surprise weapon and you didn't get to execute it, but at least you get to use it now for your analysis in the women's candidates tournament. Everything has a purpose.
Exactly. It was all worth it. Those dozens of hours devoted to a6 on move two. Here we are. What is it? 15 moves later, and it's finally coming to the fore, as you say. But I mean, Tan has looked at it way deeper than me, first of all, and she's actually got it on the board, which is the kind of major thing. And how big would you say the surprise value is at this top level, Jen?
I
Especially in
think
such a big
it's
game.
I think it's so important because that 30-minute time edge is huge. And, if she is continuing to prepare moves like F takes G6, F5, allowing G takes H7 check, I think that to me, and I love tactics. The reason I was saying, it's so clear you've studied this is because I don't think these moves are that natural if you're not a Sveshnikov or Kalishnikov or O'Kelly player. They just seem kind of weird.
Yeah, 100% agree. It's really concrete, really forcing. You can't, as you say, play on general principles. You can't talk about kind of occupy the center, develop all those things anymore. It's just pure calculation. It's kind of move by move. And yeah, poor Anna. I don't envy her actually, just being hit by g6. I mean, if that happens on the board, f takes g6, f5, then it's going to be a real shock, and it will cost her a lot more time on that clock just to deal with it while she knows her opponent. I mean, she's not just playing Tan Zhongyi right now, she's also playing Tan Zhongyi's seconds and probably Stockfish, Leela, whichever engine Tan has analyzed this position with. That's really intimidating for players at any level. Definitely surprises seem to be at a premium. Really high quality preparation, I got to say, by all of the women in this tournament from every round, especially this one.
That's right, and if you missed it earlier, we mentioned that their performance rating based on the quality of their moves is 2630. Yeah, and there's only been like 3 women in history who've been over 2600. Okay, I think 4. Because Anna Muzychuk was over that for some period of time, and then of course Humpy Kineru, Ho Yifan, and Yuta Polgar, who was also over 2700. So if you're over 2700, you had to have been over 2600, right? But yet all of their performances in a 14 round event is over 2600. I mean, that really does tell you something about the
Really,
level of play that we've seen here.
yeah, really impressive stuff. I've got to echo it. Just playing through the games, yeah, real world-class players in front of us right now. But this position is complicated. G6 presses the chaos button for Tan Zhongyi, but she's still within opening preparation. Really good news for the leader, the big favorite. We're going to go on a short break, but we'll be back in a few minutes as we look to find the challenger for the next Women's World Championship. See you soon, everyone.
How did you feel when you qualified for your candidates for the first time?
In the middle of the tournaments, I settled down into I think maybe a +1, and I was just, there was no reason to suspect that I would qualify. And then suddenly I had 3 wins in a row. I beat Joel Lautier, 20 miles. Then I suddenly found myself playing Misha Gurovic. He had already reached the qualification score. And then I just played. It's hard to describe how spontaneous things were then, but I just played. You just had to try, and I went through the motions, if you like. But I was as surprised as anyone else that I beat him. And then suddenly I thought, oh my God, I've qualified. I just need a draw the next day against Ivanchuk. And then it was over. The next day I made a quick draw with the white pieces against Ivanchuk, and I qualified with the candidates, first attempt. And it changed everything. I came back to Chennai. Of course, the Grandmaster title also changed everything. So these were huge events, but I remember then I got a sponsor and I started to work on chess for the first time with trainers. I had a camp in Holland with Van der Wiel and Ferdinand Hellers for the drive match. Hellers came to Chennai to help and all that. So suddenly it felt like my life was speeding up. I was getting all the best invitations. But when I became World Junior Champion, I got Vaikenze, and that was a big breakthrough. I got Reggio Emilia, a couple of things, but after this one, I was getting Tilburg, I was getting VSP, so it was dramatic. The candidates changed a lot for me. Linares, I was a regular at Linares after that. I got invited to the Amber tournaments. Within a year of candidates and really my Karpov match, suddenly I was just at the top of world chess.
So after that, then your chance came next in 95. You went all the way through, won the candidates, the PCA candidates, defeated Kamsky in the final. How did you feel at that point, going through the candidate cycle and winning the candidate cycle in 95 compared to 93? How did you feel at that point?
Initially, I felt very good, but once I started working, it was very hard work, 4 seconds, long hours every day and so on. Then slowly it hit you, he's been doing this for a decade. Of course, he has an unbelievable bank of ideas and all that, and I've got to catch up here, there, everywhere. I think work always does that for you. It teaches you how much you don't know as well, and that automatically realigns. I think feeling like an underdog, but I thought if I followed my strategy and if I avoided what Shot did, which was to start losing games very fast, I thought I would at least have a shot. At that point, I wouldn't plan too much. I just thought if I've done my work, then I feel better and I go sit there. Later on, watching Kramnik playing Kasparov, I realized that for these matches, strategy is a very useful thing. I mean, that was a brilliant example. So I think when I played in 95, I was disappointed to find out how badly things went in that third week. Really came 10, 11, 13, 14. And, the clear drop in level, that was a shock. By that point, I felt firmly amongst the top 3 and at least by rating, and I just thought, well, I belong here.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates event in Toronto. I am David Howell, and I'm joined by the wonderful Jennifer Shahade to break everything down for you. Jen, it's early days. We're out the opening now, but what are you most excited about this early in the round?
Whoa. I mean, almost every game is thrilling, but I gotta say, I am quite excited by the Lei Ting-Che Humpy Kanero game as we see Lei Ting-Che must win situation to give herself a chance. And it's just such a principled position and such a battle of ideas where one side has the two bishops and the attacking chances and the other has the weakness that she's honing in on c4. So what's going to win out, the better structure or the activity in the two bishops?
Yeah, I think we'll start with that game. We promise we'll go around the horn and cover some of the others in a moment. There's actually a black king on g6 in the Vaishali game as well, but this one, Lei Ting-Jie, is key for the standings, of course. Just before the break, we talked about Tan Zhongyi's incredible preparation. A draw on that board would be disastrous for Lei Ting-Jie, but she's just trying to do her part. She's got to get her win. Just focus on this position, and yeah, I'm just as excited as you, Jen. Like this one is crazy. H4, big threat to open up the H file, as you mentioned. We should mention to others as well, to the viewers, C4 is untouchable for now, because at the end, after some exchanges, there will be a queen check hitting the black king and picking up any piece that lands on C4. So for now, black just has to react. What would you choose? You mentioned a couple of options. Forfeiting the H file or pushing, or yeah, how
I
would you
definitely I
deal with
definitely
this?
don't I definitely don't want to forfeit. Well, oh, I don't want to play G takes H. That would be like my least favorite because then white would just have everything, right? It's probably like just bishop takes H4 and eventually F4 and E5, and you're probably just going to lose. So that would be the least appealing. G4, I think, is a consideration, but I very dislike if my opponent can play the move F4. If F4 or well, I could also probably take on G4 right away, maybe too, right? I guess that pawn is actually takeable. So that too looks kind of good for white. So I don't like pushing. I don't like taking. So that leaves staying there and fortifying, right? It's like what is it? TPF, right? Take, push, take, push, fortify.
Nice. Yeah, those are the three ways to deal with attacks in general, threats. So fortify, I guess that would be a move like rook to g8. Um, it's a bit like that other game we mentioned where one side had kind of forfeited the open file, but at least you fortified your pawn structure. Kind of means that the black king is destined to either sit in the center or castle on the long side, on the queen side. But yeah, at least you keep things. I really like the fact you've stopped f4 for now, Jen. And as you mentioned, you can never allow this white dark square bishop, which is uncontested at the moment, to activate. And black does have a simple plan: queen d7, castle queenside. Later, gobble up this weakness on c4. Yeah, I think rook g8, process of elimination, as you went through there. I think that would be the most kind of logical move right now, at least the most pragmatic one.
And I think it's really important too because we talk about how players who are newer to the game, they or let's face it, even players who are intermediate and advanced, I always had this problem too of releasing the tension too soon. So I'm saying like, yeah, new players. Or,
Me
when
too.
somebody says, I have a friend, and they have this big problem that they release the tension too soon in chess. No, most of us have been there, seriously. But it's not just about capturing, it's also about pawn pushes and pawn captures. So don't forget the last one, the F, the fortify, because yeah, it sometimes it can slip your mind. You feel like you have to do something. Like you have to take or you have to push, and you don't have to. You can strengthen the point and let your opponent do the taking. But I will say, wow, at Lei Ting-Che's time management. So between her and her compatriot, they've used like no time except the increment, right? I mean, this is astonishing. Is this why they're leading the tournament? Because, I mean, that research showing that they're all playing fantastic chess, but these two are also just really playing the clock to their advantage too, it seems.
That's right. No coincidence that they are the two leaders, Tan Zhongyi and Lei Tingjie. They're both super quick up to this point, and it's not just about the time usage, Jen. It's just the opening preparation, just incredible. Both of them, especially for this last round. Lei Tingjie clearly at move 12, still in preparation, or at least something similar to what she's looked at before. And likewise for Tan Zhongyi over on the other board, even deeper into that game over there. Um, yeah, I love that kind of reveal, breaking the fourth wall. Actually, often when I say like, "Oh, my students, they would make this common mistake," I'm normally talking about myself. I'm like, nah, you can't admit this to the to the audience. But I'm like, wait, you should never play F3. It's probably because I've played F3 like last week in a in a league game. But yeah, that's a bit of a tip for everyone at home. Don't always trust the experts. We we like to sugarcoat things, but H4 without sugarcoating things in this position, it's just a really fiery position, right? Like middle game guaranteed to be double-edged. And for a must-win situation, you would think, at least on paper, this is the perfect start for Lei Tingjie. How comfortable would you be if you're Humpy right now, clearly being hit by something she wasn't expecting?
I don't know because I think that it's not bad for Humpy in a way to have a chance of a win. I think there's that bonus prize for winning, and she seems like she's kind of getting into the groove of the tournament. So I don't think she minds that there's a high chance of a decisive game here. And yeah, I mean, listen, if you're going to play the Nimzo and you have all this pressure on the C pawn, it is kind of the principles of the opening to go for this and withstand the pressure.
That's true. Long term, Black is doing very, very well, but short term has to deal with threats like H takes G5. I do wonder, Jen, if we're going to see a weird move like King E7, just to kind of protect the rook on H8. The king doesn't look too weak there right now, but it does break a lot of the rules we're told. Kind of when we're first learning, first starting out with chess. She's made a move, so it is Rook G8. Fortify. That's the name of the game here. And quick response from Lei Tingjie. Wow, both of the Chinese players, the two leaders, yeah, they're deep in preparation. Clearly feeling confident. Clearly trying to use the clock as a weapon in this round.
Really impressive. Now, I think we should actually take a look at Vishali's game because there's another player who hasn't used anything on her clock. That is Katerina Lagno. And not only that, but we've got a king on G6 alert, as we did see that sacrifice that you alluded to earlier, David, as Vishali struck out. If you want to head on back to move 12, which is when I think we left this game and we were explaining that like G5 used to be considered, yeah, that's not a great move. You're opening up the space around your own king. Why would you do that, right? Well, it's a different type of chess these days where we are so appreciative of activity. And so G5 is legit. So two options here. White can simply play bishop G3, but she chose to go for it with knight takes G5. And presumably she has prepared this as she has spent no time on the clock, has Lagno. She took it instantly. And then after King G7, which, bishop G5, King G7 fortifying F6, queen to F3 was played. I don't think there's a direct threat here. It gets an exclam. Maybe queen G3 could be a threat.
Yeah,
But
sometimes.
yeah, king G6 was the move that Black tried here. Now,
Mm.
what do you think the rationale is behind that, David? Besides just
Yeah.
taking the bishop.
Um, I guess the king wants to lead from the front. Very active piece in the endgame, but here we're far from the endgame. Queens are on the board. It's really walking out into the danger zone, into no man's land. Um, I mean, you mentioned kind of that these things, again, we're drawing on knowledge from our youth because often E4, E5 openings are what we're first taught, and all these kind of knight takes G5 ideas occur a lot, or at least they did for me when I was young. And yeah, I was always told King G6 is a really good remedy because there's actually trick in this position if white plays the move queen g3, which looks desirable, looks like it lines up a winning tactic. Then black can jump out the way. I believe you can actually play knight takes e4 here, for example, which is a double attack. You hit the white queen. If the knight is captured, black's queen snacks on the white bishop and actually covers her king, piece up for black. And likewise, a trade of queens. We do a bit of counting, and black is a whole piece up again after the dust settles. So king g6 relies on this trick. But of course, if she's really well prepared, Lagno, which she is in this game clearly, then she's going to choose something else, bishop h4. And yeah, I do wonder in this exact position whether the king g6 wisdom that we're taught when we're young kind of backfires. I've kind of got to compare this to Italian games, like you said earlier. It always arises in the Italian. It's slightly less common in the Roy Lopez, the Spanish opening, to see this type of idea. But if we compare the details, I think this might be a very good version for white. Now queen g3 is a massive threat, Jan. Often watch out as well for like d4 ideas, like white blows open the pawns in the center, and then the bishop drops back to hit the king as well. Bishop d5 is sometimes a threat here because the black knight lacks squares. So I really fear for Vaishali. Clock time, 43 minutes behind. A king sitting on g6. Again, we've got to repeat, don't try it at home, kids. How afraid would you be in Vaishali's shoes, Jen?
Very, very. I don't envy her, especially because Katarina's playing so quickly. That said, we know she's a fantastic calculator, and I think there's already a lot of opening moves were made, so she's already on move 16, which will help. And I think, it's not like this attack is going to last 20 moves. At some point, it's going to resolve itself. So, she needs to find a few good moves and see if she can weather the storm. One thing I noticed is that king g6 also potentially prepared bishop g4. When bishop takes f6 wouldn't be a check. But I don't really know if she wants to do that and self-pin herself because it doesn't amount to anything right now. But it is a move that no longer allows that in-between move check on f6.
Yeah, there was actually a quite recent game where Vaishali's brother was involved, Prague, and I think he was on the white side again, it was the Italian, but it was a very similar thing where he landed this knight takes g5 sacrifice, and just to put on the board, a black king somehow landed up on h5 in that game, if I remember correctly. It's not exactly this position, so it looks like madness to land a king on h5. Most likely you'll just get checkmated on the g5 square, but yeah, I just wanted to mention this because Vaishali, I'm sure she's seen similar ideas in lots of these types of positions, but I think even for the most kind of well-prepared players out there, it can get confusing. The bishop being on b3 rather than c2 might have differences because there'll be bishop d5 ideas. White having the open a file might have differences because after bishop d5, the black knight cannot run to the a file. There's always going to be little details that affect everything, change everything. And like you say, bishop g4 is really desirable if you can break the pin, if you can force exchanges. But right now it just walks into that pin. So it's difficult. I'm not sure what to suggest. Rook h8 kind of came to mind initially. I wonder why that's bad. Got to put my calculation hat on. I don't really want to, Jen. Maybe actually after rook h8 there's a check. And if the king moves, then just bishop takes pawn.
Oh, yeah. Just threatening a checkmate. Well, the position appears to be getting worse and worse, according to the eval. Yeah,
maybe
this
with
looks
this in
very
mind,
bad.
Maybe rook g8 so that queen. Okay, the eval bar doesn't move. That's good. Maybe now because the white queen is hit in this variation, so there's no time to take on f7. Maybe this is one consideration, but I'm not sure it's a natural move to play rook g8.
Not really, but I wouldn't play queen g3 if we're just going to get hit after king h7. So after rook g8, we must have something better than queen g3 check, right? Because we can keep your king on g6. You can't move king h7 still because of that pressure on the knight. One thing that I really wish I could do is stick my knight on d5. It's so frustrating.
Ooh, yeah.
But there's no way to really get that knight in. Like it's so long-winded to play something like knight d2, rook e1, knight f1. It's going to take way too long. And I would love to sacrifice. If I could just sacrifice my c pawn and play knight c3. Oh yeah, that'd be great. But the problem is any way that I sacrifice that pawn, either by like d4 or c4, unfortunately, I don't just sacrifice the pawn. You also get your pieces flooded in, right? So it's not actually a clean sack that I would like to make.
Yeah, just to show, whoops, you give away key outpost. So yeah, rook g8. I quite like it actually now I've seen it, but I mean, I don't think it's the first move that would come to my mind, but just because it stops White's main threats, and like you said, White still has kind of has to take the long way around in order to build up an attack. Often White actually wants to move the king as well to h1, move the White queen out of the way, then start kind of throwing the f pawn forward to open the f file. White needs a bit more ammunition. It's only the queen and bishop attacking right now. I was always told the magic number is 3 when it comes to attacking pieces. You need more attackers than defenders. Correct me if I'm wrong, Jen, but yeah, you need at least the white knight, like you were saying, or that you're angling for, or the white rook to somehow join the attack. That's still some work to be done for Lagno. Again, the clock times, though, so impressive. The opening preparation, the deep kind of vision here to predict this line, and 16 moves in. Yeah, I do fear for Vaishali. I think maybe g5 a few moves ago, she might be regressing it now, but it might be that kind of momentum. She's got 4 wins in a row, boosted her confidence. She thought g5, the opponent can sack. Who cares? I'll survive it. I'll weather the storm and kind of profit from the extra piece later. Really double-edged stuff.
Yeah, but just great quality play all around. It's really fantastic to see. We did get a couple of moves in the game between Andy Muzychuk and our leader, who is looking to be crowned the candidate, get another chance at the Women's World Championship title, which he had previously held. She's wearing her chess beret. Is that going to be an omen?
Ooh.
Well, look at what's happened these last few moves. So I think we left along g6, and you were predicting potentially takes on g6 and then f5. But Anna did not do that. She played the more combative even. I mean, that position is pretty combative too, but she went for f4 right away, trying to take advantage of this potential instability of the pieces. Actually, after bishop it kind of reminds me, it's like the e pawn is like this coat hanger, and you're trying to put all the coats on one hanger, right? You have like 5 of them and it's like collapsing, right? So f4 is kind of like splitting that open, and she can't hold on to everything. So she had to play bishop back to f6. Well, I guess that's a bit of a target, not only at the knight on d5, but also the rook on f1 is now eyeing that bishop on f6. So Anna, after I think a decent thing, played the move queen to d3. And that's where we stand right now.
Ooh, and a massive shift in the eval bar. Normally we try to kind of explain it in human terms. I mean, I guess she's just developing. She's putting pressure along this diagonal. I do wonder whether, I mean, firstly, this is super complicated, whether this is a sacrifice.
Yeah.
I mean, to my mind, taking on g6 first, and if she wants to play queen d3, playing it now would have made a lot of sense because,
Oh.
I mean, maybe there was something better, but at least now you're threatening the same thing and you've ruled out black taking a pawn on f5. But she wanted this version, sorry, with queen on d3. Why is this a mistake?
Probably g takes f5, right? So if you can't play bishop takes f5 because of the knight hanging on d5. So I guess you have to take on f6, right? With a check. You have to play knight takes f6, queen takes f6. And now pawn takes e5 might allow, does that allow, I was thinking pawn takes e4 here, but then you have queen takes d4, right?
It's fine. So
That
what could be
seems
the
okay.
downside?
Queen takes e5. Well, queen takes e5, bishop takes f5, I thought was what you were going to do, right? Seems okay. I mean, it's not horrible it's not horrible for black either, because I can probably, maybe it is horrible for black.
I mean, I think white's much happier here because the black king is a bit
Yeah.
open. The rook will come to e1 with tempo.
So what are we
This is
missing?
what she's hoping for.
So what do we miss there? There's a win here for black. Queen b6. Brilliant. What a move. What a move.
Wow.
That's winning. Because now you're attacking e4, but you're also, if you play bishop takes f5, I have knight takes f5 with check.
Yeah. I'm not sure I would find this without the eval bar. So Tan Zhongyi, she has that dilemma. She's actually got a huge advantage. This is a big mistake from Anna Muzychuk, but queen b6 is really hard to spot. And yeah, the problem is there's no good squares for this bishop. Like you said, it's hit. You cannot take on f5. The knight takes back with a check. You cannot drop back to f3. The knight takes with a double check. Bishop d5 would be the big
Knight
question. But even
c2.
if black, oh,
Knight
knight
c2
c2,
just there's always
still
something. I mean, oh, but somehow that they don't like that move as much as your move. Maybe just
still
sacking the
winning.
exchange.
I think it's still, yeah, I guess white moves and not the end of the world. I think it's pretty sure black's going to win this game still up on material. The black king's pretty safe on h8. Yeah, maybe that's even stronger. Maybe just rook d8 first.
Yeah, maybe your move, rook d8, looks even better. Yeah, good instincts there. You didn't see it right away that you could win an exchange, but your guts told you, let's just keep this position.
That's what they call luck, pure luck.
No, but this makes a lot of
yeah.
sense because now if the bishop moves, you win the queen. You just win the queen.
Yeah, and when the king moves, the queen drops. Wow, this is huge for the tournament. Queen d3. If g takes f5, it looks like Anna Muzychuk is in huge trouble. I don't even know what else she can try. Can she try f takes e5? Maybe this might be the only bet. But after the black bishop takes, again, she cannot take an f5 because her knight will fall. So she has to drop back, and now she's just a pawn down, and the opponent can start playing like queen h4 ideas, even just king h8, like rook g8, queen out, queen somewhere. Black's in control. I don't see black ever losing this. Her bishop and knight are so beautifully coordinated in the center, and she's a pawn down. Oh, sorry, white's a pawn down here. Wow, Jen, how easy do you think this is? Queen b6, that's the tricky one, right?
Yeah, it's such a weird one because in terms of calculating, of course, it's not that deep, right? Like I think there's something about this move though, that seems so weird because there's two pieces in take. There's a pawn on e5 that is in take, and there's the bishop on e4 that is in take. So playing none of the above and playing queen b6, of course, requires such a sharp tactical eye. I definitely think if she's in this position, she'll see it no problem. Like once she gets to this position. But the question is, earlier in the analysis, do you reject this line? What do you think, David?
Yeah, it's tricky. I think she'll be calculating now. Like you say, if she knows there's something, she'll find it easy. She'll find it with her eyes closed. But seeing it from afar, sensing that your opponent has made a mistake, she has slowed down. So a 7-minute think now for Tan Zhongyi. And that's the tricky thing with modern preparation as well, especially when you're studying with computers. Normally you have the top players, they'll kind of have a computer open, the analysis engine. They'll see the top 2 lines, maybe sometimes the top 3 lines. Now, clearly, her opponent's played something that has surprised her. So she knows this last move, queen d3, is not suggested by the computer. And then there's 2 ways of thinking. It's like, oh, firstly, why is it not suggested? Is there a way to punish it? The other way of thinking would be, okay, I'm on my own, like game goes on. But if it's the kind of former way, if you suddenly realize your spidey senses are tingling, you're like, oh, wait, the computer says 2 moves were level, everything else black was better, then she knows there's something. So yeah, it's one of those tricky moments. Anna could be really unlucky here if Tan has studied this and knows white only had a narrow path to equality, and this isn't it. Then Tan, yeah, her alarm bells will be ringing, Jen, and I really fear for white suddenly.
And
Yeah, it's like 4-5 move calculation, but she's capable of it.
she is.
Definitely.
What is the part of it that's hardest, you think? Is it that it's just that it's so weird that we play queen b6, and it's kind of also this like strange lateral move that we didn't have for a while. Is something about the pattern that's just not super typical, I would say, right?
Yeah. Especially like you said, that lateral move, like you drag your queen to f6, then you slide across to b6. Literally 1 move later, you kind of feint to the right, then you slide to the left. And it's a kind of this, yeah, it's a weird kind of construction. Like you say, super rare to see that type of idea. The good thing for black, I mean, I think that might be the hardest thing, as you mentioned. The easy thing might be that it's all forcing. Like she's definitely calculating g takes f5 first. I mean, you mentioned it first, instinct-wise, it's the first thing we calculate. Forcing moves, it's a capture, it's a threat, and from there, it's all like it's like capture, and then that hard move. That's actually the third move of the variation. So ooh, I'm talking myself into thinking she's going to find it. What's
What
your
do you
prediction?
think?
Ooh, I think
So
she will.
hard. It's so hard because once we see, as many amazing players have pointed out, and I'm sure you're one of the most cognizant of this of them all, David, that it's very difficult to unsee a move. Once you
Mm,
see a move, it's hard to unsee it. So now it's kind of like it gets in your head that, Queen B6 is easy to see. Although we know it's not easy, but it becomes easier when you've seen it. Ah, but
yeah.
I don't know. She's in such good form. And you're right. She does have that clue. I would say,
Mm,
like, the fact is that she's been in prep and she's clearly really well prepared and she knows this is not the top line.
yeah.
So that does that. We know that one of the things that we say when these amazing players sometimes miss tactics is we're like, well, they don't have somebody tapping them on their shoulder, or they don't have an eval bar, right? But in a weird way, if you study this, you kind of do have a little bit of that right now, right? At this moment.
Yeah, this is literally the first move that she's out of preparation, Tan. And yeah, therefore she's studied it. She's looked at it deeply with the computer, or maybe she's looked at it with a coach, and her coach was saying, okay, White's best moves by far are these ones. Queen d3 definitely wasn't on the radar. And now she's on her own. The one thing that would give Anna Muzychuk hope is that Tan might have some other tempting options, but I'm not seeing them right now. It's if there were other moves screaming out, shouting out to be played, then it might be tricky. It's like a multiple choice question where one answer might be screaming out to you, but I don't see the multiple choice here. Unless she's thinking of taking on f4, White does have threats of actually taking on g6 a few times, and like you said, opening up the White rook. It looks like White might get a big attack if you don't take on f5. So um, yeah, again, we can't unsee it, like you said, Jen. So we're biased here, but towards that Queen B6 move. But yeah, it's hard to imagine her not playing G takes F5 right now,
And
unless
then
something
she's
else comes to mind for you.
Yeah, no, I think you're right that she will play G takes F5, and then after knight, and then we'll see if Anna sees the danger after knight takes F6, queen F6, and Anna's super good at calculating, so definitely wouldn't put it past her. So after G takes F5, knight F6, queen F6, I have another theory about why it's hard to see. I just think after pawn takes E5, the position looks so weird. Like just particular configuration is very strange with like the pawn on e5 and the knight hanging on d4. It's a very original type of configuration, so that inherently makes it harder to see tactics because they're not part of your necessarily your pattern belt.
Definitely. And like you say, it just looks like everything's happening in the center here. Like literally so much tension on these diagonals with captures, and then to suddenly ignore this all and slide in. Then yeah, Queen B6. Oof, all the discovered attacks. This would be a big blow for Anna Muzychuk and a big blow for Lei Tingzhe. But I think this is a good moment to maybe check out the other game that's relevant for the top of the standings, because Tan, she's spending a long time, 13 minutes on this move now. But yeah, are likely to be maybe an even longer think as she tries to calculate what to do next. The clash between Lei Tingzhe is heating up as well. Wow, preparation all over the place, Jen. Queen a6. This position has changed massively since we were last here. What do you think? Should we do an action replay?
Yeah, I think we left it off at rook g8, I believe. We saw the fortification of that point, and then knight e2 was played. Knight d7, okay. That makes a lot of sense. And then we saw this move c5. Ooh, what do you think of that?
Wow. I mean, it's a chaotic mood, but chaotic mood. Sorry, I mean chaotic move even. But she's clearly in a chaotic mood, Lei Tingzhe, where she wants the fight, she wants the action, and it makes sense to open things up while you've got the bishops. Also, that pawn was weak anyway, so you might as well throw it away for the highest price. Maybe kind of force the opponent to lose a bit of coordination. We saw the bishops disappear. Sorry, bishop takes d3, queen takes d3. Black took the pawn that was on offer, and white. I mean, this is definitely a computer move, e5. I mean, my first thought was that this pawn was simply blundered, that it could be taken due to a pin, but this is a beautiful tactic here. White actually utilizes the LPDO motif, loose pieces drop off. The black knight cannot be captured yet, but after queen to h7, hitting the loose piece, the undefended rook, the knight gets taken. Next move. This is really, really clever stuff, Jen.
That's a really nice one. And yeah, it seems like I should have some kind of idea here for black, but none really come to mind. Uh-oh.
This could
Yep.
have been trouble, but e5, black just played queen e7 instead. And after a trade of pawns, black actually again has a threat, not a tactical one this time, but a positional threat to castle queenside. The black king would be super safe behind its wall of pawns on the b8 square. So instead of infiltrating on the king side, we earlier pointed out queen h7, that wouldn't lead anywhere this time. Queen a6 entering on the other flank. The white queen, so agile. She tries to, I guess, just prevent castling while trying to creep in. C4 now by black, and knight g3 instantly. Lei Tingjie, she's just under 1.5 hours, but what do you think? Is she still in preparation? This is incredible if so.
Gosh, that would be pretty spot on predictions. Maybe she's just playing fast. I have no idea about that. I mean, what do you think, David? It is surprising she's only thought for a few minutes, but maybe she thinks that she was definitely in preparation for a while. Like I think E5, right? Because that's such a big move to make if you didn't prepare it.
Exactly, definitely.
Huh.
That was 3 moves ago. Whether or not she's still in prep, that's up for debate, but impressive nonetheless. Bit of a death stare towards her opponent there for a moment, Lei Tingjie. Yeah, like you say, some players, I mean, this is a high pressure situation, of course, the final round of the candidates, a highlight for anyone. She's been there in a World Championship match before, Lei Tingjie. Last time against Ju Wenjun. She's got lots of experience, but some players under the pressure, they play quicker. I don't know, how do you deal with it? Does it slow you down having that pressure weighing on your shoulders, or does it kind of encourage you to just try and get the game done as quickly as possible, speed up, and to kind of persuade yourself you're confident?
It can be scary when your opponent's playing really fast, can't it? You get less time to think, and that can be difficult to adjust to. And I think in this round, the Chinese players are using that to their advantage. But we'll see how it works out because Humby Canero does seem to be dealing with the pressure pretty well so far. She avoided that pitfall. By the way, LPDO, um, how did you first get acquainted with that phrase? Did you read the book by Motwani or?
Was that where it came originally?
I think so,
Matrimony?
yeah.
Okay. Because I don't recall the exact way I was acquainted. I actually had a training session with Paul Motwani when I was really young. I think actually maybe 2 or 3 training sessions. A really nice guy, by the way, for everyone at home, Scottish Grandmaster. But yeah, I remember reading it in a couple of books. I just couldn't pinpoint which ones, so that must be it, Jen. How about you?
I think I read the Motwani book, yeah, and it's funny because this book must be pretty old, and it like, it was an algebraic, it wasn't that old, but, it seemed like it kind of predated the kind of tendency to make acronyms over everything. So, I guess the whole thing was just a bit ahead of its time, I feel like now. And you can tell that because we're still using it, like, 30 years after the book was printed, right?
Exactly. I mean, it's Daniel Naroditsky's favorite phrase. So I've heard him say it so many times on our commentary, and I've kind of stolen
Yeah.
it. But it's catchy. That's what we need, right? Like not just in chess, in mathematics, in sciences, in any kind of pursuit. We struggle to sometimes to remember things, so we need to trick our brains into remembering LPDO and other acronyms. What's your favorite chess idiom or saying, Jen?
Oh, wow. I do like LPDO, but I'm trying to think of some other ones that I really like. Give me some other contenders for you.
Ooh,
I
I mean,
like
when I was
Octopus
young,
Knight.
Octopus Knight, that's a good one.
I do like that one. Yeah.
Nights on the Rim are dim and grim and all those things. Pin and win. And
Oh, yeah, and then the one that well, my son is teaching me some of the new ones. Like there's a PP on the PP. Do you know that one?
No, I've literally never heard that. I feel like I would
Uh,
remember if I heard that one before.
that one's put pressure on the pin piece.
Whoa. Okay, I'm stealing it.
Yeah, yeah, that one's great. That's a good
That's
one.
super cool. Okay.
Yeah, that one's another one that Fun Master Mike uses quite a lot. Who, by the way, is at the venue, so he's always wearing a lot of hats. Some people who know of him as the Fun Master Mike might not be aware of how much work he's done in chess journalism before he became Fun Master Mike. I think he's that used to be like his main thing. Now he does it. He still loves it. You can tell. But yeah, that's him.
Our awesome journalist out there in Toronto, the man on the spot, the man grabbing all the interviews with all the players. I'm hoping he gets to chat to some of our, some of the qualifiers, the challenges for the world title, if there are some today, assuming that there won't be tie breaks that will be played tomorrow. But yeah, Mike Klein, a legend of the game. Like you say, Jen, I actually met him in his journalistic role when he used to come over to tournaments in Europe, Gibraltar, for example, and doing a great job interviewing the players out there this time around. Fun Master Mike Klein. PP on the PP. I'm learning. I'm taking notes.
It's a good one, yes. But nothing beats LPDO, because the problem is whether you're 500 or 2,500 or 1,800, like it applies to us all. That's the problem. It's a universal. And they have like a couple more moves, right? Like, what do we see
Wow.
here?
C6 and knight e4. I mean, poor Humpy Konaru here, like, I mean, clearly hit by preparation. She's nearly a full hour down on the clock. It's closing in on that at least. C6. I guess the idea is to fully trap the white queen. I only just realized, Jan, this white queen has 0 squares to run to. Knight e4 trying to hop into the newly created outpost on d6. C6 is a really committal move, I've got to say. If the white knight lands, this is terminal for black. So the big question is, can black trap the white queen
Well,
behind enemy lines here?
fortunately, knight b8 is not going to work because you have queen c8 all of a sudden.
Whoops.
And I assume, yeah, I mean, we're mating here somehow. There's also knight f6 jack in the position, but it is kind of funny that if you had protected the c8 square, knight b8 would trap the queen, right?
Yeah, I wonder whether she's still got something similar in mind. Is she going to play like, I mean, she can't castle on the king side because she's moved her rook. She can't castle on the queen side because white covers the c8 square. So I wonder whether she's going to try and castle by hand, as they say. King d8.
King d8 threatening knight b8. That is a sick twisted idea. And luckily, it's a classical game against one of the best grandmasters right here. So she's not going to miss knight b8. But let's be honest, like if this was a blitz game, how sweet would it be? Your opponent just plays like, I don't know, like make a move for white.
Play like rook b1 or something.
Then you just play knight b8. Oh my god, that's just amazing.
Knight b8 and checkmate to the queen. The white queen is stuck. Wow. But I mean, how is she going to dig her queen out of this jail on a6?
Knight d6.
Knight d6.
Knight d6.
So if I continue, now
so
threatening knight b8 again.
Right, now threatening that. So the idea was that if you played knight b8, I'd have queen c8 checkmate of all things. So that would be slightly bad.
That's very different. Misclick by me. But yeah, so slightly bad to say the least. I just wanted to put in this position because I'm a sadist. I was going to go here and rip to the black king. But okay, let's go back. So knight d6, king c7 though. What
king c7,
in this position?
Threatening knight b8, the wicked move.
I'm struggling here to find the solution.
Maybe rook b1. No, I was trying to find a way to play like d5 and rook b1 and sacrifice. Oh, maybe it works. Rook b1 and queen a5 and rook b7 check. No, you always have does that work?
It works, Jan. Look at this.
All
check.
Right.
Hitting the king and
why is this winning?
Because we take this one maybe. Check. Hitting the king. The king moves. Check again. And if the king moves, now we take the queen, I assume. Now check.
Okay, this makes sense. This makes sense. You have no development. So we're down in exchange for a pawn, but like it would make sense that we'd be winning here somehow. Yeah.
Yeah. Now we just need the bishop somehow to deliver a checkmate. I'm not sure how. Maybe just something like f4.
Maybe d5.
Ooh, d5.
With the idea of playing bishop a7. The computer doesn't seem to like it, but I just wanted to play bishop a7 and threaten bishop b6. But that's a very good move. But anyway, This is in the weeds, but it's a pretty cool line, and it just goes to show that there's so many rich little tactics going on here in this unusual. Well, it's typical to the sameness structure, but it's not that type of structure that you see in that many other openings. Certainly not with a queen and a6. So we're kind of dealing with some really original tactics here.
Definitely. Crazy tactics on this game. King d8 has been played, so we're actually heading in that
Ooh.
direction. All those flashy variations. Leighton J landing some great prep. I'm assuming she'll put her knight into d6 now before the white queen gets trapped. But Jen, it feels like this is, well, I'm not even going to say calm before the storm, because it's already a bit stormy out there on the boards. Really dramatic games. She does play knight d6. This is a good moment, though, for us to take a break. We'll be back to recap all the action that's been happening and to delve even deeper into the positions as we enter a crucial phase of round 14, the final round of the FIDE women's candidates. So join us again in a few minutes. Go get your tea, go get some coffee, and see you soon.
I'm here with Nurgül Salimova. She's an international master and playing in her first candidates tournament. Thank you so much for joining me. Very nice to meet you. I was just telling you before we got rolling that we were in the same tournament in 2019 in the Czech Republic, one that I remember very fondly because I got sick and I lost 15 pounds and I did not have a good tournament. But how has your life changed since that tournament? Like, what have these last 5 years been like for you leading up to this candidates now, first time?
Well, my rating did not change much, but I worked very hard for this time, of course. There was this COVID time. It was, very hard to play tournaments. So, okay, I always think like, okay, I could probably improve more, but okay, it is what it is. Now we are here. I'm very happy that I'm here, and it's a very big step for me because since my childhood, it was my dream to be here where I am. It's gonna be tough, but yeah, I'm happy.
When you say, it's been a lifelong dream to get here, this is just step one, though, right? Because the next step would be the World Championship match. So, how has the preparation been? Like, the breakdown of openings, just sort of training games and getting up to speed and staying sharp. What does a training camp for the candidates tournament look like?
It was very hard for me because I'm very young and I'm not experienced in this field and this kind of preparation, I would say. So when we started these camps, I saw how tough it is actually, and it was hard in the beginning, but I realized that I need that. Like every professional chess player needs that, and the good preparation, of course, is very important. Also, of course, good for your chess, but also mentally you feel more prepared, you feel more confident. So I think we did what we were supposed to do, and I just know that I did my best, and the result depends on many factors. It's chess, we cannot predict anything, but I'm happy that I did my best and the people that I work with. So yeah, we are looking forward.
Any words for the fans who are going to be watching and rooting for you from all over the world back home?
Well, I feel the support of many people, and I'm sure that it will be an exciting event for me, for everyone. No matter the result, I hope we will enjoy it, and I hope the fans will enjoy it. I hope there will be fun games. So, for some people it might be hard to follow because European time it will be, a bit later. But I'm sure that there will be enough supporters for everyone, and yeah, just enjoy it.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 14 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm David Howell. I'm joined by the wonderful Jen Shahade. And Jen, things are really heating up now in the early middle game of actually all four boards. This is really exciting stuff.
Oh, yeah. What a treat we have on the boards today. They're really explosive. Every single game, really. But let's look at this thriller between Lagno and Vishali, as we saw this earlier. Sacrifice on G5. And what does a position have new for us? Last time we checked in, Vishali had found this excellent move, Rook G8, which you predicted, David. And then we see H3 by Lagno.
H3, I think preventing one of the ideas that you mentioned earlier, Bishop G4, destabilizing the white queen, actually indirectly protected potentially by the black rook. So H3, a really nice resource. Bishop E6, Bishop D5, hitting this black knight. The knight is actually trapped, has nowhere to go. It can't really run to the A file. I mean, the square covered by the white rook. Maybe A7 is possible, but that's an ugly retreat. It can never go back to E7 because the F6 knight then would no longer be protected by the black queen. So Vaishali's reacted by playing Rook H8. And I mean, Jen, before we even delve into the position, I want to mention the clock times. 58 minutes ahead, Lagno. Vaishali's down at 26 minutes. She invested almost 33 minutes on one move. That was Rook to G8 a few turns ago. 33 minutes in this time control. That's a huge, huge investment. And okay, in the current position,
I don't
do you
get
think it's
it.
going to come back to haunt her? Just being low on time in
I mean,
such a crazy position.
I guess, but I'm also just like, I'm like really amazed by these moves. Bishop D5, first of all, like, wait a second, that is such an unusual pattern because the bishop usually want a knight there, and it looks like it's such a well-protected square. But yeah, you're right. It's a great, great move. Oh my gosh, I love this move. And then the response, the cold-blooded Rook H8, leaving your knight in take. And if bishop takes F6, I don't understand. White's going to be up 2 pawns at the end of the variation, right? But
Yeah,
but there's like a
confused too.
bishop H. Is there an attack like with bishop H3 or something? So let's take a look. Queen takes F6. Queen takes
Assuming a
F6.
queen trade.
King F6 and then bishop C6. So let's just say I'm up 2 pawns, right? White's up 2 pawns. Okay. And so what does black have to show for 2 pawns? Rook G8? Rook B G8 or something? Threatening bishop takes H3? I mean, this is an unbelievable line. Like, so cool. Giving up a third pawn with the idea that if bishop B5, bishop takes H3 or something, it might be a queenless, but it's still a middle game and your king is still under hunt.
Yeah, and I think it's not just this, Jen, but I'm trying to continue the line. Like, if the white king jumps out the way, at least off the G file, it's walked onto the H file, and I'm wondering, probably the eval bar will react, but boom, can I play rook takes G2? I think you need to before white consolidates. Rook takes G2 check. Now you land another check. You're a full rook down, but white cannot save this rook on F1. If the king steps back, then it gets checked away yet again. And suddenly, I mean, it's those bishops, those pesky bishops, hitting this pawn, hitting this pawn. Black's leveled out the material. And most likely Black's just going to win because the white king is so poorly placed on H2. So, I mean, this is what, a 7-8 move variation? And Vaishali, by playing Rook H8, maybe she had to, maybe there was nothing else, but she's seen all of this. That is incredible. Just a testament to her great form right now. And that's the most forcing line. I mean, we were literally just taking, capturing everything. But wow, just incredible. What do you think white, if that doesn't work out for white, which it looks like it doesn't, what else do you think she might have up her sleeve here, Lagno?
Well, I guess you're right. She doesn't have to consolidate completely. Maybe she can try a queen G3 check. What happens on that? And then try to take on C6 after you move. I don't know where you're going to move. And then take on C6.
Definitely don't want to move to H5. I'll just mention the only bad square.
I love it.
King H7. Bishop takes C6. White's still 2 pawns up, and it looks like White's got an ongoing attack with the PP on the PP, the pin on the pressure on the something. This Black Knight
Yes.
at least still pinned, but is it? I'm trying to calculate. Is it Knight H5? Again,
Okay.
the bar doesn't move. Whoa.
And now bishop takes d8, knight takes g3, taking advantage of the pin. So but this is just the craziest thing because it looks like bishop takes c7 would be like a move here. And somehow white is losing this, even though they're, yeah, okay,
Maybe
rook c8. Yeah,
Yeah. Both bishops
I
caught in the
see.
firing line.
But
Wow,
it's
this is
just such wild
amazing.
tactics, I'll tell you. Rook h8, what a move. I mean, rook g8 and then rook h8. I mean, no wonder their performance ratings are like 2,600 plus in this tournament. I mean, what is this round going to be? This is incredible. So accurate and such counterintuitive moves, too.
Yeah, I mean, talking of accuracy, Jen, we can literally see the stats just below the board right there on the screens. 99% accuracy for Vaishali, 99.5 by Lagno. We know that Lagno was in her preparation until maybe 2 moves ago. So that's maybe less surprising. But Vaishali, she's on her own and she's spent over an hour on the clock, and to still be playing pretty much perfect chess. Rook h8, I've got to say, like, if you gave me 5 guesses, I'm not sure I would have found that without a lot of help, without a lot of time on the clock. Just incredible. Like you said, I mean, performing 2,600, 26 plus, but this last few rounds, Vaishali, she's performing like 3,000. So, I mean, I should stop being surprised that she's finding incredible moves like this, but this is very deep. Like, we were going 7, 8 moves into the future in all these lines just to try and figure out what she's got planned. And actually, we're heading in that direction. Queen G3 check.
Queen g3
Maybe it will
check is on
happen.
the board. And now, by the way, speaking of what's on the board, we do have some moves in the leader's game as Annie Muzychuk has played g takes f5. I mean, I'm sorry, Tan Xiangqi played g takes f5, and Anna Muzychuk played knight takes f6, queen takes f6. But she did avoid playing that pawn takes e5 move where you spotted this glorious queen b6 winning the game for black. Instead, she played the move bishop takes b7. Okay, so she spotted it. I think Anna did. Potentially, she spotted it, not when she played queen d3. Maybe when she saw her opponent go deep into the tank, she noticed and she realized she couldn't play that straightforward pawn takes e5. That must have been a cold shower. But you know what? At least she saw it, right?
B7. So I wonder what's so bad for white right now. Is it that the bishop doesn't have many squares? If black plays like rook a7, reacts to this threat.
Well, I think the in-between move, e4 check. Oh, you have queen g3 check, but then after king h8, bishop a8,
Ooh.
knight e2 check.
Nice spot, Jen. Attacking the queen, and just to show a check, it looks like white wins material. The rook drops off in the corner, but boom, always run through to the end of the variations. Keep looking. The sting in the tail is this knight fork, and black wins. Wow, if she can play e4, that's a huge achievement.
But
Yeah, the
let's
tempo
see.
gainer queen g3 doesn't work.
So you can't play queen
Wow.
g3, but if you just move your queen back, the material is equal. But the problem is rook b8 and rook takes b2 is in the air.
Ouch,
So
ouch.
say you play, well, you could play, yeah, rook b takes b2 looks devastating, right? Queen b2, knight f3 check, and black will win a lot of material. So instead, you'd probably be well advised after e4 to just put your queen where you want her the most because you're not really going to be able to defend b2. So after e4, you need to figure out where do you want her. Maybe also how do you avoid a knight fork?
Exactly. I mean, I'm terrified. Like, every square has a drawback. I mean, I'm thinking I'm probably going to blunder the queen, but either queen c4 or queen h3 potentially. At least out of the distance of the black knight. But
Yeah.
suddenly the white bishop is almost trapped. This is horrible,
Well,
Jan, for white. e4 would be a really strong move, powerful.
oh, and then there's also the point that after e4, queen c4, or queen h3, you might have queen b6 in some lines. I'm not sure because maybe there's no good discoveries, but it's something you have to watch out for. Like
Definitely,
if
definitely.
yeah, I mean, I don't think it works. I think after queen b6, you can just take on a6, right? And then if knight c2 check, king
Mm,
h1, and queen b6, yeah.
sorry,
I
mouse.
think, I think just
Yeah.
bishop a8, and there's no mate. That's the problem. It's
Mm,
not like when we have the knight on h3 and we get to do the smothered mate, right? This is a not quite as powerful, right? When we have the knight on f2 in this line, we can play knight h3, king h1, queen g1, mating. But here, there's no pattern like that, right? Knight f3, king h1. Unfortunately, even though the knight is closer to the center, it doesn't control the money square of f2.
yeah, that's right. And it's unfortunate as
Yeah.
well that your rook, for example, isn't on like d6 because then you could play like knight g3 and after capture, then you slide across and mate. Um, yeah, I guess in this position then, sorry, if we go back, queen c4, does black just continue? Which way does the black rook move? Is it b8? Is it a7? Um, how does black continue the initiative, assuming that
Yeah.
e4 is as strong as we think it is?
Maybe rook b8 anyway. Yeah.
Mm. I was just afraid that white
Because
could take, maybe.
just take. That's cold blooded.
It's greedy. I think that's the the right word.
What what is why doesn't the computer like your move? I wonder.
Yeah.
Is it
27. Oh, this bishop, this poor bishop, getting booted
right?
around the board. And now
Right, and
your
then
idea, Jen. Maybe.
yeah, yeah, that king is just constantly coming back to haunt us, right?
Mhm. Oof, this is ugly for white right now. So in the game position, it looks like e4 would be a huge, huge move. The problem with maybe rook b8 is that white has options here. Firstly, you can take on
Mm.
b6, maybe even with the white queen. You could also consider now f takes e5, and it gets a bit messy. But e4, not just cementing a protected pass pawn long term, but also asking the white queen some really awkward questions. I love that move, Jen. You found it, e4. I think this would give black a huge advantage.
There it
Whoa,
is. She's done it. E4
e4,
on the board.
e4 on
Queen
the
e
board.
Queen e3 allows knight c2, queen g3 check, king h8, and it only helps us. But queen c4 is the one that you wanted to play. Queen h3 you mentioned as well.
Mhm.
Just getting a queen looks h3 looks so out of the loop.
Yeah. Looks wrong somehow. It looks like Anna Muzychuk, though, in a bit of trouble here. Tan Zhongyi, a big favorite to win this game. Jen, I've got to take us elsewhere, though, because Lei Tingjae, there is literal fire on that board. I'm hoping that the audience out there are showering this board in gold coins in Toronto because she's a queen down. She's given up a queen for a knight.
Oh
And look
my
at this.
gosh. Wow. She's played queen, so it's rook to h7 in that position. And then after knight b8, her queen was trapped and she just took queen b and then rook to b1. This is
Beautiful.
outstanding. And you're down a whole queen. You're down a whole queen for a piece and you can't stop rook b7 check. She gave up a queen for a square. That's
Wow.
on.
Never see this, right? Ever, ever. I mean, it's a queen and a pawn for a bishop, and she's just
It's
infiltrating.
unbelievable. It's unbelievable. We
Wow.
looked at this line, David, but we were getting rook b7 check in and actually winning the queen, right?
Mm,
This is a whole move before that, but the outstanding conception is that you can stop rook b7.
amazing. Wow. I mean, this is another level, another planet, almost, Li Tingzhe. She's landed this preparation. Let's see what happens. Rook b7 check is a fatal threat here. Black blocked. Only move. We see the exclamation point. That's not because it's winning for black. That's simply because it's the only move to survive. Rook b7 landing anyway. And finally, she starts to think, wow, does she try to cash in? Does she try to win the queen back immediately by taking this pawn? Are there any other options? Again, you would love to add the white bishop to the mix, but not easy right now. Black king almost checkmated. What's the move?
Knight
We have
takes
to calculate.
f7. Knight takes oh, the horror of it. The horror of having to calculate.
And the bar drops, and suddenly I think it's because king c8 hits this rook, and now there's no
Ah,
time for knight
knight
d6,
d6,
or
queen d6, yeah.
maybe there is. You win the knight at the end, but you're still the exchange down, and life goes on for black, still with something to prove. Of course, the computer says level, but maybe there's something even stronger. What could be stronger than winning back the queen? This is so counterintuitive. You give a queen up for next to nothing, and then you don't even take her back when you get given the opportunity.
Maybe rook takes f7 instead, thinking that if the queen takes f7, knight takes f7. Now the knight is better than the rook, maybe, because if king c8, we can bring the knight back to d6 check.
That's true. I mean, you dropped the phrase earlier when we were talking about idioms. It's the octopus knight. The white knight is literally like an octopus on the d6 square, for example, here. Just controlling, I mean, so
Yeah.
many tentacles out there. I'm just going to
Oh
draw them all
yeah.
because I like my
Why
pretty patterns.
not? Why not? Yeah, no, this looks really good actually. And then stuff like f4, like with your idea of bringing the bishop back into the game, or maybe even the blunt bishop e3. Um, looking at knight f7 check ideas and bishop takes g5 or knight g5. But I think that, and there's always the possibility of checking that move d5, which I talked about earlier, and bishop takes a7. But I like bishop e3 and knight f7 check ideas. But no, this looks really good. I like rook takes f7.
Me too. Me too. Looks like it's no risk at all as well for white, which is a nice bonus. That being said, she needs to win, remember, Leiting J, so I'm wondering. The bar did drop after both captures on f7. What could be
Oh,
stronger than those moves? I don't understand. I mean, it's a free pawn. Why not take it? Curious.
Could it be f4 with the idea of takes f4, bishop h4? But no, it's so slow because at some point you can do something about. I guess the question is, what is black threatening to keep the queen? Is there a
Don't
way
see
to get
much.
ourselves out of the box?
Don't see it actually how to get rid of the tension. Like rook b8 might be a try, but at the very minimum, white could probably take on a7. White could also maybe flick in knight takes f7 there. I wonder. f4, does the bar drop? Okay, not that much though. f4 is definitely on the radar. Okay, Jen, shall I be naughty and cheat here? Shall I check what the
Yeah.
computer says? Oh my god. Oh my gosh. I thought I'd seen it all in chess, but bishop e3, the move you mentioned, not even taking back the queen, just a quiet move.
Oh,
Oh, I need to
wow.
retire. This is another level.
Well, I mentioned it after rook takes f7, queen f7, knight f7, kings. So I mentioned it in the position, but just doing it while they're up a whole queen is pretty cold-blooded. So what's the idea? Are we threatening bishop takes g5 straight up? Because if rook takes g5, there's rook h8 check?
Ooh, that's clever. Maybe bishop takes g5 ideas in the air. Maybe it's just that line. Maybe just the fact that it's not running away anytime soon. Kind of knight takes f7, rook takes f7. You mentioned it yesterday, actually. The threat is stronger than the execution, and there's two threats. Double execution style, maybe. Just,
And what about
I
like
mean,
f6? Well, yeah, if I play like f6,
f6.
giving up my queen, but thinking like rook e7, king e7, that maybe I'm holding things together?
Yeah, I guess white can play like knight e4 to try and capture here.
Yeah.
I could
Yeah,
still
you're only
pin
down in
all the way to Sunday.
exchange. You're only down in
Yeah.
exchange, and there's just it's crazy that your queen is just trapped. Like you can't actually extricate her.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, g4. What about after bishop e3, g4?
Three.
Like
Good question.
trying to play queen h4 check and actually save the queen. I guess the problem is now's the moment that you won't allow it to happen. You'll probably play knight f7 now, right?
Probably, although I'm still slightly tempted, rook f7 and then move the king. But yeah, probably the black knight saves itself. White's still better, apparently. Oh my
Yeah.
god. Who needs queens? They're overrated anyway.
This is surreal.
g4.
Surreal, unbelievable tactic. I'm like, I'm just in shock that this is like a thing. Wow, what a game. What a game.
What What a game. But I mean, this is the problem sometimes. I don't know about you, Jen, but when you know you're playing a beautiful game, when you sack your queen, you've got a winning attack, and you feel like there's something in the position, if you kind of take your foot off the pedal, if you kind of lose a little bit of accuracy, it turns around, you end up not winning. I mean, it's the worst feeling in the world. It feels like you're on the brink of a masterpiece. Who cares about qualifying for the World Championship? It's about playing a masterpiece here. And I mean, this will be in all the textbooks, right? This game, if she finishes it off, but that's a lot of pressure on her shoulders, Lay.
Yeah, it's not that easy to finish it off, right? Especially if it requires finding moves like bishop e3, right? I mean, that's out more outer space chess. So, uh, yeah, that I hope she wins now because I feel like some great combinations do get neglected when the game in question was drawn. Like when I was doing research for my book, Play Like a Champion, I will admit that there's so many thousands of games that I was like looking over, and I did kind of look mostly at decisive games because I wanted to get a big diversity of games, and usually you're going to get more tactics in decisive games on average, right? So I think draws that have a lot of content in them are sometimes not given the historical attention that they deserve.
Fully agree. The number of games that I've butchered from winning positions and that was so beautiful up until that moment. But
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, sometimes it's just getting the job done. Like, there's a lot of brilliancies out there as well, Jen, where one side plays perfectly, they've got a flashy way to go for the kill, but they kind of cash in and play it safe and kind of go the accountant route, as I say, just kind of win the material, then just count things up and win at the end, which unfortunately are less print worthy, but equally effective sometimes. So bishop e3. Okay, prediction time. Is she going to find it? It's
Um,
not moved yet.
no, I don't think so. I think she'll play either. I think she might play rook f7 though. She might go for the rook f7 line as opposed to the knight f7 line because knight f7, king c8, knight d6, queen d6 is very straightforward. You lose the exchange either way. If you play rook f7 or knight f7, you're losing an exchange, right? I'm
Mhm.
sorry. White is going to win the queen for white's going to win the queen, but then give up the exchange soon thereafter, right? So
Mhm.
I think that she'll go for one of those moves. What do you think, David?
Oh, I was hoping you wouldn't throw the question back at me. For me, it depends on how deep her preparation goes. I have a feeling, at least until the White Knight landed on d6, it was still preparation. I mean, it would be another level of prep if all this kind of queen sack stuff was in her notes. But if it's preparation up until the queen sacrifice, I think she'll find bishop e3. If not, I think it's just too human to cash in now and to regain some of the material. And a lot of those lines, she had full compensation, if not more, Leiting J. So I think she's going to take an f7 with something. Yeah, yes, win the queen back. Yes, beat the exchange down, but um, bishop e3 is such a hard move. And I mean, even after being shown it by the engine, I mean, I still don't fully understand. I guess it's setting things up for later once you've got the queen back, kind of coming into g5. But yeah, that's another level of chess, in my opinion. Bishop e3. If it happens, maybe move the tournament across both candidates' events. Just the ice in her veins in a must-win situation to play a calm move, queen down, like bishop e3.
Yeah. Also,
Um,
because
that would be
after bishop e3, by the way, what do we do after rook f8? Bishop
yeah.
e3.
That that crossed my mind as well. I was wondering the
Rook
exact same
g7?
thing.
Rook g7? Oh,
Whoa!
that's
Oh my
because
god!
if that's yeah, this is so cool. This is so cool. You're down a whole queen and you're playing like the bishop is worth more than the queen.
Just playing
That's
quiet moves.
insane. No, I don't know if this is right. Oh, did the bar say it's right? Look at that. Wow.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Wow.
double check. Rook g7 in this position. Yep, the only winning move actually, but very logical one, as you said. I mean, logical to the extent that it can be logical when you're a queen down. Just take this pawn, win the piece back with interest. And
This is
also, just to
so
mention, yeah,
yeah.
it's incredible. Like rook b8 is always met by rook takes a7, I think. Or maybe there's some. Okay, maybe in this position actually, is you can just trade off rooks and then take on g5. But in
Right,
this
right.
position after bishop e3, I think you always just take on a No, apparently not. I was going to say you take and just, if there are any checks, sorry, to b1, then you dodge with the white king. You just start running away. I'm not sure where. Like, the attack continues. Wow, this is just amazing stuff. Amazing, gotta say. I thought the
So,
Tanzong Yi game was exciting, but this Jen is another level.
so wait, what? So you said after bishop e3, rook b8, there was something better than rook a7?
Well, at least according to the bar. So I'll just put it one more time on the board. Bishop e3, rook b8. Wow. Okay, this is what makes it so tough. I checked again because I wasn't entirely sure, but your move from earlier, bishop takes g5.
But okay, so if rook g5, rook h8 check, that makes sense because now you can't even play knight f8 because of rook b8. Okay, I get that,
Yeah.
but what about queen g5?
Mm-hmm.
So queen
So now
takes
I guess we
g5,
take.
knight f7, and then
And we come
why
back to
is
d6. It's checkmate, right? If we.
I see,
Wow,
I
look at this.
see.
Checkmate.
Ah, yeah, king f8, rook f7 mate. Ah, because the rook,
Wow.
yeah, the rook stopped us from going to g8. Brutal. Oh, this is
Wow.
amazing.
If we go the
And
other way,
king,
then.
either rook. Yeah, pick your rook.
Wow. I mean, that is some beautiful, beautiful stuff. I've been commentating a long time, Jen, but this is
Wow.
right up there with the most beautiful games I've ever seen so far, at least. Finishing touches, though, that's the hard part. Bishop e3. I think it's too difficult. Maybe with an hour on her clock, she finds it, but it's going to cost her a big proportion of that remaining hour. Maybe it's more practical to take on f7. Maybe
Yeah,
that's the
I
way
also
forward.
think that if it wasn't for rook f7, the chances of her finding some like insanely good move like that would even go up. But it's like rook f7 looks pretty good too, David. Like, what's up with that? I thought we had a really good position after rook f7 because you were basically compelled to take, right? Then after knight takes f7 check, I thought we had just tremendous compensation here for the exchange. Although I guess you're getting to E7 is kind of a big accomplishment, huh? Mm.
Yeah, and here I thought it was really strong for white because you can take on g5, and rook takes g5 now would be a huge blunder because this is a pin and a win this time because rook g8, f4, white wins back the material with like 2, 3 extra pawns. This is decisive, but after knight takes g5, it looks like there might be a eternal chase of the white rook, and you have the exchange down. So if one of the rooks gets traded, then great drawing chances for black. Maybe even chances to turn it
Yeah.
around.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a really important one for those of you who are interested in improving your chess. Part of it is tactics, but there's also that positional strategic understanding where when you have sacrificed an exchange, and your opponent has two rooks and you only have the one, you really want to keep that one rook on the board on average. I mean, of course, this is not just any rook. This is a godly rook on b7, so it's especially true now. But I think even in aggregate, it tends to be true because you really want that rook to combine with your knight and your bishop to create threats around the king or at specific pawns. Whereas your opponent has two rooks, and sometimes they kind of become superfluous. Like you don't need two of them to do the same thing.
Yeah, really spot on there, Jan. Really important tip for the end games. Looks like Leighton JH is settling in for a long think. Already 17 minutes in the tank here. Let's check in with our leader just before we go on a short break. It looks like Tan Zhongyi has pushed e4. We saw that just a few moments ago. And she has a significant advantage here against Anna Muzychuk. Jan, I guess it's all about the black e-pawn being super strong, might advance soon, and the black knight, that's another octopus controlling the entire board. Do you agree with the eval bar here? Do you think Tan is likely to win this game?
Yeah, I do, because I think that it's also very unpleasant. There's so many tactics erupting here and there. And so that puts a lot of pressure on Anna that she could just lose outright. And, she avoided the worst by avoiding that line that you pointed out earlier, but it's not going to end that soon for her, I don't think. And Rook 88, Rook 81, she has just made that move. And what's going on now? If queen b6, you still have queen takes a6, right? Hanging on. You're hanging in there.
Skin of her teeth here. I guess she's hanging in there. The white bishop not quite trapped. Again, it looks so scary with kind of discover checks on the diagonal, double checks all over the place. But yeah, I don't see any way to cash in. I wonder whether does black go for it? E3 does threaten E2. It's a very committal move to
True.
push the E4.
It does threaten E2 though. I mean, that's like a sign of the times, right?
E3 does look extremely tempting right now. The eval bar does not shift, so pawn to E2, forking both white rooks. That's a monster threat. Pawns don't move backwards though. It could become a weakness if she's not 100% sure. If it doesn't get to push through to the first rank, make a new queen. But what do you think? Is she going to go for it? Does Tan have any other tempting moves?
Well, I guess I'd have to look at E3 and then suppose we play like, well, yeah, we would have to move one of our rooks. So which one?
I mean, the F1 will have to move when E2 gets played. So maybe we
Okay.
start with this one and now decide which square.
My concern is that these queen b6 lines might have shifted. Like as the E2 pawn moves forward, like that's the problem for Anna. She has to keep calculating this. Does queen b6 work now? Maybe it still doesn't work, but queen takes a6. There could be some different considerations here. Like, yeah, I mean, this round we have to sack our queen, right? Like, this is a pedestrian queen sack compared to the Lei Ting Che one. Yeah, you're inspired. Just give up the whole queen.
Just to
But
show.
yeah, this is amazing. It's amazing.
Yeah, of course. After knight f3 check, if we want to be boring, probably we trade off queens first. Queen takes a6, and then we win the rook. But yeah, looks like a huge opportunity for Tan Zhongyi. I don't know whether she even needs to worry about risk management here. E3 just looks so tempting, so strong and natural. Other moves would include rook d6. I think that's pretty safe for black. Queen b6 also something to calculate. Jen, do you think not just E3 in this moment? Do you think she's going to go on and convert this advantage that she's got, or maybe even bail out with a draw?
I mean, she's playing perfectly so far. So how can we doubt her? It's hard to doubt her when she's just playing such majestic chess. I mean, these games from both, well, the leader and the runner-up, it looks like most likely based on the positions that we see today, Lei Ting Che have just been like unbelievable games. Unbelievable.
Yeah.
Wow.
Lived up to all.
I mean, we're going to be
hype.
the average of chess elo after this round. What is it going to be? It's going to go up another 30 points, I bet, at this rate.
Yeah, minimum, Jen. I mean, actually, I've got to confess, I thought this round maybe we would see one or two quick draws. I'm not even sure which boards, especially maybe the players who weren't involved in the race for first place. I thought these ones would be really tight, cagey, nervy affairs, but wow. I mean, the players letting loose, just going for it. No fear, no retreat. Just, I mean, both Tan and Lei Ting Che trying to attack their opponents from the off. Just really, really impressive. Yeah, I mean, it's a pity this candidates tournament has to end, right? Just the chess on display has been so entertaining.
It's something. It's something else, that's for sure. Especially this round. All these, I don't think I'll get over the Lei Ting Che game anytime soon. I'll probably be showing that to my students well into the future, as it's such a amazing example of domination in the middle game. And then this game too, I really like the tactics in it. And overall, I would also say that there's something to be studied here about practical play, because the way that Lei Ting Che and Tan Shangxi in this tournament have been using their time is so professional and so punishing to their opponents, playing very quickly and then like really seizing on the moments to think.
Really impressive. Pausing at the right moments, sensing the critical moments. It is a heads up between Tan Zhongyi and Lei Ting Che, but it's time to talk about Chess Up. As seen on Shark Tank, it is the Chess Up team returning with a brand new Chess Up 2, an electronic chessboard that combines the best of online and over-the-board chess. With built-in Wi-Fi and Chess.com compatibility, Chess Up 2 carries all the convenience of online gaming, like access to the millions of players in the online chess community, without losing the unique experience and feel of over-the-board chess. So when you've finished a match on the board, you can also save your games directly on Chess.com and analyze online. To learn more about this amazing project and save $100 when you pre-order on Kickstarter, head to go.chess.com/chessup2 or use !chessup2 in chat. We will be back very, very shortly with the continuation of round 14, a dramatic round in the FIDE women's candidates. See you soon.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your Chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on Chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of Chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the Chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
It's been 13 years since Humpy Koneru challenged for the World Championship. Now she's trying to return there. When she fought for the World Championship all the way back in 2011, she came up a little short. Now, at 37, she is the oldest player at the candidates. With age comes experience. 2019 Rapid Champion, 2020 Karen's Cup Champion. In fact, general strength, rating in other words, is how Humpy qualified for the candidates. Only 2 women ever have had a higher peak FIDE rating than her. Humpy still has one of the highest ratings in this candidates field, and is hoping that leads her to many victories. Ultimately, age and rating are both just numbers. Which one will win out for Humpy Koneru? Will that be enough to lead her to victory?
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a Chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Muzychuk, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players. And I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in-between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great, but sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Muzychuk games.
Hello everyone, welcome back to round 14 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm David Howell, I'm joined by the fantastic Jen Shahade for what is shaping up to be a mind-blowing round. It's just incredible chess, Jen, all over the place, fireworks on the board.
Oh yeah, I mean this has been unbelievable. One of the most entertaining rounds I've seen. But one game we haven't looked at yet is that game between Salimova and Goryachkina, which in a typical round would be like pretty exciting. So it's kind of amazing that we haven't quite gotten into this one yet because the games are so sizzling. But what do you make of this position? As it is Goryachkina on move, deciding potentially whether to nibble on some pawn snacks here as a5 does look on in pre. She might have a little bit of tactics that she needs to look at with queen takes b3. But yeah, what's your take?
Yeah, good question. I mean, at first glance, I don't think white is risking anything. It feels like white is the one making the tactics happen. There's also very tempting moves like a knight jump. So many octopus knights today, landing on really juicy squares. Knight d6 looks tempting. Moves like bishop c4 look tempting in the near future. I just want to backtrack one move. This last move given a question mark by black, but just to show how kind of fraught with danger this position is for Salimova. Queen takes b3 would have already lost her majesty here. The queen would have been trapped. So the idea is clearly with bishop c8. It's a very human idea. Queen takes a5. I think, like you said, she wants to take on b3 because there's an escape square now on e6. But Jen, I've got to say, white is better. It's just the extent to kind of how big that advantage might grow. I think that's the main question. Who, or at least what do you see in the near future in this game?
Well, yeah, it looks like we just got to move, by the way. And I guess the real question is Goryachkina's shirt red or orange?
Lady in red, lady in orange, I'm not sure. Looks red to me, but I am a bit colorblind.
Oh, are you? Yeah, well, it is one of the things that men have a lot more than women, right?
Mhm.
And it's a surprising number of the population that has that. But in any case, um, the position is certainly bright, that's for sure, as all of the positions are in this round.
That's right. And we are getting a lot of compliments for one of your books, Jen. In the break, we ran an ad where you were talking about, I believe it was Play Like a Girl, one of your books. I mean, the girls out there, the women out there in Toronto, just playing fantastically well, right? Just, I mean, entertaining us and such high level. We've talked about it multiple times today, but that continues. This game as well, high quality game.
Oh, absolutely. The games are just incredibly high quality right now. As in particular, I noticed that there's a lot of people who are catching the eye of that game. Lei Ting-Che's incredible queen sacrifice.
Let's jump there. Let's, without further ado, because you mentioned actually during the break that actually some very prominent names watching the women's candidates today. Of course, there's action elsewhere. In the other event that we will not speak about too much here on this channel, there's it's a 4-horse race between Gukesh, Hikaru Nakamura, Fabiano Caruana, and Hikaru and Jan Nepomniachtchi, sorry, in the other one. But lots of prominent names. We know Timur Radjabov is the second of Lei Ting-Che. I'm being told he's had a hand in his preparation here. Actually, we will be talking about some of those tweets. Anish Giri as well, tweeting about this exact position, about this game. We'll get Jennifer back in a moment to break down some of the kind of online chatter that's been going on as we witness potentially a historic game in this position. We're expecting potentially rook takes f7. I think that's the most natural move. But Lei Ting-Che, she's invested 35 minutes right now on this one turn. Her spidey senses are tingling. She knows that there's a very strong move, and the strong move, the difficult part about it is it's simply a quiet move. Slowly improving the bishop, we actually saw many variations where this white bishop wants to land the killer blow against the black king, which sits on a dark square. The black king is pretty much checkmated. You just need to deliver that final touch to actually hit it and trap it. So the white bishop adding it to the mix, adding a fourth piece into the attack is the winning move. But this is another level of difficult. Bishop e3, threatens actually tricks such as bishop takes g5, discombobulating the black pieces, either forcing the black rook off the back rank so that white can deliver a check with rook h8, or in some cases, forcing the black queen onto a vulnerable square. If the black queen ever takes on g5, there'll be all sorts of forks. But right now, it's all about these rooks on the 7th rank. The blind swine, they sometimes call them, the 2 pigs on the 7th, because they'll eat anything in their path. And that's well known. Rooks on the 7th rank, rooks in 7th heaven, they tend to be deadly. And right now, the black king is actually hoping that white gets greedy and regains the material. Remember, black is a queen for bishop up. White can actually win the queen back at will by playing moves like knight takes f7 or rook takes f7, trapping the queen there. But yeah, it's about not cashing in too early. This is the hardest thing in chess. We talked about it earlier. The threat being stronger than the execution. And you don't want to actually execute rook takes f7, the kind of queen regain here. You want to wait. Black can barely touch anything, barely touch a single piece without losing on the spot. So you do have the luxury of time. So key moment. Just a quick update here. Long think for Lei Ting-Jie. Will it be a wrong think? That's the big question. 37 minutes in the tank. So just while Lei Ting-Jie still continues to think, let's jump maybe to another game where I wanted to touch in on Katerina Lagno against Vaishali. Here we see Lei Ting-Jie still thinking, but Vaishali has just found another incredible move, double exclamation mark attached to it. We jump into this position. I just wanted to mention it because it's equally crazy. Neither side has sacrificed their queen yet, but that could well happen in the near future. White has ideas like queen h4 check. Queen g8 is actually a pinning move. That's the reason it's so genius here. The white queen is not defended. It may look like she has a pawn defending her, but bishop takes knight, for example, would lose the white queen due to a pin on the f2 pawn. So beware, be careful if you're Katerina Lagno. She's up on time. She landed her preparation. She must be so frustrated right now that black is defending so tenaciously here. Queen g8, the only move to survive. I just want to mention as well, just if we backtrack, queen g3, it looks like white could have won a piece on the spot, bishop takes knight, but this would have run into the incredible counter-strike, knight to h5. Yes, dropping the black queen to white's bishop, but more importantly, winning the white queen. White's queen cannot move since she's tied down defending her own bishop. This chaos would have led to a roughly balanced position, but one that black would be very happy about. And if we catch up with the current position, queen g8, same idea, I believe, still lingering in the air here. Bishop takes this knight, would probably be met with knight to h5, hitting the white queen, and still some tension against this bishop. Queen h4 here would be a very natural move, hitting this knight, and this is where it might get tricky. I think this is the position that's key to Katerina Lagno's calculations right now. She's got to deal with all sorts of thoughts, maybe king to g6. The king is yo-yoing back and forth between the g6 and h7 squares, but this would unleash a discovered attack against the white queen, which is almost trapped. Wow. I mean, pause, take a breath here if you're the players, because this is crazy. Literally every board is on fire right now. Unique tactics galore. I believe in the current position here, the computer says 0.0, which doesn't even tell half the story. White, remember, is a piece down. So there's actually big pressure on Lagno to justify her earlier investment. But when to cash in, it's the same question as the Lei Ting-Jie board. When to regain some material, because if you choose the wrong moment, if you get greedy too soon, lose some time, lose some momentum, for example, bishop takes c6, then your position could come falling down on the opposite flank. I want to praise Vaishali, being caught unawares, just finding 4-5 only moves to stay in the game. Yeah, this is wonderful. Jen earlier was talking about 26, 30 plus level chess. I think this is just way higher than that right now. Tactics on fire, tactics on point. Just incredible stuff. So we'll delve deeper into the variations on this one maybe a bit later. Meanwhile, let's jump to the board of our leader. Tan Zhongyi is on the brink. She is very likely, she was likely before this round to become the challenger for the World Championship, but her last 2 moves, wow, they're really moving things in the right direction for black. Just we'll do a backtrack, we'll do a quick rewind. Rook d1 was where we left it. We did predict pawn to e3, I think the most tempting move, the most logical, consistent follow-up. Pushing the pawn to e2 is a deadly threat. This would hit both white rooks simultaneously. The pawn would be defended by the black knight. So I don't think actually she's risking much at all here. But rook to e1. We said that this move was necessary anyway once the pawn lands on e2. After e2, however, dilemma for Anna Muzychuk. I'm not even sure what the best move is right now. She does have the option to give up her rook for the knight. I think this would simply go into a bad endgame. She would at least get the e2 pawn off the board, which is a terrifying kind of bone in the throat, as they call it, where it's just stuck there forever. No real way to get rid of this pawn unless you give up material by giving up the rook now. But if she plays a more natural move like rook to d3, something we pointed out earlier, queen to b6 is still on the radar, hitting the white king indirectly, hitting the white bishop. I think this is forced now to play king to h1, running out the way, but she's living life on the edge, Anna Muzychuk. She's got not that much time left, 16 minutes. And yeah, this looks almost terminal. If black continues, I'm not sure the best way. For example, the b2 pawn is hanging. You can just add the black rook into the mix to defend that huge passer on e2. But yeah, Tan Zhongyi in the driver's seat. Anna Muzychuk, just to keep this game going, needs to be accurate. And in the meantime, I do believe that we're rejoined by the one and only Jen Shahade. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. Yes, I apologize about that, but I have noticed that while I was gone, there have been no moves in the Lei Ting-che game, and it does appear that David, your call was absolutely correct that she is in preparation here, and
Go to that game.
that's right, she is in prep. You thought maybe she's just coming out of her prep here as she figures out take on f7 or this magical move that the computer suggests, bishop to e3, total domination in the middle game, with just some phenomenal ideas. Rook f8, rook g7 was one of our lines that is really just like something out of a made up composition. And she's made a move. Knight takes f7 check was her move. Now, David, I have to tell you that one of her trainers, Rajabov, did say that this was preparation and that bishop e3 was the move, but that it was one of many variations. I don't want to misquote him, so I can give you his exact words. Bishop e3 is hard to remember, and then it's hard for black in the practical game. That is what he said.
Wow. Short and sweet. Rajabov, I mean, that's a pretty decent second to have, a world-class grandmaster on her side, Lei Ting-che. I mean, she had prepared, therefore, 25 moves deep in a variation that is so rare at the top level. So we can't fault her, I think, here, Jen, for not finding bishop e3. That would have been superhuman. She kind of sensed it, smelt it in a way that there was something winning there, or at least something very promising. Maybe not winning. Rajabov kind of, with his wedding, I guess gave a hint that black might be able to survive. But okay, she's gone for something else. What do we make of this? It looks like, okay, another check. Is it time to get rid of that octopus knight on d6?
Heck yeah. Rook takes, you get the octopus knight and the rook on b7. Those are two amazing pieces to give up for a queen, right? I mean, I'll take it. Queen takes d6, I think she's got to do. E takes d6, and it's on the board, by the way. Humpy has played queen takes d6. I wonder if Humpy Canero sensed anything else. But after king takes b7, rook d7 check, we looked at this, and you pointed out that the black king can now hide on a6, taking advantage of the fact that, we don't have a light squared bishop, so that's a pretty safe square for the king to hide out on.
Yeah, that's right. You definitely don't want to go back, get caught kind of tied up on the back rank. You definitely don't want to step into the eye line of this white bishop. So a6, I think, by process of elimination, looks like the most logical square on a superficial level, at least, without calculating too deeply. I think Humpy will play that move. Now it's time to evaluate. Like, the dust has settled. First, I've got to count the pawns. It's a bit of a weird structure. White has 6, black has also 6, so it's a full exchange, rook for bishop. All of black's pawns are isolated. How much risk do you think is involved for Lei Ting-che? And also, I mean, it's all about the win here, all about getting that dub. So do you think she's still capable of doing so, despite the material deficit?
It's definitely, I think, is still something of a three results game, but it's not with all this material being swapped off the board. It does look like, if anything, if anyone's likely to win, I have to say it might be more likely to be black when I look at this position, because King A6, what is the win for white? Like how do I imagine winning the game? Like winning a bunch of pawns and then bringing my king in? I guess it just seems a little hard to imagine. Whereas black, I can totally see if they get like their king to b5 and take our a pawn or our c pawn. I can imagine black somehow coming back and winning.
Yeah. And if the black rooks start to get active, it's something you mentioned as well earlier. After king a6, there's actually an immediate threat of trading off white's rook. If one rook gets traded off, I mean, white will never win if it's just a pure rook versus bishop, and black with a rook, if it's able to get active behind, even with two rooks on the board, there's the b file as well to utilize. Yeah, I do start to fear for white. That being said, the d pawn is super strong and might be supported by a white bishop. White needs to quickly, if she had 3 moves, she'd rush her king into e4, maybe even into e5. I think it's still a game, although I agree, this is the best position Humpy's had since the opening.
But what a fantastic moment. And I know it must be a little bit disappointing, but of course, bishop e3 is just such an insane move that just being able to pull that off over the board would have been sensational. But yeah, it's frustrating, David, because it could mean that this game is kind of forgotten, and the content of it, the richness of it, at least everybody watching knows. But will they remember? It's not as clear now that she hasn't played that main line. By the way, it was Anish who initially tweeted about this game. So as many of his rivals play in the open candidates, he's watching the women's, where the incredible novelties on the board are. So shout out to Anish.
Exactly. I did look at the other candidates, and there were no opening special kind of bombs there. But here, I mean, it's novelty galore. It's sacrifice galore. Queen sack here, exchange sack on another board, piece sack on the Vaishali game. Yeah, Anish, shout out to you. Hey, thanks for watching. I'm assuming he's still here right now, checking out all the drama. Yeah, I don't even know where to start with white. I think I would want to start with bishop g3, protecting this pawn just to free up the white rook. Although, I'm also slightly tempted, Jen, because you mentioned this idea of kind of the black king walking in. Maybe a4 is on the radar, although d8 is a bit of a buzz killer.
Rook d8. Yeah.
Oh, I was hoping for like a4, rook b8, and then d5, checkmate.
I know. Well, I know you and I think alike, I guess. But wait, what if we play like rook c7 and then rook d6 d5?
Ooh.
Or after a4. I meant a4. Like play a4. And then you put that rook to d8, rook c7. If you play rook d6 d5. Bit annoying because I'm threatening checkmate. But it does beg the question, could you move the other rook to d8 instead of the a8 to avoid any kind of tactical mayhem?
You're right. That is really annoying. But I mean, even a position like this, if I were to be really, I was going to say, if I was going to be really kind of compliant here and just trade off the rooks, if white got 3 more moves and rushed the king forward, white's probably winning. But unfortunately, black is probably just in time with like kings just by 1 move. And then I guess minimum will block the white king off. And yeah, if we just had the white king slightly more centralized, I think Lei Ting-Jie would be winning the same game. But king d5, white is just totally stuck. And black plays e5, wins the d6 pawn. Oh, that's so unlucky. I guess we wasted a tempo with a4, but at least that one would have stopped many of black's ideas. So that brings me to maybe king e2. Is that a move? Just run, king of the hill, into the center.
Or what about after a4, rook g d8, rook g7? What if we go after the g pawn instead? Because that's probably like your best pawn. And also it would give me the pass g pawn, and just a nice kind of like I said, all of your pawns are pretty bad, so at least I have that going for me, even though I have a less rook than you.
Yeah, and my question, I mean, firstly, rook takes d6, rook takes g5 has to be evaluated. But my question is, are rook trades always bad for white? Because if I can chase you eternally, at least here there's no black rook on d8, so maybe that tempo by tempo variation we showed earlier. Because I just wanted, like, if you go rook h7, I'll go rook h8. If you go rook f7, I'll go rook f8. Rook e7, rook e8, and the dance continues.
Maybe rook e7, yeah. Maybe rook e7, and then if rook e8, bishop
Bishop e-
bishop e3, the magical move.
Better late than never. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
Looks good for white. Um, I think she should be at least holding the balance here, Leighton J, but winning might take a bit of a helping hand. I genuinely like this a4 move just from a kind of tricky standpoint, though. Just sideline the opponent's king. What could be more logical? Difficult position, though. 35 minutes against 23. Oh, wow. Do you think Humpy Canero inside? Is she breathing a sigh of relief, regardless of whether she was aware that white had that really strong move?
I mean, it seems like she probably was furiously calculating rook f7 and knight f7, because who comes up with bishop e3 over the board? It's such a crazy move. It's one thing Leighton Che, because she had analyzed these positions, and maybe she saw it in the corner of her eye, in one of her lines. It sounds like, according to Rajapal, they had looked at that. But I'm sure you, with all the top flight grandmaster preparation that you've been involved in, I mean, it's not like there's so much to memorize that it's not like just because you saw a move once, you're going to remember all of them, right?
That's true. It's tricky. I was once a second for a candidates tournament for Peter Svidler, and like we prepared, I think it was a novelty on move 29 that I'd come up with. I put in the notes, and he remembered everything. We got to the position. He won a pawn against Hikaru Nakamura with black. He had a promising knight endgame, but then yeah, it's like sometimes you forget a little detail. There, he wasn't able to win, and it's the most frustrating thing in the world. Like, you get 29 moves of preparation and you still can't win. It's like, ugh. Yeah, it's tough. That moment where you have to start thinking for yourself is always the hardest. But for Leighton J, it was another layer of complexity, finding like a bizarre waiting quiet move, a whole queen down. So that was the kind
Yeah.
of cherry on top in this
Yeah.
scenario.
I have heard that Peter Svidler has got one of the best memories in chess. Well, I mean, there's so many good memories. I mean, of course, Magnus Carlsen being so legendary, but yeah, he's supposed to have a really good memory. Did you feel that working with him?
Yeah, it was effortless as well. It was like a sponge discussing variations. He just remembered all the little details. But that's the thing, like, even getting preparation in, even if you remember everything, I'm not sure whether bishop e3 was in Leighton J's notes, for example, but even if you remember that, finishing things off, that's the hardest part in chess anyway. So, okay, I think we leave this for now, Jen, because there's been a few developments with our leader, Tan Zhongyi. Leighton J's efforts might all be in vain if her rival gets the half point necessary to make herself uncatchable. 9
That's
points will
right.
be the golden number. Tan Zhongyi, she might even get 9.5, Jen.
That's
Now 4.5.
extraordinary, and her rating will soar, as she did play the move that you were pounding the table for, e3, and then I think we analyzed that rook e1, e2, rook d3, queen b6. This was all that you looked at, but then instead of the faulty fun line, I like that, faulty fun, on fun on purpose, bad on purpose. But instead of queen takes a6, king h1. I'm sure that was an improvement on our queen takes a6, which lost immediately. And then the problem, so the key being here that Anna was able to at least achieve a trade of her beastly knight for that bishop on b7, but still doesn't end her problems, does it? Because she's lost her pawn on b2, and that pawn on e2 is still crushing.
Yeah, it's a monstrous pawn and no way to pick it up. For example, after a rook trade, white's rook was attacked. This pawn is untouchable. Rook takes, walks into a back rank checkmate in multiple different ways, and likewise, after a rook trade, queen takes e2, simple queen exchange, and looks like a dead drawn endgame. A draw would be enough for Tan Zhongyi, but of course, why not deliver a back rank checkmate if you can? So rook d3 instead from Anna Muzychuk if we go to the game. She retreated to this square. Okay, keeping maybe counter threats, at least in the back of Tan's mind here. What do you think is the most appealing continuation for Black, or what would come to your mind first, Jen?
Oh, wow. That's a great question because I think I do want to turn that queen into a princess. But rook c8, there is that rook g3 check that I have to reckon with now. And after king to h8, what's the evaluation there? Still the ideas of taking on e2 aren't working. But you have another move in mind.
Ooh, should we delve down that line? So you wanted to start with which move? Sorry.
Well, if we start with rook c8,
rook c8. Yep. And king h8. Ooh, so I can't take. You're correct. If I take this one, then you'll probably just.
Yeah, that's my idea, right? That I
blockade.
just want to break in over here. So just switching to another open file that also seems quite promising, especially with my queen guarding on the money squares. But your move looks smart too. You're looking at rook fe8. I mean, that's hard to argue with too, because I'm sure there's some threat there.
Because I misheard you, I thought you said rook e8 rather than rook c8, but no, this one, I mean, it feels like it's promising, but you do have to allow like a little bit of a scare with queen takes f7. White doesn't have a threat here, so maybe black has time for something. Why is the eval bar saying
maybe
totally
queen a1. Would that be it?
Oh, wow. Well, wow, it is. Wow, Jen.
I'm very proud.
You should be playing here. That's the move of the tournament. Whoa. I mean, back ranker, and yeah, just to show everyone, rook takes, you make a new queen, and you.
Oh,
win.
I was actually. It's funny. I looked at the other move, rook d1 check. That wins too, right?
D1
Yeah.
does 3 winning moves. You could also promote to a rook. Rook d1. This would be checkmate in a few moves. Also, it made me pause after queen a1, your move. I just want to mention queen takes e8. I thought, oh, you can sack the queen, but now you still win. Again, you promote to whatever, check, and then.
Wow, this looks so cool. Yeah. I am very proud of queen a1. That is a cool move. Yeah, we got so many queen sacks in this round. What's going on?
Something in the air in Toronto. I mean, that would be amazing. Like rook e8. Imagine if she plays it now, Jen. Like she smells victory in the candidates, but she also smells the beauty prize in the tournament. The most, impressive game. I'm not sure if there is a prize for that. But rook e8.
But rook c8 is also pretty. I mean, I think rook e8 in some ways is more principled because you're bringing both of your rooks into the action. But I kind of feel like rook e8 allowing rook g3 and queen f7. If rook c8 is just winning by force, it just doesn't seem necessary. Rook c8, rook g3 check, king h8. It's so straightforward. We looked at queen takes a6, rook c1, and it just looked like resignable there. But there's probably a better move here. What is it though?
To find it. Is it queen b3? There's still queen c1 maybe. I'm trying to learn from you now.
Sacking the queen, yeah, or maybe rook c1. It's check. No rook c1. Queen takes b2 check. We don't want to allow that.
Oh, that would be a heartbreaking way to end this candidate's game. But yeah, queen c1 maybe same idea.
Yeah, if it wasn't check, I would be winning there. So if only.
That's true. But yeah, this one white is barely hanging on by a thread. So I really like your rook c8. Rook e8 we've seen is strong. She's spoilt for choice. Tan here. And she has a draw up her sleeve. She's actually a pawn up, not risking too much. What do you think? Is she going to go for glory, trying to get the full point, even though a half point will do the job?
I think she'll go for the full point because this position is so, I mean, it's tough, but I do think this position is just so dominant. It doesn't seem like there's a lot of losses that are possible, David. Like, I get that the professional thing to do is to take a draw and win the candidates, but I also think that this one is so dominant for black. What do you think?
Yeah, I agree. There have been times in my career where I've been a bit of a minimalist, just take the result that guarantees you whatever your goal is for that tournament. But here, yeah, it's risk management, and there's almost zero risk, especially with almost double the time of her opponent. I agree. I think Tan, it's in her nature to want to play for a win if and when possible. Yeah, Rook C8. I'm liking your move. I think that's the cleanest kind of, at least in terms of not relying on pure calculation. That Queen A1, if you don't see it from afar, then you probably don't go for that variation with Rook E8.
Is that
And
really
Queen
the
A1's
only way? Is that really the only way
um,
to win? After
I
rook
can
e8,
check
rook,
actually.
yeah, because there's got to be something else there. Rook g8, king h8, queen takes f7. Because I that is pretty amazing if queen a1's the only win here.
Ooh,
I
there's
don't.
two winning moves, but Rook F8 is less obvious, I would say. Mm. Queen A1, mate in 12 apparently, guaranteed, but Rook F8, a mere +5.
Rook f8 with the not with the idea of queen a1 anymore though, just with the idea of booting your queen and
And then just converting the boring way, probably.
okay, I see.
Yeah.
Just
So
getting you out of the mating net, and then
mhm.
we can just play queen d2. Okay, yeah.
Just covering all the checks, covering all the squares, the vulnerable squares. But Rook C8 doesn't risk anything at all because you keep the F7 pawn protected. The black king will be safe in the corner. There won't be any checks anyway. So I think that's the with the tournament situation in mind, that's definitely the safest.
Oh, but that queen a1 would be so amazing to have on the board.
Oh,
Oh.
we would love it. We would love it indeed. I think the audience will go crazy if that happens. I hope they will have their gold coins ready to shower the board. But yeah, Rook E8. If it wasn't kind of a last round clincher, decisive game, if she saw that type of variation, she would be more tempted to go for it. Or maybe she has seen it and she's just spent the last 10 minutes double checking. The last thing you want to do is miscalculate a queen sack. It's what not to do in chess. But it feels like this is the moment, at least, to go for tactics before white gets time to play, like, I don't know, h3 and give the white king some luft, because then the tactics might not kind of work in black's favor every time like they are doing right now.
That's right. Yeah. By the way, we see Fabi there. That doesn't mean his game's over, does it? No, he just looks like
Ooh.
he's in the pacing
Mhm.
mode. Because I saw just Fabi in the corner of my eye over there. But yeah, that's true. And not making luft happens to a lot of Scholastic players. I know this because my son Fabian has gotten his share of back rank mates, and he's also gotten back rank mates here and there. And it's very frustrating because those are the types of mates where he sometimes loses to people who are weaker than him, but then of course he sometimes beats people that are higher than him because it's one that is a little easy to forget about. But sometimes it happens to the greatest players just because she didn't find a good moment, right? I mean, it's been a very fast-paced battle. She never found a moment to make luft. It's not because she doesn't know about these tactics; it just happens.
Exactly. No, I remember those days, Jen. It happened to me too. We've all been there. We all go through that stage of back rank mates. But as you say, like literally, she got hit by 20 moves of preparation and a Muzychuk. Then the last, I don't know, what was it? The last 5, maybe 7, 8 moves. She's just had to answer threats every single turn. Her bishop was getting kicked around the board, and she was really kind of just getting hunted. Actually, her pieces, she survived, but just no time to create lift. That's how it goes sometimes. Really energetic play by Tan, just creating threats on every turn, and that's why we think she should continue that momentum by creating threats now, Rook C8 or Rook E8 or something along those lines. Yeah, I'm wondering, is this a good moment while she continues to think to do a quick tour around the other boards? Maybe we just briefly zoom out of this and go to the bird's eye view.
Yeah,
Um, what catches your eye? Positions are changing all over the place.
Oh yeah. Well, what do we have in the Vishali game? As that one has certainly been quite interesting throughout.
Mhm. Yeah, look, we will jump there in a moment. Just to mention, Lei Tingzhe, not much has changed. She's played rook to e7, so only one move on that board. Actually, one of the moves you suggested in a slightly different position, so very logical, going after some pawns, a better square for the rook. Let's briefly
Like it.
mention as well, Goyach. Yeah, I like it too. Goyachkina against Salamova. White's still better, but black's queen not trapped, like some of the variations we showed. Roughly in the balance, maybe small advantage for white. And Vaishali, that one, who knows? Pure mess. And we'll do a brief update there. Let's jump in. Has Black given back the piece? I believe she has. By Charlie. 11 minutes now on the clock, Jen. It's still super complicated, only at move 22. Just to recap, we left it after Queen G8. Double exclamation point. Really impressive.
Wow.
Pin on the G file. Just ignoring the threat on the Black Knight because she's kind of threatening Knight H5 herself. White played D4, trying to blow open the center. And Knight takes D4, giving the piece back for the highest price. I mean, I don't know how Bishop D4 can be awarded a question mark, but quick count, level material, finally.
But knight d4 is pretty amazing because so now if knight takes d4, because white was just trying to blow things open to allow themselves a chance to play bishop takes f6. But knight takes d4, we have no time for bishop takes f6 because knight e2 check, winning my queen. No, so therefore I c takes d4 was played, and yeah, bishop takes d4, maintaining that pin while also threatening b2. What a game! This is crazy. And then if queen h4 check instead of king g6, suddenly after queen h4 check, king g6, we don't have time to take on f6. This is craziness. So yeah, why was bishop d4 a blunder? So weird.
Yeah. I'm curious as well, and I don't like to do this normally, but it's so complicated and there's so much going on that we want to know the truth. I'm just wondering what should have been played instead of bishop takes d4. Okay, it's just a small detail apparently. Bishop takes d4, there's nothing wrong with it. It still gives black a good position,
Okay.
but apparently trading on d5 first and same idea was even stronger. I totally understand why she wanted to avoid like checks on d3, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah, can't blame her, Jen.
So the question mark was a bit of an exaggeration, you're saying. Like that was not yeah, let's delete that question mark.
Yeah, I'll delete that ASAP. There we go.
All
So
right.
instead of instead of giving black a small advantage, it's now roughly level. But of course, this game's so crazy it can go in any direction. Ultimately, she's got to choose a variation, a path she can control, and yeah, maybe she felt this was the best bet in practical terms. So can't fault her at all. Brief summary of this position, Jen. How would you describe it in a sentence or two?
Oh, and this one, I mean, it's so much tactics. It's hard to really just briefly explain it. But I will say that the accuracy levels seem to be off the charts. These moves by Vishali, especially, have been dazzling. Rook g8, rook h8, queen g8. I mean, a lot of people would have lost 3 different times to Lagno by now, but she's actually taking the upper hand. It's crazy.
Yeah, just super impressive. Continuing that amazing form, 4 in a row. Not many people achieve that in any tournament, let alone at the top level. Vaishali, yeah, I've got to say, I think she's actually the favorite right now in this game, just because Lagno must be frustrated out of her mind that Black keeps finding these amazing moves, rook g8, rook h8, queen g8, all these ones that you said, these really kind of rare counterintuitive patterns. But yeah, for now, at least white is alive, and first step is to break this pin. I don't even know where to start, to be honest, thinking about moves. I want to develop the white knight finally, but I don't know if there's time for that. Maybe it's time to move the white king out of this pin. Maybe it's time to trade bishops. Who knows? Wow. Do you think the clocks will play a big role in deciding this one?
It might indeed. I mean, although Vishali has been pretty good under time pressure, so we'll have to keep an eye on it. They have played quite a number of moves by now, right? So we'll have to see. By the way, we do have a move from our tournament leader, the woman who is very likely to win this candidates, especially considering her board position right now. She did not play rook c8 or rook e8, but I'm sure what she did still gives her a big advantage. She did decide to take on d3, and I think she's intending now to get her rook into the action. I'm not sure whether c8 or e8. Again, those do seem to be the logical choices. f5 is hanging though, so there's some kind of perpetual ideas that she needs to be somewhat aware of. But I don't know. I mean, it seems like if you play rook c8, queen f5, rook c1, do you have her perpetual? You might, huh?
I think immediately white
Queen,
can hold the draw.
yeah. You got that perpetual, so that's not good.
It's good enough for the tournament, but not good
Ah,
from a winning. Ooh.
you're right, David.
Winning the game point of view.
Maybe she is going for that then. Maybe she is. It's possible. So that's one possibility that she's going for a forced perpetual. But what about rook e8, queen f5? Does that change anything? And then what about our famous queen a1 move again? Same
Just quickly
idea.
put it on the board. Same idea. Queen a1. Not a blunder because white cannot take. Black will make a queen and deliver checkmate. The downside is though that white can, for example, I don't know how to start this, but with a check, and then at the very minimum defend her rook.
Aha. Yeah, that does make a big difference. And now it looks like our queen is just stuck a little bit because we can't take and you can't. Well, you can take now. Oops, we got to be careful. Now you're actually defending rook takes a1.
Yeah. Be careful. And Tan Zhongyi, I think we'll leave her to think about it in this position. It feels like you're right. She's going to make a rook move. Maybe she's just trying to take the risk out of the position. A draw is enough for her. And yeah, I think we'll allow her a bit of time to think. We will recap anything we miss in the next few minutes, but it is time for a short break. We'll be back with the time scramble, the build up to move 40 on all of these boards. Tan Zhongyi does play rook e8. She's still a big favorite, but will she make it across the finishing line? That's the big question. Join us again soon. We'll be right back.
Do you regret choosing chess as a career?
Something that he said there was a lie.
Do you ever regret walking away from the Classical World Championship?
That's also a lie.
Do you think I'm the best chess player of all time?
Have you ever played a competitive game while drunk?
Don't ask the question if you don't like the answer.
It's the truth, but it's a very sensitive question for him.
Wow, I feel bad now.
This is chess. Chess is an experience. The excitement, the joy, the devastation, the undeniable drive to play again and again. Chess is an experience that's meant to be shared. What if you could experience chess in a completely new way? On a real chessboard with the power of AI at your fingertips. This is Chess Up 2. Take everything you love about playing on Chess.com and experience it on a real chessboard. Play a blitz match against a random online opponent. Conquer the bot you've been stuck on for months. Or challenge a friend halfway across the world. Chess Up 2 is always ready and always connected with built-in Wi-Fi. Never miss a move with full piece recognition. And review all your games right on Chess.com. Chess Up 2 is more than a chessboard. It's a chess trainer. If you're new to chess, Chess Up will teach you. If you already know how to play, Chess Up will teach you how to really play. With patented AI assistance, you can balance a match between players of any skill level. Or hone your skills against one of the built-in AI coaches. The makers of Chess Up 2 are the same team behind the original Chess Up. The best-selling smart chessboard in the world. So whether you're a beginner who wants to learn and improve while you play, or a chess pro who wants to go deeper into the world of chess, experience Chess Up 2 and level up your game.
Welcome back, everyone, to round 14 of the FIDE Women's Candidates Tournament. It's decision day, everything to play for. We might be about to find out the challenger for the World Championship. I'm your host, GM David Howell, and I'm joined by the wonderful WGM Jennifer Shahade. Jen, it's been a lot of fun so far, a lot of action, thrills and spills, and tactics all over the place.
Oh yeah, it's really quite a round, and I know that you have some exciting news about a upcoming YouTube video, eh?
That's right. In a couple of days, on the 23rd of April, on the Chess.com YouTube page, we will be releasing a lie detector test that myself and Magnus Carlsen took part in. We were quizzing each other, trying to find out all the dirty details about each other's lives. We talked about life, chess, everything. So yeah, check that video out in a couple of days when it's released on YouTube. I had a lot of fun filming it. Not as much fun, though, as I'm having here with you, Jen, commentating on the candidates.
I think that's a lie. I caught you. I caught you. I swear I
You
did.
got me.
I can't wait. I can't wait to watch the lie detector chess. I actually have a lot of interesting thoughts on lies. We'll talk about it some other time.
Okay,
Because
deal.
we got to get into the chess. But, as a poker player, I also played a lot of Mafia and stuff during the pandemic. And I feel like there is just so much interesting things around the idea of how to detect whether somebody's lying and different tricks that liars like to use.
What would you say is your biggest tell, Jen, as we jump into the chess?
You mean tells that I give off?
Yeah.
Well, I definitely think the one that I have the strugglest with is you have to pretend that you're thinking, and luckily chess players are good at that. But sometimes in poker, you don't really have to think. Like your hand's really good, so you know what you need to do, but you can't convey that to the other person. And then my tip for spotty liars is that you would be surprised, but sometimes liars benefit from telling a lot of lies because then you get
System.
confused and you don't know which lie to focus on. I'm not going to name. I don't want to go into details, but there's some interesting public figures out there that use this tactic quite successfully. Use your imagination. But let's get back into the chess.
I wonder who.
With-
But yeah, what would you make? Here we see Tan Zhongyi with what looks like a very promising position. What do you make of her poker face? Do you think she knows she's on the brink now of qualifying as the winner of the candidates? Or do you feel that she's getting flustered and just trying to hide it by the fact that she hasn't managed to win this game yet?
I don't know. I think I'm starting to wonder. Okay, she played King H8. I was wondering if she was just going to go for the draw with King F8, Queen H6 check, King G8, Queen G5. I thought she might because it just seems like why not? Maybe I'm influenced by the fact that we see the evaluation bar and that the eval isn't quite as good as it was a few moves ago. But of course, I don't think there's much risk for her playing on. No risk because look at that monster pawn on E2, right? I think the reason that this evaluation isn't even higher for black is just because white has some perpetuals in certain lines, right? It's probably why. And also, she can stick her queen on H4 and it's not that easy for black to make progress, right? It looks a little tricky how to make progress, or G3 as you point out. I like H4 because then we're also hitting the magical check square on F6, right?
Yeah, I like that one as well. That gets my stamp of approval. Next move, you pretty much guarantee you're playing H3 as white. You're giving the white king some luft belatedly just before it's too late. And like you say, the white queen, active, passive at the same time. She's defending and attacking. I think this will hold the balance. The other move that comes to mind, she's pausing here, Anna Muzychuk, so she's definitely mulling over the queen trade. For example, taking the queens here for black would probably lose your winning chances because the white king would step over and round up the e-pawn. Probably black is fine and it's going to fizzle out towards a draw, but queen g3 is a bit of a passive square, so I wonder if black can take advantage here in any way. Maybe queen to d2, queen to b2 maybe. The downside is, this pawn as well hanging. Queen h4, still possible, but maybe black can kind of cover this square and the game goes on. So, I like your queen h4, and she makes a decision. It is that move indeed. She's still in the fight. She's still alive, Anna Muzychuk, and nerves could still get in the way for Tan Zhongyi. It's possible. The longer the game goes on, the more she might be tempted to bail out, right?
I think so. I do. She does have a time advantage, but I think there's a certain point at which, it could just get a little stressful because there is so much to gain from a draw or a win. And we did see her take that decision yesterday to draw the game. So yeah, I don't know, but I'm happy that she played such a interesting game that gave us so many cool variations. Is she going to be able to push it home? Well, even if she doesn't, seems like there's a very high chance that she will win this candidates because, as we observed earlier, Lei Ting-che, marvelous bit of preparation, but unfortunately, it didn't unfold that amazingly for her. And at this point, whenever we switch over to that game, you might start feeling like it's more black playing for the win, as she missed the idea that you pointed out. Remember, David, you wanted to play A4. And I think that was your idea, to constrict the king. And I think you were actually thinking about some checkmating ideas, but it goes both ways. It's not about you checkmating black. It's also about black not coming down and getting active and taking your pawns.
Exactly, and that's simply what's happening. The race has begun. White going after the e pawn, but ultimately the e pawn was weak anyway. It was never going anywhere. King to b5, and maybe it's just already too late. I just don't really see a plan of action for white right now. You would love to kind of use the white king and just kind of plonk it on a2 and block off the advance of black's king, but white king too far away, and rook takes e6, taking that pawn. I mean, it's a simple kind of 3-4 step plan here. King takes a3, move the king out the way, start shoveling the black a pawn down the board. Yeah, I just don't really see what next. What comes to mind? How do you think Lei can maximize her chances to hold? I mean, she needs a win, but let's avoid falling to defeat. That's the first step.
Well, I don't even think a win at this point matters because that would require, Tan Jiangqi to lose that game, and it just seems pretty unlikely unless she just blunders like a checkmate on f8 or something, which I don't know how. I don't. That's less than 1%, right? I mean, I don't know how much under 1% we want to give it, but it's definitely pretty low. But okay, how about? But it could happen. Never. It's never impossible, right? That a player overpresses and something crazy happens. But I think like we need to get this dark squared bishop into the game and somehow make something with our pawn. Like if we could stick a bishop on f6 or c7 and try to make a queen. But my concern is that if black starts winning too many of the white pawns, they might be able to just like sacrifice a rook at that point and make a queen with their a or c pawn. So that's definitely the risk here with this king getting so infiltrating the position.
Yeah, active king in the endgame. Humpu Konaru is a fantastic endgame player, and she's showing that just these last few moves. I think it's momentum as well. Like it was really tough, that decision. Bishop e3 we mentioned. Maybe rook takes f7 early in that position rather than knight takes was kind of the more human approach. But Lei, yeah, it feels like she cashed in the wrong way, and she hasn't been able to adapt to this new situation she's found herself in, where it's actually all-out defense now for white. I mean, what comes to mind if I could get 3 moves in a row, like king to d2 takes king c2, and if I could get like bishop e3 and bishop c1, then I think white is doing still very well. But the problem is black's getting active first, rook b2, before the white bishop is able to come back and stop any infiltration. And I was just trying to sideline the black king, but it won't stay sidelined for long. Rook b2 is coming in. White's just too slow in all of these variations. I think you're right, Jen. Actually, it might be kind of irrelevant what happens on the other board. If Lei Tingzhe doesn't win here, which it's looking like it's the greatest likelihood right now, then the race is over. Tang Zhongji would automatically win the tournament with pretty much this round to spare.
That's right. And if she does know, like if that game actually finishes, she will try to win because why not? Just increase her rating and, just build the number of points that she gets and the great chess that she plays. I think that that's the case if that game is actually done first. But this one's kind of reached its climax before the other one. So even though I don't like Lei Tingzhe's position, I think it's going to take a lot longer to clarify. So she might not get that opportunity, Tan Zhongxi, to find out how that game is going to end before she makes her decision.
Yeah, we haven't really seen either of the two players kind of walking around checking out their rivals' boards. So I wonder whether they're aware of how each other are doing. Often, especially now, like just in the build up to move 40, there's no time on the clock, so you kind of just focus on your own game. Maybe that's the best strategy anyway, for especially for Tan, who's leading right now. But for Lei Tingzhe, I mean, for example, if she knows that Tan isn't going to lose, like you said, she just needs to fight for the draw. Forget the win, forget taking risks anymore. Don't even know what the best objective move is here to keep things manageable, but yeah, you've got to play for damage limitation. I wonder whether rook e5 to keep an eye on this pawn.
Yeah, I like that.
Responsible stuff.
Or how about bishop g3 with the idea of d7 and bishop c7? We looked at something similar. So say you play bishop g3, king a3, and then d7. How's this look?
The black will round up the pawn, maybe, or maybe
Rook
the other rook.
e7?
yeah, rook e7.
Maybe you want to
about
go rook d8 so you can go like a6 and rook a7 later. How do
uh-huh,
you or rook d8 and then what about rook g7? That's right, rook g7.
g7?
Rook
Yeah.
g7, okay. And now rook e8 though.
Oh wow, rook e8, and incredibly, black is still in
Yeah.
charge.
How? I
Or
don't
not.
know, but
Rook back to g8 maybe, but okay, she's made the
rook
move.
g8. Okay.
I like your suggestion there. She's actually played rook e5, which we also mentioned as a possibility, hitting this pawn, but rook d8 now? One of the rooks? Not sure which one. Pick off this pawn, take or risk out the position.
Yeah. Yeah, good point. And that fighting king, I think, is problematic. It's almost like black's got a third piece. So they've got the two
Mhm.
rooks and they've got the king. And I'm not happy about that. I read somewhere that if the king is evaluated just as a piece in terms of its power, it's about 4 points. Does that sound right to you?
Ooh,
Three
I've
and a
never thought
half?
of it. Oh,
What would you
chess
think? Like
philosophy.
three and a
Maybe it's
half,
just
four?
mathematics. I would say, yeah. It only moves. It's strange that it would be 4 because it only moves 1 square at a time, whereas a knight, a bishop, which would be worth 3, move like multiple squares.
Yeah, but it has such a yeah, but it's so powerful in the end game, and you see it dominate knights so frequently. I mean,
Yeah,
I
that's
think it
true.
is a little true. We might be biased because we see it often in the end game, where I think that its powers are uniquely suited to ushering a pawn home.
Yeah.
So the math philosophy people in the chat, let us know what you think. I read that somewhere, but of course I don't think it was like Alpha Zero or anything like that that I read. It was like another source. So
You
anyway,
have Alpha
somewhere in
Zero on
there.
speed dial. You just called up. You're like, hey, what now? How do you evaluate a king in an endgame?
Maybe it's 3.14159. I mean, it could be that. That's how much the king is worth.
Yeah, we'll be left with pie on our face if that's not true, though. Rook d8. Okay, so rounding up the pawn looks logical. I think Humphrey's just played the last few moves immaculately. Just oh, poor Leighton J. That's what we were talking about earlier. It's like sometimes preparation, if it's kind of too good, as soon as you run out, you just feel the pressure of kind of living up to this computer line. You want to do it justice. You keep kind of pushing and pushing, and if things turn, then you're not really able to kind of mentally adjust. So really tough situation for her. I'm wondering what white does now, though. Rook c5, bishop g3, and directly try to defend. I don't see it, Jen. I think that if this pawn drops, her winning chances, I mean, even her drawing chances totally disappear here.
Yeah, I agree. I think that she's in trouble here. Pumpy Canaro has played fantastically, and it's kind of sad. I feel a bit sad for her trainers and her. I love the way Humpy plays, so all credit to her for ending on a positive note. But it does seem like it's very sad to unveil this gorgeous preparation and not be able to finish it off because of missing that unbelievable move, Bishop E3. We got
Yeah.
a couple moves uh, in the game. We do have a couple moves in that game with Tan Changchi, but it doesn't seem like it has completely spun yet. Hasn't changed anything quite yet.
Okay, what do you think? Should we jump over to check just to update ourselves? This one, unfortunately, for everyone at home, looks like Leighton J is going to crash to defeat. Black's simply going to pocket this pawn, and yeah, the black king is always going to be a menace. It's going to take the white pawn later when the opportune moment arrives. Yeah, maybe we jump over just to update ourselves on the last couple of moves as Tan closes in on victory, whether she knows it or not, thanks to thanks to the result on the other board. And actually, although this game is still going, it's Anna Muzychuk who just turned down the draw gen on the last move. She's played h3, the move we were screaming for, just to give the white king some lift, but she could actually have forced the draw on the spot. So unless my eyes deceive me, what was wrong with queen d? Oh, maybe it's not a draw immediately. My eyes did deceive me. Sorry. I thought that this was a draw instantly. This is quite a well-known checking motif. Queen d8, queen g5, queen d8. The black king goes the other way, and it's still possible to block. And yeah, maybe this was something she wanted to avoid, Anna Muzychuk. So actually, there wasn't quite a draw, but in the game situation, h3.
Yeah, I
Interested
still
in
think
trying.
I think she still would take a forced draw. I do. I do. I mean, this position just seems like scary for white. Like you still have to avoid some pitfalls, but it does seem like she's managed to, yeah, well, avoid them so far.
Yeah, to stabilize. That's the key. And for Tan, who wants to take all the risk out, of course, a draw being enough at the very minimum. Yeah, I don't know what I would suggest here with black. It does feel a bit scary to have a king this open. For example, you could walk into like rook takes f4, you could walk into some checks, and suddenly you lose a bit of control. Maybe that's still a draw anyway, but why risk it? I would want to play a move like f6 just to close the door to protect there and not allow any checks. But okay, she's got 8 minutes against 6. We're only at move 30 actually, so still a few nervy moments ahead, at least in terms of the clock. Surely we won't see a turnaround. Surely we won't see any more drama as the race for first place.
It does
closer.
look. It does look very, very convincing now for our leader to cruise to the finish line, just because Lei Ting-che is in such a troublesome position. And by the way, I did check out the Twitch chat, and it does seem like a lot of people have heard that same rule that I heard, that the king's worth about 4 in the end game because it can dominate the bishop or the knight. But it's a bit of a philosophical question, David, because it's like, okay, but what about in the middle game? How much is the king worth? Well, we never get to find out because it's always getting protected in the middle game. But I do think that it wouldn't be as strong because it's like it's strong, like ushering the pawns, right? But it can't actually go big distances.
Yeah, so, I'm learning so much, Jen. Like yesterday, I learned from you the rule of 2, especially with IQPs, the isolated queen spawns. Today, I'm learning about the value of kings. I mean, this king in the corner looks pretty cool right now, so I'm going to give it an emoji. But yeah, it's a lot to learn. In the middle game, yeah, kings are a bit helpless, a bit meek in the corner there. But yeah, in the end game, I agree. I mean, Humpy Canaru's king on that board, I think, is worth way more than 4. But it's all relative, right? It's a sliding scale, I guess. Here, the white king probably worth. Well, I'm not going to put a number on it, but not as much. Not
oh yeah, no.
Wow, 6 minutes. Tan slowed down though. It definitely feels like she wants to get out of this game now with a result.
Yeah, I think so. I think she's now thinking if there's a way she can force a draw or whatnot. Whether there's like some rook takes f4 or something that forces a draw because of queen takes f4, queen e1, and if you play queen d8 check, king g7, queen g5 check, right? Maybe she's looking at that.
Yeah, she's played queen d2 instead, and yeah, it feels like that might be a draw off as well. There's queen f6 now hitting the. Oh, sorry, my arrows went askew there. Queen f6 hitting the king, king g8, queen g5, and yeah, feels like she's ready for all the checks and for the handshake. Just while Anna Muzychuk rolls over.
How can white avoid it? I mean, you obviously can't play something like rook b1 because then you're gonna get hit with queen d1 check, which you want to avoid. Although, yeah, so you don't want to do that. So you can't get your rook into the game. So you have no hope of winning. You're not going to mate with just the queen. And well, I mean, it seems like you risk losing if you just keep the game going with king h2, right? I don't see really the point of that. Like,
also a pawn dropping on f4.
Yeah.
F4 might be a threat.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there might be is there like rook takes e2 to keep things interesting? Maybe, but it's white who's like being forced to show that they have a draw, and why would you want to do that, right?
I've just found a way to lose it, Jen. Just going back to something you mentioned a long time ago, so I'm going to put it on the board. But king h2, rook takes f4 in this position. Queen e7. Whoops, don't take the rook on e1. It's going to be a checkmate.
Oh.
You mentioned a similar thing earlier, queen on f8.
Yeah, that was the one mate that I mentioned. Exactly.
We finally found one. So, yeah, this of course will not happen, but king h2 doesn't risk too much, I feel. But this might be the moment. Queen f6 check, just to put this on the board for everyone, what we're expecting right now. A check. I don't think the black king can achieve much by dancing around kind of away any further. There's always diagonal checks. So yeah, king h8, queen f6. And Muzychuk, she's got 4 minutes mulling this one over. Just before she makes a decision, I want to bring us over to another board, Jen, where there's action happening. Crazy game as well. Katerina Lagno against Vaishali. This one, of course, less relevant for the standings, but tactical melee that I'm not sure either player is fully enjoying. I mean, it just looks like it could swing either way at any moment. Who would you pick here briefly? We do see 7 minutes against less than 1.
Oh boy. Oh my God. And let me pick the person with 7 minutes. And that would be Lagno. But I have seen her play. Oh my gosh. Bishop takes F2 check. This woman is just like full of tactics. Queen takes F2, H6 hangs. And if king takes F2, well, I imagine there's a number of possibilities. Like knight G4 check, double check looks good. Knight takes E4 double check. Oh boy, David, this is exciting.
I mean, there's been discovered checks all over the place. There've been cross checks. There have been double checks, smothered mates ideas. Like, wow. I think I would, if I had no time, I would take with the queen just because it looks like you're not getting mated at least. But king takes would be the more ambitious move. She does take with the queen. Maybe king takes was better. We see the bar slide. Maybe there was no kind of need to fear ghosts on the F file. I think it was actually Magnus who told me like he finds the coolest moves to be walking into the firing line, walking into a discover check and just not caring, just kind of saying, okay, so what? It's just a discover check. And the white king, I guess, if we go back, could have slunk back to its little cave in the corner. Not sure how much this king is worth.
We should come up with a name for that. Like, is it like a discover and uncheck or something? I don't think that's catchy enough, uncheck. But there's got to be something.
Chat, send in your ideas.
Yes,
send in those idiom ideas. Yeah, and the rook is attacked, so like the black knight has to give a check here. Knight takes e4. You mentioned like the king slides and hides. Maybe you go the other way, and she was scared of this. But okay, who knows? This would have been super complicated with the double check, of course. So if we go back to the game, queen takes f2, queen takes h6. Pawn count. Vaishali's actually up. She's up 1 pawn, and black's pawn structure is really nice and compact. If she doesn't get checkmated with the black's king being a bit open, then I think she might win Vaishali.
Maybe. Yeah. And meanwhile, it does look like we're seeing a few checks in the game between Anna Muzychuk and Tan Zhangxi, as it might be a perpetual, which would hand her the victory. So should we check in on them and see if she does indeed go in that direction? Queen G2, we did see Queen F6 check. King G8, Queen G5 check. So how many is that? Now if she goes back to H8, Queen F6 check will be the next perp.
That's right. So that would be the second time they see that position. She goes to F8, so at least hinting that she might start running. But as we mentioned earlier, I don't think you run very far. Yesterday we were talking about not discover checks, diagonal checks even, Jen.
Yes, diagonal checks to the king are very strong because the distance between E8 to C6 is longer than the distance between E6 to E8. That's what chat taught me yesterday. That's because of the Manhattan distance. Thank you, guys. I got it. It's the cabbie in Manhattan. You can't go on diagonals on a block. Queen C5 check, you can't go to E8 because of Queen C6 check. So you're going to have to go back to G8, and we might crown a winner in just the next couple of moves.
It's looking likely. She can also block with the black rook, but that will not escape the checks forever. White can continue, not a diagonal check this time, but just a check, a lateral check just from the side. And yeah, if the black king ever runs, the white queen can then slide back. I don't think there's any reason to continue playing here. You don't have an advantage any longer as black. It's just check, 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 and most likely, I think we're going to say it. I don't want to jinx it, but it will most likely end in a draw this game. And Lei Tingjie, her chase will end. It will be Tan Zhangxi, who we see on camera right now, with the right to fight for the World Championship match. She makes a move, King G7. Second time we've seen this position. Or actually, there we go. King F8. Jen, I think this might be it. Take us through the last moments.
That's right, Queen C5 check, and she is going for it. King to G7, although she hasn't called the arbiter over yet. So let's see how they do this. There it is. She's looking up. She knows this is the moment she's going to claim victory in this tournament, and there they have it. They have agreed to a draw, and with a majestic 9 points, Tan Shang-Chi has won the women's candidates and will challenge Ju Wenjun for the opportunity to recapture the women's world title. What an incredible performance. Such great play. I mean, David, even today's game, she played fantastic. And I do think that maybe she would have won if she needed to. But she chose a safer line to make sure that she was able to finish the game in a professional choice. But she's just been so impressive. I mean, wow, that's going to be a heck of a match if she comes with this type of form and preparation to the World Championship.
That's right. Just incredible play. She's been the leader from the start. She burst out strong with 2 wins in the first 2 rounds. And it's been a bit of a rocky road where she nearly got caught up by Lei Tingjie. 1 defeat in the 14 rounds, but ultimately she's done it. There is a bit of a delay here in confirmation because the arbiter has gone to check that the position repeated 3 times. I'm not sure they claimed it in the correct way. There's no draw offers before move 40. This is move 36. So, wow, the arbiter might be making her play 1 more move. The position's only repeated itself twice. Next move, Tan's kind of king f8 would be the 3rd time. So I think they're just doing some double checking. The result won't change. It's going to be a draw nonetheless after all of this, but that will confirm her tournament victory. This this type of thing always happens, Jen. Always at the critical moments. There's always some confusion, right? But ultimately, it won't change anything.
Yeah, because sometimes it's very ceremonial, right? The way that you have to claim a 3-move repetition. Whereas, of course, like you're just thinking, like, look, let's just do a draw. We're grandmasters. We know what's going on here. But nope, the rules state that you must call the arbiter over and then you make that repetition. Unless it's past move 40, as you point out, and they are only on move 36. So one way to go about it would be to keep repeating to move 40 and then shake hands. So that's how, they could do it that way if they wanted to.
That's true. I think there's some confusion. Tan was studying her score sheet because the queen has indeed landed on g5 3 times, but the first time the black king was on g8 rather than g7. And it's actually something you mentioned yesterday, Jen. Even the top players in the world struggle to counter 3. So I think a little bit of confusion there. Both players assumed because they know it's going to end in a draw that it would fizzle out that way. But yeah, king f8, that would be the 3rd time. King back. And what will the arbiter decide? He declares draw, and it's
All
confirmed.
right. There it is. What a result. And what a magical tournament that she's had. I mean, she was really on the ropes against Salimova a couple rounds ago, but overall I've just seen her quality of play to be sensational. I mean, just unbelievable resilience, time management. Her time management has been stunning, especially in the game that she was under fire. She used the clock to her advantage to put pressure on her opponent. And I think that we are just going to see a real rating boost to her as she takes on Ju Wenjun next year. But if she keeps playing like this, it's going to be a heck of a player she'll have to face.
Yeah, there we go. Many, many congratulations to the winner of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates, Tan Zhongji. And it is confirmed she will fight her compatriot Ju Wenjun for that title in due course. Former Women's World Champion, we should mention, one of the most experienced players in this field, but crossing the finishing line is always a tough task. She's managed it, and in good style as well. As you say, Jen, 9 out of 13, or sorry, 9 out of 14 even, is a fantastic score. And I think we can say she deserves it. She's earned that right.
Yes, Tan Zhangji, just a great player and somebody whose games I'm going to be excited to look at more closely. As love the way she plays in this practical way of using the clock. I think it's amazing. I think as players get better and better at accuracy, you're gonna have more people study people like her. So they're not just studying the moves; they're studying how long did they take to make the move, like adding that extra layer. She really models that beautifully, I think.
Yeah, fully agree. So many tricks up her sleeve, such a practical player. In the meantime, there are still 3 games ongoing, and ultimately it was always a fight for first place. That has been decided, but a lot on the line. There's pride, there's honor, of course, and there's a bit of money and rating points to add to the mix. as we now see the 3 games that remain. In the top left of your screens, we see a massive fight between Lagno and Vaishali. That one has been a roller coaster. It looks like Vaishali now is turning that in her favor, as both players are below 2 minutes. We see on the top right, Leiting J maybe about to crash to defeat, and an endgame meanwhile. Goryachkina against Salimova. Salimova is actually a pawn up in that one, although a draw looks likely. Jen, where should we go?
Well, I got to take a look at Vishali because this is going to be number 5. Whoa, a victory for each finger, 5 in a row. You know,
Like the
4, and
Olympic,
then you run the
Olympic
strike
rings.
through. Yes, the Olympic rings. What other things come in 5s? Well, if Vishali is able to make this victory, that's a 5th in a row against this field of Grandmaster monsters. I mean, it's incredible. Okay, so but let's see, will she do it? You pointed out her position's fantastic, but it is still 1.5 minutes for herself and 2 minutes for Lagno. So obviously anything can still happen. She's played the move rook to b8 and put that pressure back on Lagno. And why is this so good? It's just because she's got an extra pawn and a fantastic attack. I mean, I guess it's that simple, right?
Yeah, you asked what comes in 5. Vaishali's pawn structure, that comes in 5. A really nice compact pawn structure, defending each other, controlling the center. Actually, the absence of black pawns around the king helps because I think she's got a simple plan to shuffle out the side, bring that rook to g8, stack up, double up on the g2 pawn. Also, rook f8 introduces some discovered attack possibilities on the f file. Yeah, just too many open lines. One black rook might sit on the f file, another on the g file, queen on the h file. Actually, having no pawns there gives black a lot of attacking potential. That being said, I really love Lagno's last move. I think maybe the only way to fight is to introduce this knight into the game. So it's coming forward, ideally towards the g4 square. Yeah, black a big favorite, I think. But you mentioned the clock. That could be a potential hazard. Definitely don't
But
want to get tripped up.
But
with
how
the rook.
are you gonna get there in time, David? Because of your idea of king h8, knight e3, rook g8, knight g4 will be taboo because of rook takes g4. So are you a move behind in that plan?
That's a good point. Yeah, the pin on the h file wins a piece here for black. So king h8, duly played. She's banging form, Vaishali. So impressive. I mean, yeah, we don't want to jump to conclusions 5 in a row, but she does look a big favorite due to this last variation. Black king super safe. The knight comes. Rook g8 now is a guarantee, almost a pre-move here.
Now,
Why
what's
not?
a
I'm not
threat? What's a
Mhm.
threat after rook g8? Are we threatening rook g3, or is that not clear? Rook g3, you can always play queen takes g3, and then we have to figure out whether that would be winning, or would you rather just play queen h4 and play it in such a way that we don't actually give you the opportunity to take the queen for the 2 rooks?
Jen, that's definitely the latter option you mentioned. That's the professional, the clinical way of doing things. You bring the queen in, don't even need to calculate rook g3. I think it is a threat. I mean, to be honest, actually, in this position, rook g3 looks like it would win. I think queen h4 is just as efficient, but just to put this on the board after rook takes, because this white knight is loose, and because we've been talking
Yeah.
about LPDO, I think you can check. Oh, the bar moves slightly, but if the king defends, then yeah, ultimately the white king is checked and has to decide between 2 of its pieces which one to defend. So black would win even more material here. So I
Yeah,
think this is a winning idea.
I agree. That is a great point. So rook g3 is a threat, and queen h4 is a threat, and this just looks overwhelming. But Lagno will try to find some defense because until they make move 40, anything can happen.
Mhm. That's right. Earlier we were talking about 3 being the magic number. I mean, this maneuver as well, for everyone at home, go replay this in slow-mo because rook b7 back to b8, then king h8, then over to g8. She's added a 4th piece into the mix. All of black's pieces are hard at work, and it's no
And this is
surprise that the tactics are working for her.
It's kind of cruel, David, that originally White sacrificed a piece for 2 pawns, and now it's coming back to haunt White as the pawns are now that the open lines are now actually benefiting Black. That's so sick, right? That and the king is perfectly safe on h8. Very unbelievable. And she's played rook fc2, and now Vishali back on move. As we see, is she going to try this rook g3? No, you think there's a professional move, queen h4 coming, saying, I'll take the square, and I'll take it without having to even calculate, please.
I love your queen h4. I think that's the way to get there, the way to bank the victory, especially low on time, under 1 minute. You don't want to take any risks. Rook g3, you have to calculate, like you said, queen versus 2 rooks. Unless you win white's knight in the process, then probably you don't want to risk it. You don't want to transform position in an irrational way that you can't control. So queen h4, what's she going to do? 20-something seconds on the clock. Rook g3, just to mention to everyone at home, that would introduce the threat of taking the white queen, of course, but also introduce the threat of rook takes h3 with mate on the mind. She's made a move.
Which one?
Is it queen
She's
h4?
played queen h4. There it is. Brutal position for white. Technically only down a pawn, but also down a king. As there's no way to really continue here. I mean, what about knight f1 to protect that square? I suppose that's what I would try, but then what? What's the best way after knight to f1? Just knight takes. Wow. You have rook g2, right? You don't have enough protection on
minimum.
g2 anymore. It's a problem. You can't defend
The white pieces.
Yeah, you can't defend g3 and g2.
Too many entry points under 1 minute for Lagno here. I'm sad to say it, but I think this one is over. I don't think she can resist the checkmating plans here, the checkmating nets in any single way. She's only got 3 defenders, just to highlight, and black has 4 attackers. So again, chess players aren't always the best at counting to 3, but here I think we can safely assume that this is winning. She plays g4. Okay, that wasn't on my radar, Jen, but it does weaken a key spot in white's camp.
But it does avoid having to resign immediately. So good for her for finding the only move that didn't, right? G4.
That's true.
Stopping, because I mentioned that G3 and G2 were both horrific weaknesses, and this move does cover both of them by putting the pawn in front. Okay, so what to do for black now?
Yeah, rook h7 on the board.
Rook h7 already played, threatening knight takes h3, easy peasy, and there's no way to protect h3 again. No piece can actually protect that in this move. Could you play rook takes c7, so that if knight takes h3, we have rook takes h7 check, followed by queen takes h3? That looks like the only move. But I mean, I could just play queen takes h3 and win your knight, right?
That's right.
Yeah, I think
trade off queens, come in, and the knight hangs. This is almost over.
She's played rook 2 to c3. Okay. So what's the idea there? If knight h3, maybe knight g2?
Yeah, I think that's what she wants. Knight takes h3, she'll drop her own knight back. Also, if there's a queen trade, queen takes h3, she defends her knight on e3 with her rook. So really clever move. Vaishali, if she wants to be super professional here and gain a bit more time on the clock, get closer to move 40, they're now at move 39, then you probably flick in a move like b4 just to destabilize the white rook. The white rook will have to move to b3, and then you only have to make 1 move before the time control. Then you have to calculate. I think knight takes h3 wins anyway. After knight g2, you just move the black queen.
Yeah, I agree. Or queen e1's got to be good too, right?
Ooh.
Just invade, and now we're threatening knight h3, rook h3, and queen d2 check. I mean, it's just devastating. And she's played queen takes h3, which I'm sure is also winning. Queen takes h3. What is it? Rook takes h3 check, and then where
e2 check maybe.
Yeah, that's a good point. So rook h3 check. That's our only move. We have to put our king on g1, right?
Still a bit of calculation to do, like knight e2 check. The white king steps forward, counterattacking against the black rook.
Rook g3 check. But I guess still you can kind of continue with king f2. But now I have rook f8 check also. Okay, so now that they've made time control, Vaishali is going to have time to consider all her options here, as Lagno has played king to g1. Should we check in on the other remaining game here? There's 2 remaining games actually, but the game by the other Indian grandmaster.
I think we'll briefly go to the bird's eye view, and then we might take a break just to recap what's happened before move 40 on all of the boards. You mentioned the other Indian Grandmaster, that is Humpy Koneru. She is utterly winning now against Lei Tingzhe. Black is up the exchange. White's bishop is pinned. That's on the top right of your screens right now. Humpy Koneru looks like she's going to round off the event on a high with that win. On the bottom right of our screens, Black is a pawn up. It looks like a long game ahead there. Goryachkina against Salimova. We'll update you on that one, of course. And we saw it. Vaishali in the driver's seat, should be winning against Lagno. Just needs to put the finishing touches on that one. But we will go to a break now. We've passed the time control on all the boards, and we'll be back in just a few minutes to take you through the twists and turns that may be ahead in this final round. See you soon, everyone.
I'm Levi Rosman, and I'm joined now by the 4th highest rated woman in the world, the previous challenger to the World Chess Championship, Lei Tingzhe from China. Thank you so much for joining me. How does it feel to be in Toronto? How does it feel to be back playing the Candidates, a tournament that you obviously have very good memories winning the last time that you played?
It is very great to be Toronto because this is my first time to come to Canada, and also like for me this time for this candidate should be brand new experience for me. You can gain a lot of stuff even for chess and also for life. So for me, like this time for Toronto, maybe it's like a new start for me.
When you're like let's say in the hotel or just around and you see fellow chess players, is it sort of like when two boxers see each other before a fight, or is it sort of more relaxed?
I think generally like we see each other like maybe for breakfast and the lunch and dinner time. So I think for chess players just should be like very relaxing time.
What is the media coverage like? What is the general kind of attitude toward chess in China from young age to adults?
I think nowadays chess is kind of like most popular sports in China, and also some cities put chess in like you have to learn when you got to school. So I think it's kind of like a good side for chess in China, and I think also we won the both World Chess Champion in this last year, and I think this kind of things and inspired a lot of kids to join us.
Is another goal for you like ratings based? Is it 2600? Do you have a ratings goal in mind, or is it simply the title?
Generally for me, I think I prefer to enjoy playing chess. So for like this rating or title stuff, for me it's not so important, to be honest.
Lei Tingzhe was this close to becoming world champion last year. Will she get another crack at the throne? First, she has to win a second straight candidates tournament, and the format is different this time. Last time, in a knockout tournament, she defeated 3 of the current candidates. Now, in a round robin, she would have to surpass all 7 opponents. Still only 27 years old, Lei not only has won a candidates tournament before, she's also among the top 3 highest rated in this field. This combination is enough to make Lei the favorite in most matchups. But being the favorite and winning the game are 2 different things. And it's hard winning 2 candidates tournaments in a row. No one has done it in women's competition in 50 years. Lei Tingzhe is here to try to make history.
Welcome back, everyone, to the final round of the 2024 FIDE Women's Candidates in Toronto. I'm David Howell, and I'm lucky to be joined by the wonderful Jennifer Shahade. And Jen, we've seen a winner. We do have a challenger for the World Championship match later this year, I'm told. But it is Tan Zhongyi. And Tan, after wrapping things up with a draw today against Anna Muzychuk, did have a few moments to speak to our very own Mike Klein. So let's hear what she had to say.
Thanks, guys. We're here with Grandmaster Tan Zhongyi, who with her draw today wins the 2024 Women's Candidates Tournament, and she will play Ju Wenjun for the Women's World Championship. Let me ask you, in your game today, you were better. How much did you really try to push for the win, and how much were you just careful to make sure you got the draw?
你今天在下围棋的时候你在赢，你是想着和，还是你也想着有可能会下得去赢啊？
我开赛之前的目标肯定是和棋就可以，但是我知道在中间的时候我有机会，但是可能由于这个最后一盘了，比较保守，我错过了。
She says that she definitely knew before the game that she had a draw and she could become world champion. She could win the candidates. So she decided that during the game she saw this chance, but she knew with the draw she would simply win. So instead she played a little bit passive and took the draw instead.
It totally worked. Now, over in the Candidates Tournament, all of the men were looking at each other's games after 2 or 3 moves. How much were you looking at Lei Tingji's game?
在所有其他棋迷们，男的都在看彼此的棋，因为情况特别紧张。你看了雷霆姐的棋吗？
事实上今天确实没有太多的关注他。当他之前走出 A3 那步棋的时候，就很早的时候，我就知道我不能看他那盘棋。他已经放出了胜负手，我只需要做好自己就可以了。
She says that today she didn't particularly look at Lei Tingjia's game, especially after she played move A3, and after which she was like, oh, Lei Tingjia is going to, this is what she's going to do, so she just needs to play her best game.
When you won the Women's World Championship, you beat Anna Muzychuk, and today you had to play Anna Muzychuk on your path to trying to get the World Championship back. Did you think about that little random fact at all?
你上次下了 Anna Muzychuk， 你这次你知道你必须赢，对 Anna Muzychuk 去拿这个机会去下世界杯，你想了这一件事吗？
我不太明白这个问题。
Sorry, do you mind repeating the question again?
When you won the Women's World Championship, you beat Anna Muzychuk in the knockout, and today you had to play Anna Muzychuk again, and so your path to the Women's World Championship goes through Anna Muzychuk again. Did you think about that at all?
你上次赢的是 Anna Muzychuk， 你这次又是下的 Anna Muzychuk， 你想了这一件问题没有？
我明白。就是我确实在17年的时候是这个赢了那个安娜，但是这一次就是我的竞争对手其实是雷霆杰，所以说她完全的不一样，而且安娜也是非常强的棋手，她这个在这个就是大瑞士下得非常的好，所以说我对她是非常谨慎的。
She says that this time, yes, Anna Muzychuk was very solid, and she's been following, obviously, Anna's games throughout her multiple tournaments. However, this time she was aware that her biggest competitor was Lei Tingjia, and she knew that she just had to play well against.
And again, when you won the Women's World Championship, it was in a knockout format. This time it will be in a match format. Which one do you prefer?
你更喜欢淘汰赛，还是更喜欢这个就像一个 match？
我更喜欢淘汰赛，就是循环赛的话，这个赛制对我来说太长了。
She likes knockouts more because she thinks the matches are a little too long for her.
That's true. We've had a long 3 weeks here. Now, at this tournament, we've had both the candidates and the women's candidates in the same place. Would you like to see the Women's World Championship be in the same place as the World Championship, even though I kind of know it's probably going to be in China?
你知道这一次我们比赛是在同一个地方，男的女的都在同一个地方。你想看世界杯也是同一个地方吗？男的和女的？
是的，我就是，虽然这次比赛有这样那样的一些问题，但是，能够跟这个男子棋手一起比赛，看他们的这个，比赛是非常高兴的。在我看来，这就是最佳的 VIP 观赏席。
She says that while there were some issues at this tournament itself, she likes being able to play with the men and the open section because it feels like it is very much a VIP status and there's a lot of fans and there's people watching.
Okay, hopefully FIDE's listening. And my final question, how will you celebrate tonight?
你今天晚上会怎样庆祝？
就是我只有一个人了，因为杰弗瑞他今天就已经飞回他的家了，然后我的其他的这个助手像GM 周维奇他们都只能在就是家里面，还有GM 于少腾老师他们都只能祝贺我，因为我暂时还回不去，我不确定今天晚上会怎么样，也许休息，也许出去吃一顿好的，约上朋友，但是其实我没有在就是今天比赛完之前做任何的计划，因为我已经做好了随时和雷霆杰加赛的准备。
She says that she didn't actually plan for anything for tonight because unfortunately Jeffrey has already left and her coaches can only really celebrate at home. So she might be going out to dinner or she might be getting some rest. But yeah, she was busy prepping for this game, so she hasn't made plans.
I'm sure Jeffrey Xiong was watching. So we have women's Grandmaster Nemo doing our translation. Thank you for that. We have Tan Zhongyi playing for the Women's World Championship against Ju Wenjun. Thank you for your time. And now back to you guys.
And there we had it, Jen. The words of the winner herself. What do you make of her reaction to everything that's just happened?
I think she's just still soaking it in, to be honest. I mean, no celebration plans because she's so tired. I mean, what a fantastic performance, and she'll have plenty of time to celebrate and hopefully plenty of time to prepare. Now, what did you make of the question about hosting both World Chess Championships simultaneously, similar to the candidates? Good idea, bad idea? Not sure.
Ooh, that's a tricky one, Jen. I want your take on it as well. But initially, I was skeptical. I thought, okay, it's quite nice to have events separately so they can each get their own kind of shine, so that they get kind of promoted in their own right. But it seems to have worked well. I haven't heard any complaints from the players, and it's nice that at least I think at least the women's format, it's nice that it's kind of matching, and for once, it seems to be a kind of streamlined kind of world championship cycle. But yeah, I don't know what the fans prefer, I must admit. I hope the chat tells us. But what do you think? Has it been a success here? Do you think it should be repeated in future for the world championship, for example?
I love it here, and I also love it like in the US Chess Championships. So I think it has worked really well in those formats. But then on the other hand, the World Championship, one person versus one person is like so special and unique. Almost like, a boxing match, a chess match. And I do wonder, I think the biggest pro would be that the women would get more attention as they deserve. But I also personally, as a fan and as a promoter of chess, I do like it to be two people for each of them. I think it's worth a try, though. Yeah, worth a try.
Yes, it is. And the chess world, I think, has loved this few weeks in Toronto out there, the candidates. We still have some games ongoing, however, so let's jump back to our bird's eye view. 3 games remain. 2 of them look like they're very likely to end in a win for the side with the black pieces. Vaishali dominant in the top left of our screens. We were with that game just before the time control, and Humpy Koneru looks like she's about to wrap things up as well. So good news for Indian fans out there. The bottom right, I think that game's going to go on the longest, potentially, Goyachkina against Salimova, so we'll come to that game a bit later. But Jen, from the 2 that we see at the top of our screens, which one do you think is the closest to finishing, or which one should we jump into first?
Oh, let's take a look at the game with Miss 5 in a row, Vaishali. Although she did take a long think after King G1, she finally selected this move b4 that I think you had suggested, putting the question to the rook. And then she's played d5. And after e takes d5, Vishali's back on move. And presumably she's going to take e takes d5. And then this threat of d4 is just absolutely devastating. I don't see how you can respond to it, because if your g4 pawn goes, you're just going to start losing everything.
Fully agree. There's a deadly pin along the third rank. It's rare to see white so powerless like this. We talked about domination in another game much earlier, but this is also a case of domination here. Vaishali, the problem for her? Well, it's not even a problem. It's a luxury, if anything. It's too many tempting moves, Jen. Knight takes d5 also wins material on the spot, I guess, due to the third rank pin. I prefer your e takes d5, keep control, don't cash in too early, but I can see why she's tempted, why she's thinking.
Yeah.
She's found a really nice way to do things, to finish things off, probably.
Oh, yeah, knight takes d5. But then at least you can sack the exchange with knight takes d5. But yeah, rook takes g4, winning another pawn for the road. Yeah, this is just a devastating position. And what a performance. 5 in a row. Absolutely sizzling. Had such a difficult start to the tournament, losing 4 in a row at some point. So in those rounds 6 through 9, she lost to Lagno, Leiting Che, Humpy Canero, and Tan Zhangxi. And then she started to convert to her winning ways from round 10 up until now. Quite impressive indeed. Now, if you want to move over to her compatriots game, Humpy Canero, you'll see that Humpy is also on the verge of winning here. As bishop f4, king b2, we've been making a lot of noise about this king, and this is why. The king ushers the pawn to the finish line, and it's simply unstoppable. It's a beautiful place for a king to be, and she's going to end up being up a whole rook at the end of the day. And somehow Humpy and Vaishali are going to end up with the exact same score, David. And even though they did have very different tournaments, Humpy with a lot more draws, it's also true that Humpy had a late surge, right? So she lost 2 in the first half of the tournament, won 2 in the second half, and is on verge of winning a third to leave herself on a plus score at the end of the day.
Yeah, well deserved for both of the Indian representatives in this women's candidates. Like you said, they've done it in different ways. I mean, that 5 in a row streak is incredible. I really want to troll through the record books and see if that's ever happened in the candidates tournaments like this. But yeah, for Humpy, it's going to be a good note to end things on. Like you said, hard to imagine any turnaround at this point. It's the king, the start piece right now. Sorry, the king on b2. That's the one. There's literally nothing white can do. Okay, we actually see the pawn continue to push. It's going to cost white bishop its life.
That's right. Now, I have a question for you, David. With these surges from Humpy, Canero, and Vaishali, do you think that it's just a pure coincidence, or could it be that flying all the way from India to Toronto, maybe they should have given themselves an extra couple of days, or is it just a coincidence? Because a lot of the players do speak about jet lag, and I'm not sure exactly when they got into town, but I do remember Boris Gokul told me once that he likes 1 day for every time zone, which is a lot if you're talking from Toronto to India, right?
Wow, I've never heard that. That makes a lot of sense. That's a good excuse to get there early, get some sightseeing done, yeah, adjust the body clock. I've never actively thought of it that much. Often as chess players, we're rushing around the kind of tournament circuit, but at this type of event where it's kind of the highlight of the year, it makes sense to arrive a bit early. Yeah, what would you do back when you were playing more actively? Was that something you consciously were aware of and
Oh,
tailored?
yeah. I did like to show up early, but I feel like it can backfire too. Because sometimes you get there so early that, you lose your vibe. It can be kind of random, but I did enjoy getting to places early. Yeah, and also because I have a lot of anxiety that things are going to go wrong with travel, so getting there with plenty of time removes that. But in any case, very encouraging finishes here for both of them, and I'm sure that'll be exciting for Indian fans. Although, of course, even more exciting potentially is that they will have Gukesh in the World Championship candidate tiebreak, it appears. I'm sure the chat probably is looking out for that. But regardless, these last 6 or 7 rounds have been very exciting for Indian fans.
Yeah, great time to be supporting these Indian players. And talking of those Indian players, there was another one of them, Vaishali, who was about to wrap up a victory. I think we'll jump over there because this might be the next game to finish. Rook F8. Oof, this is just painful. Lagno's king now caught in the crossfire. The knight will be lost in the next few moves. I wouldn't be surprised, Jen, if we see a resignation and a handshake. 5th in a row victory here for Vaishali as well. Just incredible. I want to point out as well, just before we kind of talk about how amazing this achievement is, just her last move, just the accuracy is another level. King F2 is actually really dastardly. It's really tricky. D4, I thought wins on the spot. Why would she play this, you might ask? But knight to F5, and don't get tempted. Rook takes rook would actually lose on the spot to a nasty checkmate. So it was never too late to blunder. She spotted this trick, identified it, and foiled it. So rook to F8, even more clinical, setting up a nasty check on the F-file and giving the black king some luft, an escape square. That attention to detail, Jen. That's why she's so good.
She is, and yeah, just very exciting to see such a player surge. And I'm not sure what her next tournament is, but I got to tell you, I'm going to be looking to see if she can continue the streak against grandmasters, right? I mean, how many can she beat in a row? That'll be the question, right?
Exactly. I mean, she's a streaky player. We saw it at the Grand Swiss, but yeah, watch out. She might be a future world champion.
4 grandmasters in a row. Technically, Salimova not a grandmaster yet, but I'm sure she will be soon. But still, okay, 4 grandmasters in a row. Who's next?
Yeah, I just hope I don't play her. And wow, look at this. The players both turn to look at something that's happening elsewhere in the hall. I can tell you there's no results in the women's candidates, but maybe out on the other side of things. I'm
Maybe somebody's
just going to check.
cheering? Is there something that's happened in the main? In the
Don't
open?
see anything. I don't see any updates.
Okay.
Okay. Maybe
Well,
something happening elsewhere in the venue. Maybe some loud, rowdy spectators. We'll try and get to the bottom of that mystery. In the meantime, a winning position for Vaishali.
that's right. Totally winning. Majestic performance. I think my favorite part was rook b8, king h8, rook g8 in time pressure. That was like super cool. Just I mean, honestly, there were a lot of great moments in this game. And you just got to admire her bravery, allowing that sacrifice, bringing her king to g6. I mean, you said it earlier that Magnus Carlsen loves moves when you just say, hey, try to get my king. And I think Vaishali has done that numerous times in this game.
Yeah, actually, we were talking about the Indian players, Vaishali and Humpy Konaru. Both of their kings have done a lot of exercise this game. They've got their 10,000 steps in. This black king, it kind of it castled, it walked up the board, then it walked back. Can't remember exactly how it got there, but it was like back to g8, then back to h8 in the corner. So it's done a lot of steps, just kind of evading all of the white attacks. And meanwhile, Humpy Konaru's king, we saw Black's king land over on the b2 square in that encounter after getting chased around the board. So impressive stuff. We see a move. Lagno takes a pawn, but okay, there's multiple ways to win this one now. Surely, what do you think is the cleanest kill as she turns around, clearly distracted by something?
Well, d4. Okay, now she gets it. Yeah, she is still distracted by whatever happened over there. But d4 followed by taking on b3 or e3. Food. It's time to eat.
Yeah, that's yeah, the move she played.
Knight.
Good call.
Oh, I guess there was also we also had knight e6 check, right? Just winning a rook. So we really were spoiled for choice. I mean, every single piece in the position could, and there it is. Handshake. Vaishali wins her 5th game in a row. Boy, I mean, David, if she had started the tournament like this, can you imagine?
Yeah. Wow. There would have been a real race on Tan Zhongyi's hands if Vaishali had started the tournament in this vein of form. But many congratulations to her. What a way to end a tournament. 5 wins in a row. Win with the black pieces against a world-class player like Lagno is no easy feat. But yeah, she's one to watch in future events. Vaishali, many congratulations. She'll be back, I'm sure, at this level, and she'll be stronger for this experience. Yeah, one of the form players in the world right now, you would say. And that leaves us with 2 games, Jen. So maybe time to move over to check out what's happening elsewhere. No moves from Lei Tingzhe. Do you think that one is going to go too much longer? It looks like that game is at least the most likely to end in the near future.
I definitely think that one will end soon too. By the way, not only did Vaishali have 5 wins in a row, but she also had 9 decisive results in a row. Everybody wants her in their tournament. This is amazing. Can you believe it? 9 decisive games in a row. That's a bloody result. That's you guys use that term all the time. Bloody.
Exactly. She's a real gladiator, fighting it out every single round, going for the opponent's throats, and for better or worse, yeah, those decisive results. She's been one of the most exciting players to watch. Meanwhile, this one, Lei Tingzhe, she's played rook to a4. I guess she wants to deliver a check to drive the black king away from this shepherding square, where it's helping the black pawn step forward. I asked you earlier what the killer move would be. You said d4. What's the killer move in this one, Jen? How would you
I mean, maybe
end
just
resistance?
I hate to be uncreative, but maybe C2. If I just like come up with C2 and C1 equals queen, I don't think you have enough compensation with your 1 pawn for the rook.
That's true. And if I give a check,
Oh, you're gonna check me first, and now I suppose I have to, huh? Where should I play my king now? Should I go to A2 so that if you check me again, I then go king B3 and you can't check me anymore? Maybe that's, or king A3 right away, maybe.
yeah, I like that.
I guess either is fine, yeah.
Yeah, both probably just win, but king a3 at least gains a tempo against the white rook and guarantees you promote next.
And
This might
then,
be it.
yeah, I mean, maybe you can just try to push your pawns forward, but I don't think they're going to get very far. I mean, if they get to like the 6th rank or something, sure, maybe you can talk, but we can look at that, see does white have any opportunities to like just start pushing her pawns.
Let's say black wins the white bishop for that pawn. How would you start? King first, pawns first?
Yeah, I mean, this is not enough, right? I mean, if you play the F pawn, I just capture it with rook F1 and rook F8. I round it up. So you somehow need to use your king and your pawn. And I think it looks totally lost, right?
Yeah, just way too slow. The rook comes to f1. The other rook will check the white king away. The white pawns need to be, I mean, this g pawn needs to be up on g6 to have any chance, any
Yeah.
hope of saving, as you said. Need
And
it
they're
to be
not
on
going
the
to let
6th
you
rank.
make that move, G2 to G6.
Yeah, that's maybe a hustler in a park would cough and like you look away for 1 second, the pawn ends up on g6, but this will never happen. And there we go. c2, strong and simple, has happened. It has appeared on the board. I think handshake any moment, surely. I can't see Lei just fighting on once that black pawn promotes. She can give a check, maybe just one final check here. Spite check, as they say, but won't change anything.
No, I think that
Breaking.
one's over. And now the other game, we do have that game between Goryachkina and Salimova, which is also still underway. And it's one in which Goryachkina is actually down a pawn, but I'm not sure how easy it will be for Salimova to win because at the moment she's pretty much locked down. So I think we'll end up with. We can stay on this. What do you? Because that one might last a little bit longer. I think. Yeah.
Yeah.
And see whether we can find a conclusion here.
I agree. We will go to that game. We will jump, but this one, just judging by the body language, Jen. I mean, you're a poker player. Do you think, just reading this situation right now, do you think Lei is going to offer that hand in resignation? She looks like she's not calculating anything on the board right now.
Yeah, she has her hand over her mouth. She seems to be obviously a little bit upset. But you know what? I mean, this was a tough order, right? She needed to win on demand, and her opponent had to lose. I mean, that was quite a parlay. So, even though, of course, I think the beauty of this game is definitely a little lost, David, because the Humpy Canero won, even though the queen sacrifice that Lei Ting-che played earlier was technically winning. And I just hope that people will remember the beauty of that game, because it can so easily be forgotten.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking when you get 25 moves of preparation, especially in such a crazy line with so many tactics. Queen sacrifice for just one piece. Yeah, and like you say, that position needs to appear in exercise books, tactical books. Who cares about the final result? Yes, she kind of lost the thread and it slipped away in the end. But that's a good kind of puzzle position for aspiring players, right? Bishop e3, quiet move, improving move, calculation test.
Too hard. I mean, maybe for like one of Agard's books, or
Ramesh's
I,
books.
yeah, Ramesh, sure. I don't think I have a couple of chess books, Play Like a Champion and Play Like a Girl, and both of them have games from great female players. And when I get a game and they're meant to be geared towards like anywhere from 500 to 2000. I mean, there's a wide range of puzzle levels, but I wouldn't be able to put Bishop E3 in. It's way too hard. Way too hard. Even though I have seen like 2200s also pick up my book and find some good ones, but I just think Bishop E3 is too difficult for that type of combination book, because you're not expecting something that hard. But you know what I would have done? I would have put a position a little bit later in the variation, like maybe Bishop E3, Rook F8 or something. Yeah, something like that, where we had the Bishop G5 idea.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah, or Rook G7. No, Rook G7. That just
G7.
that like Zugzwang move where you just play. Remember the line with Bishop E3, Rook F8, Rook G7. We can show it,
Yeah,
because it's
good.
like so cool as we wait for this game. Because some of people might not have been there when we saw this extraordinary sack.
Yeah, let's backtrack, and wow, the arrows are still on the board from earlier, Jen. So good call. So for those who are just joining us now, or weren't with us earlier at this amazing moment in this game, White's just given up a queen for only a bishop. And the key move here wasn't the move that Lei Ting-che played. She actually captured on f7, won the queen back, but ended up the exchange down. The key move, the strongest move, was bishop to e3. And the variations you're pointing out there, Jen, I mean, black is just tied up. She can barely move any pieces, but rook f8 to try and defend this f-pawn runs into the calm move, the killing move, rook to g7. And yeah, I think black here almost zugzwanged. She would have to give back the queen and suffer in a horrible endgame. So this would be really instructive. The other tactic you could probably put in the book would be after rook to b8. This was a really instructive one as well. This was the killer blow. This is
Right. Oh yeah, this one is hard, but at least it's like forcing. So I feel like it's doable, right? But like finding just Bishop E3 right away, I think that has to be in an extremely advanced book. Yeah. But this one's awesome also. And so what was the idea of queen takes G5 again? The idea was that there was a mate, right? Knight F7. It's not that we're winning the queen back. This is what's so cool. You're actually checkmating me, because king E8, knight D6 check, king F8, rook F7, checkmate. Oh, amazing. Now, David, let's go back just a few more moves to when Lei Ting-che did this sacrifice.
Yeah, let's
Because
go to that moment.
that was extraordinary. So she played the move rook b1 here, correct? So rook h7 here.
Knight b8, trapped the queen.
And now she just played straight up queen takes a5.
Amazing.
Pawn
Opening up the
a5,
B file.
rook b1, and there's no way. You have a whole move to stop rook b7, but no way to do it. It's a queen sacrifice for a square.
And for this Octo Knight, the octopus on d6. Beautiful piece. like you said, a square. That's incredible. I mean, we see queen sacrifices for checkmate, for tactics, for kind of yeah, to push past pawns. We see queen sacrifices all over the place, but never for a square. Never for a mere bishop.
A bishop in a square.
Yeah, incredible. And that's how we got to this position where bishop e3 would have, I think, psychologically been impossible to recover from for Humpy Koneru, but just like you say, too tough. I think this is like 3,200 level. Finding bishop e3 in a game that you kind of you don't realize a winning move or a strong move like this, promising move exists. Yeah, on chess.com puzzle page, this would be 3,500 probably, bishop e3, but yeah, unfortunately, just to show what happened in the next few moves, knight takes f7, check, very tempting, wins back the queen due to the queen being attacked here, but she can sell herself here for a high price. Yeah, she's going to fall anyway. Black's just up on material.
Yeah, yes, and so a great defense though by Humpy. Credit to her for weathering the storm, as we now have seen her promote to a queen, and this is just going to be 2 rooks with only 1 pawn for Lei Ting-Chain. I think she's just going to keep playing until Humpy shows that she's going to be able to, win that pawn or easily prevent all counterplay. So she'll probably play g4 and play for a couple more moves only.
Agreed. G4. Yeah, the problem is those pawns will need a lot of help to push forward. She would love to get, as we mentioned earlier, a pawn on g6, followed by a king marching up to support those pawns. The king worth 4 points, as I'm learning in this endgame. The king supporting via g5, shepherding the pawns forward, but that requires like 5 moves that black does nothing. I mean, even if black were to just run back and start trying to push the a pawn down the board, it feels like that would be one effective method.
That's the problem, right?
Continuing. Yeah.
That's the problem. Like, I feel like if we didn't have the a pawn, it would be more of a technical task for Tumpy.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Actually, without the a pawn, I've seen stranger things happen. I remember once watching a game where it was 2 rooks versus 1 rook, and one side had literally f2, g2, h2, and or like maybe f2, g3, h2, and the 2 rooks couldn't win. And there was a debate long afterwards between grandmasters, like, is that a winning position? 2 rooks against 1 rook, but the pawns protect each other. I mean, those pawns weren't running; it was just more of a fortress position. But here, it's a race, and white is way too slow. Surely, maybe this is a good moment, Jen, to peek over at the other game. We've been teasing it for a while. But,
yeah.
This one might go on a bit longer than I thought it would. Lei Ting-Jie is still fighting.
Yeah.
But the other game, also a fight.
Yeah, the other game, white is down a pawn, but it does seem like there's just quite a lot of pressure here because, well, how do you get out of this this pin? You can't move your king because then the knight just drops, and white can kind of try to keep you honest here. But she does have to be a little careful. Like, you can't just play bishop d7. Then there's going to be a queen d1 check.
Ooh. Yeah, watch out. That would be a check. Picking up the bishop as well. We see a move. Wonder what that move might be. Also, the h-pawn ties down the white queen, which is a bit annoying. This really reminds me of a key game between Kasparov and Karpov, where Kasparov had to win in the final round with white of a world championship match. And it was actually, again, queen and light squared bishop against queen and knight. But there, black's pawns were slightly further advanced. Black's pawns were like on g6, h5, if I remember correctly. And black didn't have the extra pawn. And actually there it was white playing for the win. And Kasparov managed to go on and win that game in really nice fashion. But here there's a few differences. Mostly that the black king is safer due to the pawns being on dart squares in front of it. And of course the extra pawn on b6 can't hurt at all. So bishop c4. Good move. And I was going to ask, can black try and trade off the queens? Should she try and trade off the queens? Who do you think that would favor?
How can she do that?
Queen f7, maybe?
Queen f7, yeah.
Queen b5 is a bit annoying. I thought I could win this pawn.
Yeah.
Trade.
Queen b5, and then if you play knight d7, I guess just queen c6 or something is kind of annoying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Big hit.
So actually, it looks like they might be repeating, David, as I feel like I've seen queen going back from f3 to e4 in the last couple of moves. I think I've seen a couple of repetitions, I think.
All right.
Queen e4, queen f3, bishop c4. I believe they might. Let's see. It does look like Alexandra has just started to look at her opponent as she's played bishop c4, kind of asking, are you going to go for this repetition?
And it looks like on the camera, at least, Salimova made a move. So I agree. It did look like queen e4 on the camera, but it hasn't popped up on our boards yet. If we were to see a draw, maybe we just show how that were to happen, how that would happen. Sorry, queen e4 would hit the bishop. The bishop goes back to b5. The queen was here earlier, and then we would just see kind of the players repeat. Of course, it's not forced, but if they're both inclined towards that result, then very logical. It's hard to imagine black winning, right, Jen? Like, yes, it's a pawn, but it's that lemon that we keep seeing on e6.
Yeah, I think that we are seeing this. I think, maybe Salimova looked at queen f7 and didn't like the looks of queen b5 because knight d7, queen c6. And, she's got to be a little careful not to get into a losing position because white wins a pawn back. Then there's one weakness. There's a second weakness. It could be a little bit unpleasant, right? So I do think they appear to be going for this.
Yeah, it looks like we're not getting the updated moves on our board, but okay, now we do. Queen d1 check. Okay, she didn't yet repeat. Of course, she isn't risking too much as long as she defends her pawn next move. I'm expecting king g2 and then either queen g4 or queen d6 back. But yeah, it looks like this game might go on quite a bit longer. Goryachkina, yeah, I know what you mean about darting the look at the opponent. She keeps looking at her, being like, "Are you really playing this for a win? Are you sure?"
Yeah, she's kind of trying to
But
ask her. Yeah.
we've all done that, right, Jen? Just come on, like to the opponent. That we're like, let's be serious. Let's let's just make a draw and go home. But in the meantime, yeah, this game, Goryachkina, I think her expression there, very understandable. She is also distracted looking at other games, I think on the big screen there in Toronto. So maybe we switch over to the other game, see what Goryachkina is wondering about. Let's go over to Lei Tingzhe against Humpu Konaru, where are they still playing, or have we missed the... Okay, that was a different board. I got confused there by the camera. My bad, everyone. King B2. King B2, as expected. Yeah, the winning plan, Jen, King b3, we think. Kick the rook away and then start marching the a pawn down the board.
Yeah, why not? I mean, I can't imagine we only have one way to win. But what's the best way technically? And creating counterplay should make it easier.
Yeah, counterplay looks, or at least like an active plan here, looks very, very strong. Yeah, how would you feel? I mean, for Lei Tingzhe, it's going to be so hard emotionally to bounce back from this. She was in the race for a long time. Actually, a few rounds ago, she was jointly in the lead, and then 2 losses in the tournament. It's tough.
It
Especially with
is.
so much on the line.
I think yesterday's was very pivotal because she knew that she really needed a miracle today. Let's be honest. Now that it's over, as commentators, of course, we want to keep the drama. I mean, there's always a chance. We've seen stranger things happen, but it wasn't in her destiny. And she knows she knows how well Tan Changji is playing. So of course she's going to think that it's a very tall order today. And I think it was yesterday that really broke her chances. I mean, literally, they went from something like, I don't know, the 30s, maybe 30%, to something very dismal. I don't even want to put a number on it, but it would require her to win and Zhangji to lose. Well, that's a long shot. Big long shot, especially when she knows her compatriot knows Tan Zhangji that she needs just a draw to clinch, right? And in the interview with Mike Klein, she was extremely cognizant of that and planned her strategy based on it. So, yeah, yesterday was the one that really robbed her chances, I think, David.
Yeah, fully agree. It's hard to bounce back from that, ultimately. And yeah, she never had her destiny in her own hands today. We talk about that a lot because it's kind of the most relevant thing. You can't rely on helping hands from the opponents, from your main rivals. You can't just assume that they'll drop points. And yeah, if she knew that she wouldn't stand a chance anyway today, then she might have chose a different opening and maybe taken less risk. She got a very good opening, Lei Tingjie, but ultimately it was very high risk. That type of position could easily turn around as it did. And yeah, I think one to learn from for everyone at home, like especially the way Humpy Koneru handled her king, just marching forward. I'm thinking about this king. It started on e8. It literally did a dance over to d8 to c7, up to up to what was it? b7, a6, b5, a4, b3, b2, c1, and back to b2. That is a energetic king to say the least. So I think that's the main takeaway from this endgame part. After all of the fireworks, Picanaru just yeah, like you say, ending things on a high, and maybe she wishes the tournament continued, Jen.
Oh yeah, she and Vishali are like, let's make it a triple round robin, a quadruple round robin. Let's go. But those are the rules. Yeah, and I think that this king magic that you point out, David, it really drives the point home that your first instinct was a4. And even though you had an aggressive instinct that you were trying to checkmate me on a7, it had that dual purpose of both being aggressive and also restrictive at the same time, multi-purpose move. A4 would have potentially kept more of a balance, right? This A4 idea, which, like I said, it has aggressive points. Sometimes D5 will work because if your rook on A8 tries to, get out of dodge, you might have D5 and rook A7 mate. But potentially more importantly, it keeps the king out of the game and greatly increases White's chances to hold the balance here.
Definitely. This is a backtrack. We're rewinding. What is it now? Pretty much 20 moves, but this was a key moment. So even after missing a really promising opportunity earlier, Lei Tingjie did have chances to make this much more complicated. And just to show why A4 was such an important move, Humpy immediately turned things in her favor. Actually, after rook e7, which is a bit greedy, maybe a wrong choice of square. Suddenly, king b5, bang, and ignore this arrow. This was the white king and where it wants to be. The white king wants to control the queen side, but the white king is stuck in kind of no man's land in limbo here. And the black king went on to do the damage, went on to take this pawn. And that's essentially how it looks like Humpy's about to wrap up this victory. The current position, if we fast forward, the longer white thinks, I think the more tempted she might be to resign. Simply no way to march forward. G5 would already start losing some pawns. Yeah.
Picking them off.
Picking them off, exactly. Marching forward with the king, I think, might be the best practical try, but it's hard to imagine this game going on too much longer. Don't see any hope. She actually moves her rook.
Yeah, it looks like she's played rook to f4.
Okay. They do say rooks belong behind passed pawns, another cliche, Jen. We were talking about idioms earlier, but push 'em, baby.
That's right. I like the rook behind the passed pawn. That's a good one, but it's not going to be enough. You can't just follow it. You also have to have enough rooks.
That's true.
Oh.
2 rooks are better than 1. And as much as Yasser might like saying push him, I don't think he would be too enthusiastic either about White's chances in this position. Tough to get optimistic.
A5. Speaking of pushing them, just keep them going. Black can do the exact same thing, but with the extra rook, which I'm sure will come in handy at some point.
Yeah, that's true.
But then there's G5. So, I mean, rook G8 might be like more, what's the word? Professional. But then you have F6. So I don't know. What do you think, David? What move would you play?
I would play A5 just because I think I'd want to start initiating the race. And yeah, I think your G5 is correct. That's exactly what she's going to try. But if F6, just to show everyone, now A4 at the very minimum, I'm pretty sure that's better, but A4 to deflect the white rook, which is now tied down to the F6 pawn. F7 doesn't really help. White is too slow in the race. At some point, you will have to go and capture this pawn, but then you lose your pride and joy. If one of the 2 pawns falls, it's just game over, simply. No way. To save it, you need both pawns intact. So yeah, A5, if we investigate slightly further, G5.
G5. I like that better.
Yeah. Maybe we're writing it off too soon. Maybe.
Yeah, I think they'll keep playing if this happens. Yeah. I mean, could we just so like suppose we just play rook a6 here, but then we have to count. No, after g5, a5. Wait, I'm just saying after the line you were looking at with the a5 and the g5, we could just start pushing our pawn, and maybe that's a way to win. Although it's getting kind of dicey, f6. We have to calculate a little bit, right?
Yeah, a4 would already blow it here. I guess after g6, a3, f7, and
Yeah.
suddenly crazy race. White will push next, and the pawns run through. So yeah, we can't do it by brute force. She's actually played rook f8, Humpy here, and that's very clever, I've got to say. Just to explain to everyone, g5 now would be met by rook c5 and a dagger for White's hopes of saving this game. You're caught in the crossfire from two different directions, so you can't push that pawn, and you can't push the f6 pawn either, because clearly that's covered. So king g3.
So king g3 instead. Okay. And now with a5, rook c5, king g4 is still in the position, right?
She's alive. She's fighting.
Yeah.
Counterplay.
We understand why she keeps playing.
Yeah. And a good tip for everyone at home: don't resign. Make your opponent prove it. This game will continue at least a little bit longer. Let's briefly check in on the other encounter, the one between Goryachkina and Salimova. Wow, there has been a bit of development there. It looks like a handshake might be imminent because White's about to win the pawn back. Let's just do a quick recap, Jen, because we left it after queen to d1 a few moves ago with a check. The White king moved, queen g4, and queen c6, giving up the h5 pawn, and now dropping the e6 pawn. Salimova, if she takes this bishop, it's a draw. Queen takes, and then the queen will come back and pick off the b6 pawn. 2 versus 2 on the same side is an easy draw. Do you think this is it?
Yeah.
Will we get?
Yeah, I do, because what else can you do? King h7 or something? You don't want to play king h8 and allow a pin and potentially get yourself into trouble, right? I mean, does king h8 lose actually? If you were to play king h8, or you have some
queen c5.
Queen c5. Okay, yeah. So that would be a little bit panicky. No. Okay, good. But okay. Yeah.
Feels a bit risky.
Could play king h8 and just after queen takes b6. Yeah, I mean, she can always take it next time. So king h8, queen takes b6. Is there queen g6? Or do we just hold the balance with like a queen d8 type move?
Queen somewhere.
Yeah, we're fine.
Fine.
It seems like some positions, we analyze and we keep losing for one side. It seems like we can't actually lose for either side. All roads lead to draw.
We're trying to blunder, but we're failing.
Yeah.
Instructive blunders, at least. We're trying to show what not to do, but I think at this point, all roads, like you say, they lead to Rome, they lead to the draw. She was about to make a move. I think she was about to pick off that bishop, and that would be pretty much tantamount to agreeing a draw. That wasn't really on the board. Yeah, that was the players. Pieces are off, and queen takes b6 next. This game is going to be over. It's going to be a draw. And what do you make of this one? Do you think either player will be happy? Equally unhappy, maybe? It's been, especially, I guess a disappointing tournament for both.
Yeah, I guess with black, Salimova, lower rated. Goryachkina had an advantage earlier in the game. I think just this result in a vacuum, she'll be pretty happy with. But overall, of course, so many opportunities. Salimova had a stunning game against the winner of the tournament, and that would have changed everything. Zhang Ji was on the ropes against Salimova. I mean, she looked like she was crushed. And Salimova had played a majestic game, but was only able to draw it. I really think everything would have played out completely differently with the butterfly effect if that result had gone the other way. and Salimova had won. So yeah, she definitely will have some disappointment, but you know what? It was her first time. She's the youngest player in the field. So a lot more to see from this player.
That's right. And we did see the handshake. The draw was confirmed. Goryachkina ends on 50%, 7 out of 14. And Nargil Salimova ends on 5.5 points. So, of course, both would have wanted more before the event. But ultimately, a draw on the last round. And again, they'll both be back. Salimova, really young, really full of potential. Her game looks really strong already. I'm sure she'll be back in the candidates at some point. Goryachkina, one of the best players, like you mentioned, over 2,600 in the past. And, yeah, I think names to watch. In the meantime, this game continues. Despite all appearances, the White King is coming forward this time. Okay, Humpy Konaru is down to just under 7 minutes. At least White's plans are easy, right, Jen? It's easier to play White with no time on the clock because you're just going to push. You're just going to push the pawns and pray. For Humpy, she needs to prove it. A5. Okay, how does White continue? F6, or does the king? Is there time to march the king?
F6, maybe we can play rook h8 check and boot your king. Huh.
Truth. That would be really annoying if the White King has to retreat.
Exactly. And then we stopped you from playing g5, which is super convenient. So what's the other opportunity? You can play g5 because you hang f5. So king g5.
Yeah, king somewhere, king g5, king h5. It just looks so slow. Because then
It does, yeah.
5th rank pin, you have to waste another move with the king. Surely by then Black's pawn will start running, but I guess it's the only way. In this type of position, you just have to survive, right? Don't make it easy for the opponent. King h5, yeah, I think one of these two. I'm not sure which one. It's like a lucky dip, 50-50. How will Black reply, do you think, if the king marches forward?
If the king marches forward, what would be the best move? I need to try to find a way to move my pawn forward, right? Should I take a timeout and play king b3 myself?
Maybe. Why not?
Start pushing.
If the White King gets in the way of its own pawns, maybe you have that luxury. You have that time. Okay, it looks like a time scramble is imminent in this one, but we're going to take a very short break. We will be back for the conclusion of this game. It's the last one remaining in round 14 of the 2024 Women's Candidates. So join us again in a few minutes, everyone, where we will be wrapping up and taking through the closing moments of this encounter. See you very, very soon.
Three sisters smashed chess's greatest records, and it all started with an experiment. Their father, Laszlo Polgar, believed that anyone could be a genius, and he set out to prove it with his 3 daughters. At an early age, the eldest, Susan, showed an affinity for both chess and math, but her passion was at the chessboard. Susan became the best female chess player in the world by age 15. Their father nurtured his daughter's gift, and when it came time, he taught chess to both of Susan's sisters as well. Before they were even teenagers, Susan Sofia and Judah Polgar became world-renowned for their exceptional chess skill. At age 15, Judah Polgar became the youngest person to achieve a Grandmaster title, an incredible chess record which had been held by Bobby Fischer for 34 years. Judah quickly climbed the ranks in chess, mercilessly destroying Grandmaster opponents and gaining victories and accolades. She became the number 7 player in the world, reaching a peak rating of 2735 and defeated 11 world champions, including Garry Kasparov. At Rome in 1989, Sofia made history with an incredible 2900 rating performance, one of the best ever recorded to that date. She later decided to pursue other avenues than chess, but according to Laszlo, she had the most talent. These 3 sisters defied the norms at the time and became champions. To this day, they fight for equality in chess and continue to inspire the next generation.
I try to be the person to help kids learn chess and through chess to be more successful in life.
The Polgars left a legacy both on the board and in the world.
What's up, y'all? This is Chittlebear Awazier, otherwise known as Cheeto, here with big brothers and big sisters and Chess.com at St. Boniface School We're here to play some chess, have some fun, give out some lessons, and just have a great day here. So we really appreciate all the people that's involved in this. We're gonna have a great day. So, the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters organizations collaborating, I think means a lot. Whether we choose to or not, as football players or as entertainers, we become somebody's role model. We don't have to make that choice, but that choice is made for us because we're doing something that a lot of kids want to do. So we have a responsibility as well to kind of live a good life so that they can see that. And, Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating with the NFL gives us a chance to impact these kids directly. Come to their schools, come to their houses, help in the community so that they can see what it looks like to get to where they want to go. And also just grown men who maybe you watched on TV come, and it humanizes them. And now they're saying the same things that your parents or your teachers or your community leaders are saying. It kind of hits home a little bit harder. So I really appreciate the NFL and Big Brothers Big Sisters collaborating.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on Chess.com. Connect your Chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connect accounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
Welcome back, everyone, to Toronto for what is likely to be the last segment of the 2024 Women's Candidates Tournament. I'm David Howell, and I'm joined by Jennifer Shahade. Jen, it's been an emotional tournament. It's been a roller coaster. Today's rounds alone, so dramatic. What's been the main takeaway as we near the end of the round.
Well, I think for me, the big takeaway is that I'm very optimistic about women in chess because I'm seeing the quality of these games and I'm like, wow, we're seeing some of the best chess in the world of any gender in this tournament. And I think that that's very exciting to see that trend, David.
Definitely. And talking of the best players in the world, let's jump in to that game. The final players standing. This will be the closing moments of the women's candidates, at least. Rook back to F1, the last move played by Lei Tingjie. And before the break, we mentioned it was a race. That race has continued. I'll just do a very quick action replay. We left it after A5. White's king indeed did start running forward. The black rook actually stepped behind the pawn, propelling the pawn forward. Rook's behind past pawns, everyone. That's a good tip. But now white's pawn's able to run finally, and here we go. Black is close to touchdown. The white rook steps back after a check to block. I don't know if... sorry, my arrow is going askew there. I don't know if you can promote the black pawn here and still win. That would be a bit scary to my eyes. What do you think is going through Humpy's mind as she aims to close this one out?
Two rooks versus two pawns? Yeah. Well, I think that should be winning, right? I think that's winning.
Normally, but here she chooses something else.
Yeah, although don't make a knight.
Ooh, yeah, definitely don't make a knight. Probably a bishop is still winning here, but she actually makes another move. I'm wondering what that was. It looked like she moved her rook somewhere.
Maybe she threw in a check on h8 first to ask the question to the king, and then she's gonna queen.
Yeah, that would be a very logical move. Looking at the
Although,
camera,
obviously,
doesn't look-
she won't. If she plays rook h8 check, king g7, she'll do something different. But then, what did she gain? Just blocks the g pawn.
looks
Huh.
that way.
Hmm.
Trying to guess on the camera here. It looks like she might have played rook f8. Is that a legal, logical move? Does she want to take this pawn? Yeah, it looks like the black rook has, as we see on full screen there. Shout out to our amazing producers. Rook f8 played by Humpy. And she looks away. She looks like she thinks it's in the bag now. Rook f8 has landed on the board. Pawn to g7. There was actually a big threat there. And now I guess she's going to check from
Oh,
behind, Jen.
I see. She wants to play rook f8 so that if king g7, rook takes f5, and then you can't play rook takes f5 because of queen. So that's why she didn't play king g7. So instead, we saw rook f8, pawn to g7. But now she had calculated rook h2 check. And what's next? Now it's Lei Ting-che on move. And I suppose she's thinking that if king g6, what's the move?
Maybe another check. And when the king moves, there's probably multiple ways to wrap this up. But can she take on f5
Yeah.
now? I think she can. Because the black rook
Yes.
stops the g pawn. And yeah, the black a pawn is the star. The black a pawn is going to promote
This was her
such
idea.
tactics.
Very nice technique, actually, avoiding like further calculation, just kind of shutting it down with this rook f8 move. Nice.
Really, really nice. Yeah, great technique from Humpy Konaru here, as we're used to. I mean, vastly experienced player. It's wonderful to watch at her best. And rook g2 check does come. We might just see rook takes f5 and then the handshake. Not much that white
Agreed.
can do about it anymore.
Agreed. I think we will see the handshake after that rook takes f5 finesse. So earlier in this game, David, you said Humpy is ending well, and you meant the tournament, but her ending game in this particular game has been phenomenal, right? I mean, we talked about Lei Ting-che's opening play, and it was brilliant, but when she missed that one move, Humpy Konaru did not let her back into the game, and she's been majestic here.
She really, really has. Always been a great endgame player, but this one, she made it look relatively straightforward when what was a really imbalanced endgame. And yeah, even this pawn race, it's so easy to go wrong, despite what the eval bar says. If you miscount, if you miscalculate, things could turn easily. White's pawns are actually really close to touchdown, but she's found the most clinical way. And yeah, this check, rook takes f5 next. And Humpy still with plenty of time on the clock. One more move. The king moves to h7. Will she take that white pawn off the board now? Humpy Konaru Will she remove the pawn on f5, make a new queen herself? That looks like the way.
That's what she's gonna do. That's right. And the funny thing is, if rook f5, you make a queen, I can just checkmate you in one move rather than take the queen.
Really nice. Rook takes f5. If white promotes, then rook h5. One of many ways, but the quickest kill.
Although,
lawnmower checkmate.
so technically making a knight is better than making a queen. Just saying. Like, rook takes f5, queen is not as good as knight.
That's true. You promote to a knight, you will not get checkmated in one move. The knight can block any checks on h6. Unfortunately, the black rook after taking on f5 will probably take this rook as well. But,
True.
okay.
But if it was like chess boxing or something, you need to know these things.
Exactly. I mean, if you get paid by the move, you last a bit longer, you survive, don't get mated immediately.
Paid by the move, I like that. That's a nice one.
I wish I did sometimes with all my 100-move games. I just literally don't know how to checkmate before move 80. But in the meantime, okay, Humpy plays rook f7 instead. Same idea, I guess. f6, she can still take it, not changing anything.
Oh, good point. f6, rook takes g7 check. Rook on 2 takes g7 check also works. And then you can play rook takes f1, queen, rook h1 check, and skewer the queen and then make a queen yourself.
That's really important. Don't actually promote to a queen yourself as black, because that would be a draw. Queens in the corner cannot block check, so white would actually give a perpetual check. A well-known motif, but like you said, Jen, really nice attention to detail. Check, force the white king onto the g file, check, and remove the white queen, win the game.
Wait, what do you mean? What was the other thing you were saying about queening?
Oh, promoting actually on this square. I've actually had this in a game myself against the top couple of top grandmasters, and this is actually surprisingly a draw, because the black queen will never be able to block checks. A queen in a corner, I mean, this is surprising. It was to me when I first learned it, but the queen can never block checks, so the black king will always get hit on the diagonals. Of course, I believe here you always check diagonally, and the black queen can never block those diagonal checks. In the meantime, yeah, this is a very niche, very advanced topic here.
I learned something new here. Queen and rook versus queen with the queen in the corner is a draw, but instead it looks like I don't think there was a resignation. I think it was just move 60.
The players ran out of space on the score sheet. So new score sheets.
Although we will probably also see a resignation shortly, but we didn't in that case. Okay, that's an awesome endgame. I had no idea about that, David. Thank you for adding that to my arsenal. And I do think that it all relates to what we talked about those queen diagonal checks being so powerful. That was a theme of yesterday, and it seems like it keeps coming up.
It does. It keeps recurring. Those queen end games are usually quite rare, but in this tournament, it feels like we've had plenty. King h8, I like the idea, but don't think it's actually going to pay off. I guess white would kind of wish these 2 pawns off the board. For example, rook takes g7. If the f pawn didn't exist, maybe it's just a draw, like rook b1 and stalemate ideas. But there's no stalemate while you have a pawn alive, so I don't really see why she would put her king on h8. I guess everything else was lost anyway. I don't see it, Jen. I don't see the downside. If black just removes the g pawn off the board, rook takes f5, probably still winning as well.
Yeah, but why not just take that pawn? I think we're going to see that.
Ooh,
But go ahead.
Sorry. I found a trick. Just f6, rook f7. I mean, it's probably still winning, but now rook b1 and still some stalemating ideas.
Oh, but she's made a queen.
She's made a queen instead. Pukanaru, is she about to wrap this up? She promotes to a queen. Rook takes. King will recapture.
Easiest way. Just saying, I know. Up, and there it is. The handshake as Humpy Canaro finishes on a plus score. Really nice result. But it's Lei Ting-che, who was the contender in this event, who kept us on the edge of our seats in this last half of the event. So kudos to her for almost prevailing and getting herself a rematch against Ju Wenjun. But it wasn't to be. It wasn't to be. That last game, in fact, really the final 2 games losing to both of the Indian players, shot her chances, and she is now going to have to be content with seeing her compatriot Tan Zhongyi play against Ju Wenjun for the title.
That's right, and congratulations to Humpy Konaru, who actually catches up her opponent in second place. We'll talk about the standings as well in a moment, but yeah, Jan, it's just been one of those rounds. So many unpredictable games. Little did I think in the last round, with so many players out of the race for first place, that we would see a 5-6 hour encounter now. So just incredible stuff. Incredible.
Yeah, it's been amazing. Really, really rich, high quality games. I know that the drama might have disappeared after 3 or 4 hours, but the content in these games, some of the most instructive I've seen. And here are the results. Well, we had 2 wins for the black pieces and 2 wins for the players from India. So that's a little unusual. Usually it's been white who's been winning more games in this event. Vaishali and Humpy Konaru, great games. But the story was, of course, that Tan Zhongyi clinched her spot in the World Championship with this draw against Anna Muzychuk, while Goryachkina and Salimova also made a draw.
That's right. Yeah, 2 decisive results, 2 wins with the black pieces. A lot to cheer for Indian fans, a lot to be excited about, especially Vaishali with that 5-game winning streak. The future is bright. But meanwhile, that leads us on to the standings, where we can officially confirm that Tan Zhongyi is the winner of the 2024 Women's Candidates. 9 points, 1.5 points ahead of her nearest rivals here. Humpy Konaru and Vaishali, with those wins, they caught up Lei Tingzhe. So a share of second place there. 3 players tying with 7.5 points. Goryachkina on 7, Lagno on 6.5, and Salimova and Anna Muzychuk on 5.5 points. Ultimately, it's a race for first place, though, Jen, and Tan, she did what was necessary. She got there. She got the job done.
But you know what? Nobody completely tanked, right? I mean, -3, sure, it's not like a great result, certainly not for Anna Muzychuk, but I do feel that this tournament was very competitive on every single board, and, that's what kept us all locked in to the very end.
Yeah, you're right, actually. A really packed field, a really close field. It's rare to see the difference between first place and last place in such a long tournament, only 3.5 points. So yeah, I mean, every game was well fought. No real one-sided battles that I can remember. No quick draws that I can remember, Jen. This is really refreshing. A great sign for the future of women's chess, but chess in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's all about everything that you can learn from these players. It's partly the drama, and that's why we love watching chess, because it's a twofold experience. The drama and the education, right? Edutainment, as they often say. And I have to tell you, I was very educated in the last couple days with you, and then also with Danya and Robert Hess earlier, and all the other commentators who were calling this amazing event. Shout out to Jovi, who was also, I know she's a friend of yours, and she was commenting so many games of this as well. And I know she's probably watching from somewhere. It's been really amazing how much I've learned from these incredible women.
Yeah, likewise. I can only echo those sentiments. And I also want to thank the fans who've been watching, hopefully every step of the way, especially today of all days, where there's been a lot of drama in the other candidates tournament. Jennifer, it's been a pleasure commentating with you. It's been a really fun few weeks out there in Toronto. This is it for the women's, but it's still possible that there's a tiebreak in the open section, I believe. So still plenty more for the fans to enjoy.
Yes. Thank you so much, David, for your incredible analysis and insights and kindness. And it's been a true pleasure. Thanks to everybody in the chat for helping me with some math tips and some chess tips. And I can't wait to see you all again on Chess TV. And until next time, congratulations to our champ, Tan Zhongyi. You were incredibly impressive, and we can't wait to see you play against Ju Wenjun.
That's right. Congratulations to Tan Zhongyi on behalf of myself, on behalf of Jen Shahade, and on behalf of Chess.com. We wish you a very fond farewell, and I hope you've all enjoyed. Bye-bye for now.